Yes, guys, you're welcome. Uh, Today is Wednesday, and we're having a discussion concerning what IBC had announced that there shall be a regulation of campaign funds. In the past, we have had people spend billions and billions of money on campaigns, and one wonders if you spend like 20, 30 billion on a presidential seat, how do you recover that money? Or why should you even spend 30, 20, 10 billion on a presidential seat? So IEBC has moved in to regulate the fund. And we are still even seeing that, and we still say that those figures are still up. For example, an MCA is supposed to spend up to a maximum of 20 million. And an MP is supposed to spend 100 million. Women rep are supposed to spend up to 120 million. And governors are supposed to spend up to around 123 million. And the presidential candidates are supposed to spend up to 4.4 billion. In your own view, are these figures realistic, or should they be increased or be reduced? And why do we spend so much money in campaigns? And then again, how do we recover such money? Because we find people invest so much in campaigns. And we also think that this is a source of graft. Because if you have invested in campaigning for a seat, it's only wise that you will go and look for a means in which you can recover your own money. So that's the challenge we are having. If we can't regulate our funding, then chances are that we cannot rule out corruption to the leaders who come in power as a result of using the power of money to get to the seat. So this is the challenge we have, and we need to see how we can address it as a nation, so that we are not creating an avenue of corruption through our own campaign laws. So is it in order for our leaders to spend such huge sum of money in campaigns? And we are living in an era where one side of the divide is talking about hustlers and versus dynasties. One message that is found in hustlers, it means that there are also people who are aspiring to be leaders, yet they don't have resources. So how do these struggling Kenyans get the 20,000, not 20,000, 20 million to campaign for a seat of an MCA? Who should fund the campaigns for these people who are aspiring for those seats? Yeah, you're welcome to the studio, and your contribution is very important. I've seen one of the aspirants is already punctual. I think this maybe is an interesting topic as far as your quest for political seat is concerned. And I'll give you an opportunity to make your first submission now that the earliest bird catches the worm. Welcome, Honorable Salim. You can greet us and make your initial contribution. Thank you. You can unmute and then you make your initial contribution. Salim.
Thank you very much, members. Hello? Are you getting me?
Yes. Why are you also getting me? Salim. Hi,
yes.
Salim. Why are you getting what I was saying? Okay, I saying you unmute and you make your initial.
I was getting what you are saying.
Hello, are you getting?
Yeah, speak. I'm hearing.
Hello. Hello. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening, sir.
Hello. Are you getting me?
We are hearing you. Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. So
yeah.
I think regarding the Iebc saying that giving out the budget that the all aspirants should be deposit. I think the earlier they had said that like the MCAs should deposit that money in their accounts. I think that was awkward point from the Iebc because like us, we are hustlers. I am vying as MCA here in Nairobi, Kiamaiko Ward, and Iebc demanding that we deposit. Was it for the MCA? Was it 50 million? How much was it for MCA?
MCA is 20 million.
Hello?
20 million.
And I guess, are you getting me?
Yes, I'm saying MCA is 20 million. I don't know whether
Am
it's
I
my
talking to
mic
myself?
or... Hello?
Hello?
MCA is 20 million.
Yes. So, yes. So, you can imagine someone like me, I have never even handled 1 million. Hello? I'm getting you.
Hello?
I'm getting you.
Just proceed.
Are you getting me now?
We are listening. Yes, just proceed. We are listening.
Yeah, so demanding MCS to deposit 20 million. Yes, demanding MCA to deposit 20 million. That was very awkward. And I think that by now the MPs, the current parliament have already saved us. That I think by the next generation it will not be there. So that was very awkward for Iebc to say that MCS to deposit 20 million. Like myself, I've never even hold 1 million. The maximum that I have hold is 200,000, and that was during the campaign. Hello, are you getting me?
Yes.
Yes.
Continue.
So, yes. So, yes. Okay. On our side, as candidates or aspirants for 2022, that was I think walikuwa wanataka kutufinya, or they wanted to some of us to stand out. Into vying at the political seats. So on hustler side, we are not supporting such a thing. We are there for hustlers, and even you can vie as MCA provided you have support from voters. Even others Other voters can decide to print T-shirts for you, print reflectors, and even give you campaigns without you depositing that money. And it's surprising, what will you in after election you will have won without even depositing that money that Iebc was saying. So on my side, on Hasala's side, that was a no. The other thing that we are waiting, I think, let's wait for the parliament to, yes. I think that's my contribution. So
Yeah, and let me ask you a question. Why do you have to spend a lot of money to be elected? Why do people spend a lot of money to be elected? Are you hearing me? Are you hearing me? Why do people spend a lot of money to be elected?
Let me interrupt.
Yeah, you can. I think he has a problem with his mic. Can you, Shadi, make your comment and submission? Shadi? Shadi? Shadi?
Yes.
Okay.
Good evening, Wekesa
Shadi?
and the team.
Good evening. Are you hearing me? Can you make your comment and submission on campaign funding? Yeah, today I don't know what is happening. People are having problem with the network. Rubia, are you hearing me?
Yes, I'm hearing you.
Yeah, I don't know
I'm
what's
here.
happening to people.
I'm hearing you.
Okay.
Mm.
Mala, are you hearing me?
Mala said that.
No, I cannot hear you.
Yes.
I'm not
You can't
hearing you
hear
at
me?
all. Yes. There seems to be an issue.
With my mic, huh?
Yeah, you can hear me?
Yeah, you are loud and clear. Okay. Rubia,
Okay.
can you make a Shadi? You are back. Can you
Yes.
proceed, Shadi? Okay.
Leo ni kama kuna problem ya network. Ama ni studio
I
ndio
don't know.
hujatengeneza vizuri.
I don't know. Are you hearing me clearly?
I'm getting what you're saying.
Yeah, proceed. Maybe we shall see what is happening. We are talking about campaign funding. The Iebc pronounced itself on the issue and said that and gave the regulations that for an MCA you need to spend like 20 million, a woman rep 120.
Spending, I don't understand. Spending on what?
On campaigns. In other words,
On
you should not
campaigns.
spend more than 20 million on campaign as an MCA. You should not spend more than 100 million as an MP. You should not spend more than 120 million as a woman rep. And as a presidential candidate, as a governor, you should not spend more than 123 million. And as presidential candidate, you should not spend more than 4.4 billion.
I'm not even listening to what you are telling me because I don't believe in those things. Can we have campaigns that are not, people are not spending?
Yeah,
Because
you are open to make your submission based on the campaign funding. You are open to give your views. Yeah.
You know, I think IEBC might have looked at the areas that the politicians or the candidates required to spend money. But majorly, I think what they are trying to cut is the bribing aspect of it. Because you've seen our politicians are bribing voters, which is very bad. And IEBC, I think this time round, they should be very keen on even before the campaign starts and during the campaigns, any politician who would be seen bribing voters must be disqualified. And as you said, I don't have my workings. I will just check the ones for the IEBC. But I think spending, like MCA, you said they are supposed to spend how much? You
MCA is
said
20 million. MCA 20
20 million.
million maximum.
20 million.
Maximum 20 million.
I think campaigning and leadership are related, because these people end up spending like 20 million. I think it's much. It's a lot of money. If you just an MCA that is running for a seat for a ward, is going to spend 20 million. That is too much. And where would an MCA get this 20 million to spend? Is it loan? Because these are the loopholes we have, and these people, if you've had, you have to spend 20 million and you don't have it, these people will use their influence to steal that 20 million. If an MCA has been cut at 20, look at the bad precedents that is being set in our country. Because the MCAs that I've seen, where can they get that 20 million? Because what they draw is, if you spend 20 million and the salary you are going to draw is not even 1 million, it's not even, I think the salary they draw plus allowances is around 300 or 400,000. Now,
Okay.
after spending this,
Anyway,
can you recover
Rubia,
this 20 million? Yeah.
Okay, maybe the issue is they don't care how much you spend, but if you have to spend, then you should not go beyond 20 million. I think that is what the IBC is saying.
I think
That
the
they,
MCAs would have been
yes.
restricted to 10 or 5 million. That was
Or
the
2.
correct cap. Yeah, not even 10 is much. Because if you now open it that you have to spend, what are they spending on? Are they spending on bribing voters? Because for an MCA, award is, some awards are very small in sizes. So an MCA can crisscross the award by using a bicycle. So this issue of spending, on madness of spending that has been brought up by IEBC, it's wrong. And what did they say for the
MP is 100, for the governor is
100 million?
woman. Yes,
That
a woman rep is
governor is,
120 million, and the
yeah.
president is 4.4 billion.
So because we should ask ourselves where these monies are coming from. Where are these people? Even if you said it, they ought to have said this thing. They ought to have reduced it, because if you say an MP should spend 100 million. If you look at what the work that they do plus the salaries plus the allowances, Even if somebody was MP from 2013, are they at 100 million? And where are they going to get this 100 million to spend? It's just allowing people to steal, because now they will say we have been given that cut at 100 million. Now we can steal and spend, because if you say it's 100 million, that is what they are going to spend. Each and every one of them is going to try to spend that. If they have stolen enough money from public coffers, they are going to spend that 100 million, and they will surpass that. They will surpass that. And these elections are going to be the most expensive elections in this country, with a lot of bribing voters. It is a very bad thing that the IEBC has brought up. I didn't know that figures were such high. So I think, as I heard in the news, the parliament should reject that. And this madness in spending must be stopped. I'm actually looking at a scenario where we go to elections and we spend minimum. We don't even spend, because this issue of carrying a lot of money to campaigns is what is spoiling this country. If you carry a lot of money to campaigns, you go and bribe voters, you give, and the Kenyans, it's a very bad thing that if there's a politician who comes from around where my home, and every day Kenyans are there, they are going to take something from that man. And mark you, after taking this, when that guy gets to the office, they work on actually recovering the money that they used in campaigns. So it is very, very wrong for the IEBC to make such a decision and to come up with those figures of madness. And they must justify it, and I pray that that thing doesn't see the light of the day. Thank you.
Yeah, someone was doing a calculation and say that if the president earns, is it around 2.2 million, and if he wants to recover the 4.4 billion he spent on campaign, it will take him more than 100 years. I don't know. You can do your math.
I think that IEBC chair.
So how do we recover that money?
And the commissioners inside there are not equal to the task. You don't need to set that for politicians. What you need to say, you need to discourage such bad practices of bribing voters and spending too much during elections time. And then after spending too much, you go to the office and you work a way out on how to recover the money. So the wananchi don't get the development that they're supposed to get. So it is a very wrong thing. It's a wrong decision. It's a wrong move for the IEBC. I think it is incompetency on the side of the IEBC, and such a thing they ought not to have come up with such nonsense. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for your submission. Mala.
Yeah, I think
someone was carrying up his hand.
I think I agree with that gentleman.
Okay.
If you compute the salary of an MCA for a period of 5 years, at the net of about 200,000 shillings per month, that will come to about 6 million. So when you talk about 20 million, where will this money? Where is this money from? So I think those guys are working at those are crazy figures. And remember, the MCAs, they have mortgages, they have other loans, and as we speak, they're even operating at the negative. So talking about 20 million, I think those guys are trimming. That's my submission.
Good evening. I'm in our laptop. Here on KTN Home,
Hello, don't you think these huge figures scare away potential leaders who don't have money?
Of course, they will scare new aspirants, including even the current one, because that's a lot of money.
Okay. Yes, Shadi, are you okay now? You can proceed. If your mic is okay now, you can proceed. Shadi.
Okay. Good evening, Wekesa.
Good evening.
Okay, I'm on. Good evening, Wekesa, Rupi, and Mala. I can see you are active. Okay, thank you. So, based on
Yes,
these
proceed.
submissions from my friends, I think the MCS that is tasked by the limit that have been put in place is not compulsory that you use the 20 million. You can even use 100,000 based on your ability, and you can still win. But the IBC has just proposed that you cannot go beyond 20 million. If you are able to maybe use millions of money, you cannot just go beyond 20 million. For the presidential campaign, I think that is the most expensive campaign ever, because you have to go all around the country. And looking at the country's population, we are almost 40 plus million. And to reach all these people and maybe to persuade them to vote for you, you have to spend a lot of money in such projects, buying some votes, looking for a way to mobilize people. That is another cost that is going to be very huge. So I think the IBC has just put up in place the limit, but not a mass that you go to the limit. I think people have, some of us have not understood what you just put in place, Wekesa. You are supposed to elaborate to most of us that that is just but the limit that IBC has just put in place, but it's not compulsory you go to that limit. I was looking at Honorable Salim's submission, and he was saying that he has never touched a million, and that the IBC has put in place that you have to have the 20 million in account for you to fight. He misunderstood the topic of the day. I think it was that the 20 million was charged by the limit. It's not compulsory that your account should be reading 20 million for you to fight for MCA. That is charged by my submission and part of my interruptions to some of the suggestions you've made.
Wekesa, you can mute.
Thank you. So, okay, thank you. So, do you agree with and then a related question to that is that this money, first, you should not start spending it. I'm saying a related scenario to that, as IBC said, that you should not start spending that money until 6 months to election. So that means between 6 months towards election, you cannot spend that 20. Okay, you only need to spend that money within the 6 months to election. But we have seen already people are campaigning. So how will they regulate the money that has been spent before the official campaign period?
Because that is my question. I wanted to ask that question. First, to react to what Shadi has said, is that is unnecessary. Even if that is the limit, the farthest you can go, it is wrong for IBC to put such things. Because if it will encourage, it can even encourage money laundering.
Brian, mute. Brian, mute.
It will encourage bad practices. Because if they say you can spend up to, and we know some politicians can go up to that. And why would you set a very high limit instead of helping the country by setting a reasonable limit? If they wanted to set a limit, they ought to have looked at the details, like on what are these people spending on? On what are they spending on? And another thing, is it even realistic to spend 100 million and then you, in fact, everything that people do in this world, they do to benefit. If you can remove your money, Wekesa, and spend that money to a tune of even 20 million, and that 20 million you will not even recover it in that 5 years. You cannot recover it. But people will go. Kenyans have money. Kenyans have hoarded money, especially these politicians. They have hoarded money in basements, and they use that money to bribe the citizens. After they bribe the citizens, they go again and steal. So that is what should be discouraged, that in campaigns, people should not spend all those big monies. In fact, if our country was a good place, we would even do without those campaign monies, or we'll do with very little money, because you might even need to hire maybe a public address, and maybe you need to hire maybe a platform somewhere. But
Yeah,
our country
and
has got a very bad culture of spending a lot of money during elections, and they take time when they are in office to recover this money and to steal more, so that they spend them in the next elections. Right now, you will see that the politicians will be coming with money, and if, as we speak, seemingly the flow of money in this country, the money floating is very little. A lot of money are hoarded for campaigns, and that is very bad for our economy. So that is something. I'm not saying that I don't understand that is where you are supposed to end, but even that is like inciting some politicians. IEBC should discourage spending during election. You should only spend on the most basic things, and if you are found spending on unnecessary things, you are supposed to be disqualified. And the question is, how are they going to ensure that these people does not exceed these limits? Because I know there are people who are going to exceed, and even there are politicians who must be bought. In buying a politician, you buy them even use a lot of money to a tune of 10 billion. Already that one you've spent. Some politicians must be bought to be contained. So how is IBC going to ensure that they are actually monitoring the situation, so that we don't have money being spent unreasonably? That is my question. If anybody can answer me, can answer.
yeah, you have brought a very important point there. There is money that is spent that can't be accounted for. Money that is spent to lure other candidates to your side. Maybe they need to introduce measures on how they are going to cap this kind of spending, because they shall
But
be spending.
why is Clinton Jacoredo having your photo? Can you see? you
I don't know whether he had a conversation with the hackers, those who hack accounts. So I need to know what is happening. You cannot.
However,
He will
me,
talk bad. He will talk bad things in my name, and people will hold me accountable. So can you expand my photo? Okay.
So mimi nimelog in tu kama Mkenya wa kawaida, picha yako ikajileta hapo, so mi ni du ama ulikuwa kwa
Okay.
akaunti yangu nikiwa busy, ulikuwa natumia Facebook yangu bwana, picha yako imetoka wapi?
This one is just for this studio. Niliweka jana, so si ati ya Facebook. Hii ni ya hii studio tu niliweka.
Sasa
So
unajua
think
nimelog in, nikiclick Facebook yangu ina log in kama admin, maybe ndio maana picha yako inakuja.
ya ni vile tumeingia same nini channel kama Mtembei, so that's why. Okay, so let's proceed. Yeah, Clinton, you can make your contribution. We are talking about campaigns funding. Iebc has set the limits for campaign money, but still some Kenyans feel that is too much. An MCA should not spend 20 million. They wonder, what are you spending money to do? A president needs to spend up to 4.4 billion. So that is the ceiling for the president. And then 100 million for MP, 120 women rep, 123 governor, I think, and senators. Yeah, make your comment on that.
So mimi I can't talk much on that kwa sababu IEBC wenyewe hawana uwezo wa kuhakikisha kwamba hizo limits wameweka zinafuatiliwa. As in, kama ameambia MCA lazima utumie 20 million, atahakikishaje MCA kutoka pale Busia ametumia hiyo 20 million, si 21 ama 21.5 ama 20.5? So I think ni maneno tu ambayo wamechapisha kwenye magazeti, na magazeti, huyu kiongozi wa Oka alisema ni ya kufunga nyama. Alafu pia ukirudi kwa presidential candidates, 4.4 billion, hiyo ni pesa kidogo sana. Kwa sababu atahitajika kutoka kwa rally Murang'a aende ingine Busia, hivyo na maybe atakuwa na watu wake, so hiyo ni kama chopa 4-5 hivi. Tuseme kila chopa imeenda na 100k for like 3 months. Hiyo pesa ni kidogo sana. Alafu finally, hao wanasiasa wanapokuja kwetu tuwapigie harambe, pia watuambie hiyo harambe imetoa pesa ngapi. Unaona huyu kiongozi wa ODM alikuanga na mapay bill, tukamchangia do kama hii rerun ya presidential election.
How much did you?
Hakuwahi tuambie
ilifika ngapi?
Mimi nilitoa 100, inaniuma mpaka wa leo. Na hakutuambia eti hiyo pesa ilifikaje. Alafu after 1 week akatuambia he's not going to run again. Achana na hiyo, kuna pesa ya walimu walikuwa maandamano, akasema kwa sababu serikali ya Jubilee imekataa kuwalipa, itabidi sisi wafuasi wa NASA tuwachange. Tulichanga hapo, nilitoa finje. Nakwambia inaniuma mpaka wale. Ako na deni yangu 150. We kama supporter wake sugu, kwa na namba yangu, unaweza nitumia alafu nitamsamehe. So I think it is good to set the limits, kwa sababu kuna wengine watatumia pesa. Raila alisema kitu kingine ambacho nafurahia sana. Walipokuwa kwenye war of words na naibu wa rais, alisema kwamba William Ruto has money, anaweza kanunua every voter given an opportunity. So this one should be stopped. And it is true. Watu wakija na pesa, they will influence the ground with their money, and then we'll end up choosing leaders ambao hatukuwa tunategemea. Tutakuwa tunasema mimi nilimvote juu alinipea 1000, lakini si kuwa tayari kumvote. Unaelewa? So I think IEBC should be enabled, wakuwe na mechanism ya kuhakikisha kwamba ni hiyo pesa imetumika. Let these people show the bank statements. nilitumia hii hapa, nilitumia hii hapa, then tutakuwa tunawafuatilia tuone nani amevunja sheria na nani pia amecomply. Meanwhile nikimalizia Wekesa, naruhusiwa kusema siasa kidogo. Jana nilikuwa kazini, maybe mlikuwa live
Maybe.
Sasa niliona hiyo handshake Mombasa bana. Hao wanaume wote ni kwa sababu ya William, and it is good they are hiding behind the unity of Kenyans. Kumbe ni uongozi wanatafuta. But mimi kama mfuasi wa yule jamaa naweza nikasema hiyo formation yenu mtupe Raila kama candidate. Tafadhali tumewaomba kwa unyenyekevu. Tafadhali. We need Raila.
Why do you want Raila? Why do you want Raila?
Yeye ndio tumekuwa tukimfanyia practice. Sasa mkitupea mtu hatujamfanyia practice kama Kalonzo, kama Mudavadi. Wajua Kalonzo na Mudavadi ni Bantus. Na hao Wakikuyu wanaweza tulenga kama hao wako kwa debe. Tupe tu huyu na Ilot mwenzetu huyu. Tupambane naye bana. Kwa sababu Ruto hawezi akaanza kucampaign against Kalonzo sahi. Kitu tumekuwa tukifanya against Raila for the last 4 years. Si hapo mtakuwa mmeturudisha nyuma. Tupeeni Raila, tumeomba. Hii round 1 tu. Tumeomba sana. Thank you.
You want Raila to defeat him or you want Raila to win? I'm not getting you.
Sasa sisi wafuasi wa yule jamaa tunaomba kwa hiyo formation yenu mko wanaume sijui 7. Western peke yake imetoa wanaume 3. So kwa hiyo formation tunaomba mtupe Raila kama candidate. Kwa sababu hao wengine hatuja campaign against them. We will not manage to outdo them in those 4 months zenye Iebc wamepeana.
Okay. Yeah, I was looking for a clip that yenye Musalia Mudavadi alikuwa react on that Iebc funding and talked about we are discouraging young people from vying because those figures are just monumentous. Okay. I think everybody else has commented on that. Now, today, also Parliament made their voice concerning the same, and they say they are going to reject, or they are rejecting Iebc proposal. Then Iebc have just made a communication right now, I think some minutes ago, saying that according to their regulations, the Parliament has no even power to reject what they have proposed. I think it's protected under the law. They have the right to decide the limits of campaign money spending. So we are going to witness forth and back in the coming week. What is your take? Should the MPs decide how much they want to spend on campaign, or allow Iebc to regulate them?
Clinton, I think Parliament and Iebc was supposed to be independent in terms of making decisions. But Parliament is the worst place you can. They will always go for their interests. And, the focus here is on the Mwananchi. The Mwananchi is the one who is suffering here and is the one who's we are trying to help. So you will find out that Iebc is also bragging that Parliament has a voice and can change that. And I believe they are going to change that. So there's nothing that IBC can say that Parliament should not. In fact, if you look at the whole thing, it is not a well thought kind of. It is a decision that has been, in fact, it is a decision that has been rushed. IBC, they have been sitting somewhere for the last 4 years. Wamekuwa tu wakikaa hapo with no work. And they have been waiting for this election. So for them to be seen as active, they have come up with things that does not make sense. On this, I support Parliament. And
now look at it this way, Rubia.
Yes.
When the MPs want something that concerns them, they unite. There is no UDA, there is no ODM, there is no Jubilee.
Yes.
But here, when it comes to Mwananchi, we are always stuck in our political compartments. So I think also Mwananchi should have come together and say, in terms of funding, we support the IEBC or our MPs, regardless of our political divide, so that there is hygiene in terms of campaigns and spending. Or are we happy that they are going to bring us handouts?
How will you bring Mwananchi inside this discussion? Because I think it will not reach Mwananchi. And it will be between the Parliament and IEBC. And even if you bring Mwananchi, they are Mwananchi that don't reason. They will just say it is okay when they come with those tunataka kukula hiyo pesa, because after we elect them, we will never see them until the next election. So Wananchi, I think, might not be the right people to discuss this, but I think if Parliament will decide to reduce the limits, I will go with the Parliament, because we don't need to spend a lot of money during campaigns. And these monies, you cannot even account for them. We cannot account for these monies. You will go and look for some politician somewhere who spent almost 100 million, and you go and you want to prove, you will not even get a bank statement. These people have hoarded money. Their money that they don't even get from the bank. They will only get a small percentage of that money to show that they withdrew some money to go and use in campaign. And again, we should ask ourselves, where are the sources of these funds? If you can go and withdraw 100 million, or we can go and withdraw even over time.
I've seen people who spent money. There's an MCA in an area I don't want to mention, but he took a loan and spent almost close to $1 million, and lost. Now that was his own loan and the loan of the wife. After he lost the election, they almost ran mad. And this is the situation that is happening. And that's why we say that the problem is the playing field is not equal. There are people spending 1 million is nothing. And there are people, if he has to spend 1 million, then he has to sell the whole farm, borrow loans that he will pay until he retires. But unfortunately, if that person loses, now even if it's fortunately you win, you will have to look for how do I compensate that, because you don't want to stay poor while you are an MCA or an MP. And that's where the appetite comes up. Look for tenders and whatever other things that happens within the corridors of power, so that you get money and you you are able to settle all your accounts. So it's a form of corruption, actually, that IEBC needs to look into it. It's a form of corruption.
I think because of IEBC, they are independent in decision making. They ought to have made a very good decision here, in that they should reduce these limits so that we levelize the playing field. Because if you set the limits high as they are, we are actually will not get, or we are sending away potential candidates with ideologies. You know, those with the those with money. Let me just frame it that way. Those with money lack ideologies in Africa, and those without money, they have a lot of things that they can do for this beautiful part of Africa. So I will not side with the IEBC until they reduce the limits. I will side with the parliament if they give us reasonable limits.
Okay. Clinton.
Wekesa, can you
Clinton.
protect me from those Kondele goons calling me Nyang'au?
They are attacking you. Clinton,
Man.
today, just even as to that, I think IEBC issue is there, but we can add also other issues that happened today. Today, I've seen some clip going around about Moses Kuria. He's talking about he's dissatisfied that the Hassler Nation has chosen to be in one umbrella called UDA and disrespecting the partners, whether they are junior partners like PEP and TSP. And he's reacting over that. Let me ask you, because you are a staunch supporter of UDA, is honeymoon over for the Hassler Nation?
Okay. As someone who sits at the secretariat of the UDA party, though online, naweza nikakwambia kwamba Moses Kuria is an opportunist, and we wanted to prove that during the Juja by-elections. We were to field our candidate, but we gave him an opportunity with all the money and the support to field his candidate. Immediately he won, he said that was his own strength. So tukamwambia hii sasa ya Kiambaa, we are now fielding under UDA. Hapo ndipo alianza kukasirikia, unaelewa? So hadi akatoka kaacha chama, siku hizi sijui ako na CCK ama CCM. So I think alikuwa na expect kwamba William Ruto with the level yenye Moses Kuria ako, Ruto ataanza kumtafuta eti nataka utengeze chama strong ndio ukuje kwa inaitwa nini? Ukuje kwa coalition na mimi. Hiyo kitu hata baba hawezi fanyia Mudavadi. Ataenda kwa kina Mudavadi nyumbani, Sirisia, ataweka hadi ODM candidate hapo. Kwa MP. Kwa sababu chama unajenga kama chama chako kiko na watu wengi ama wabunge wengi, that's the advantage. So Ruto hawezi kaa chini eti Moses, hapa Gatundu nitakuachia uweke mtu, sijui uko Nakuru uweke mtu. Hiyo ilikuwa kitambo. Tuweke watu kila mahali. Niliona Kalonzo akiweka mtu Kibra, though alipata 64 votes. Kalonzo ni mwanaume. Juu alijipima nguvu katikati ya wanaume, akaona enyewe hapa iko hivi. Akaenda tena Coast, sijui akapata 14. Hivyo ndivyo wanaume ujaribu. Lakini Kuria hana strength ile ya kuja kwa Ruto eti tuungane. Tunaungana na yeye ni mbunge moja kwa chama chake.
Let me ask you Clinton. This party called Jubilee, when it was marching into one party, it did not just unite URP and TNA. There was URP, TNA, and then there were other smaller parties. Smaller, zingine zilikuwa even like brief parties, but they were matched together. They were accepted.
Yeah.
Even this PDR, which has now metamorphosized to UDA, was a smaller party of. It has four MPs and one senator. So don't tell us that Pep has even performed better in by-election than UDA. So don't tell us Pep is something small. Unless you are
But
just fearing
why
competition
is
from
he
Mount
make,
Kenya. You are
why is he
fearing
making a lot
competition
of
from
noise?
Mount Kenya. You don't want Pep to compete with you in Mount Kenya because there are people who may not be comfortable being in UDA. They will not be comfortable being in Jubilee because of the political reasons. And they will opt for smaller parties like Pep, TSP, and hizo zingine.
So wajua Mount Kenya wako very funny. I think they will form another party. Party yenye inakuja less than 3 months to election na ina win kama TNA. Yeah. So hizi pep za kina Moses Kuria. Moses Kuria kwanza inasemekana he will not be re-elected. And then wewe kama mtu mwenye anafuata baba unatudanganya huyo ndio tukue kwa coalition na yeye. Bana chukueni Moses. Kama mnaona ana complain
Why do you think
tumemtesa.
Moses Kuria, in fact, his political stand is not known? He's
Yes,
just there, but when the bell will ring, you will know who he is.
why are you advising us to be with him and yet we pia una recognize his political stand is not known? Yeah. Mbona mnatupea simchukue?
Yeah, we have donated Kingi
tutatengeza
to you. Can you
coalition.
allow our Moses to come?
Let me
Tutatengeza
give my
coalition na mtu
contribution
strong
on that.
kama speaker of the National Assembly. Watu serious hapo
Wekesa,
Mount Kenya.
Wekesa, let me also
What
contribute.
has happened to Clinton? There's some. Okay.
Let me also
Go
contribute.
On. Clinton, mute.
You know,
Rubio.
Clinton is a joker, and don't take his joke seriously. And about UDA and Moses Kuria, I think the strength of UDA in Mount Kenya are the MPs that comes from Mount Kenya. Without those MPs, Ruto cannot go to Mount Kenya and even do a crusade. He cannot go there, and he is a loss. If he loses Moses Kuria, he should be a worried man, because as things stands now, he might lose Kuria and the TSP guy, which is very dangerous for him. You cannot tell me that you will go with the order down to Nyeri or Kiambu and win without those MPs. Especially, Moses Kuria has been the backbone of order in Central Province. The moment Moses Kuria will leave order officially and start selling another party, the order will be nothing. Especially the person who has made order to flourish in Kiambu is Kuria. Without Kuria, there is no order in Kiambu. These other guys, like the Kimani Chungwa, Ndidi Nyoro, Alice Wahome, I can even ask Uda, who among these guys will they choose as the running mate for Ruto? Because these people treat themselves as equals, which means if you choose Ichungwa, then the others will be offended. But let's not come to that. Right now, I think central Kenya has started taking shape, and I think they were not identifying with Jubilee, because Jubilee was a big party. And what is supposed to be done, Uhuru Kenyatta just needs to call the MPs from Mount Kenya, and they sit at a round table, they talk, and then there will be nothing called order in Mount Kenya. And for sure, because these people that are in order, they are very young, inexperienced MPs that they don't even know whether they will defend their seat successfully. Look at Ndidi Nyoro. He doesn't know that he will defend his seat. Kimani Chungwa. And call them. They are not sure of defending their seats. And more so if you are not with Uhuru Kenyatta. Right now, Uhuru Kenyatta is the king of the mountain. And that remains to be a fact. There is no inroad that Ruto can make in Mount Kenya without Uhuru Kenyatta. And even the MPs he was getting, he can only get those MPs because of, for me personally, I believed he rigged. But again, he can get the MPs with the help of the MPs that are around him. But with the Korea out of the equation, I don't think there's anything for Huda. Huda will remain a party for the Kalenjin nation, and the Kalenjins will identify with the Huda. When they go to Mount Kenya, they will need a party. They will need a party. And the time is, there's still time. If Ruto was wise enough, he wanted to maintain his Mount Kenya votes, he should tell Korea to form another party very fast so that they popularize the party and they get into an alliance before Uhuru comes for his votes using Jubilee or any other party that he might come with. But the numbers that they count, the Uda counts in Mount Kenya is a fiction. They sympathized with him when he was with their MPs, and right now he's losing those MPs, and he's losing that grip, and very soon he will need another party that comes from Mount Kenya, because these people, they feel that they have numbers and they cannot just go into to government without a party. So this party will act as a very strong negotiating entity for them, and they are able to get a huge chunk of the government using a party. But as the way the deputy president is running the show, is a one-man show, and Mount Kenya stands to get nothing out of order. If unfortunately they can win the elections, the next thing you will see is that the Uda party and the top organ will be all challenging, and the Mount Kenya will start complaining immediately the government is formed. They will move out of the government, they will try so many things, and they will cross with the Ruto. So as things stands, the Mount Kenya must have a party. If they are going to enter into a coalition with anybody, they must have a party. They have numbers, and they cannot be lied to. Unajua Mount Kenya si kama hizi places zingine
Kuna
you
kitu
can go and
umesema hapo, kitu important sana. Eti immediately the government is formed, they will get out and they will cross with Ruto. Hey man, you are recognizing that the next government will be formed by William.
No, I've said, unfortunately, if Ruto can, by any chance, form a government, which he will not form, he doesn't have numbers. In fact, as things stands now, Ruto has got only 2 million votes from his region. So he will need to go and get votes. If you saw what I posted today on our WhatsApp, If you look at Nairobi has the highest number of votes, followed by Kiambu, that is per county, followed by Kakamega,
spectators of the
followed
Olympics
by,
to see other people
I
in
think,
the game and we are not in the game. It is not possible and it's not practical. It's not acceptable at all. And we should not be called tribalists when we say we need a party to advance the agenda of our region. That's a reality. There's this road here that goes to Makeji, which myself and the Honorable Kimani Chongo, when we were in the budget committee before we were, unfairly bumped out, we put money there because I know where Makeji is and I know where Kandara is. I really cannot, know exactly about that road in Siaya, but I can contribute to this part, then another part, and together we form a mosaic of parties that are going to build a nation. There is no nation that can be stable without pillars, and the pillars that make the nation are political parties. So I think it's unfair because we have already agreed for the first time in 30 years that you're not going to have someone on top of the ticket from this region. Now we agree to that and still you want to deny us a chance of having a party. It's grossly unfair. It's unacceptable. I don't care whether I'm shut out of government, this one or the next one, but I will start with that one because, I'm speaking for millions and millions and millions of people who want a party that is going to advance about our roads, about jobs for our youth, about our businesses, about our milk, about our tea, about our coffee, about our rice in Kirinyaga. These are issues that need articulation from a particular vehicle that really understands what is, the underlying issues of that particular region. So let no one call us tribals for doing that. It is our inalienable right, and we're not going to banduki on this particular one. So tuzoeane mapema.
if you look at the body
Tuzoeane
language
mapema.
of Kuria, I
Yes.
think Kuria is heading somewhere. He's not just talking on his own behalf. He's heading somewhere. And you should not take it lightly that UDA is not the party for Mount Kenya. Mount Kenya will have their own party, which I believe is Jubilee, and they will bargain with that Jubilee. Now, even if you can get Kuria, Ichungia, Ndindi, and Rigathi, Alice Wahome on one side, and one of them becomes the running mate for Ruto, that is also not a guarantee that you'll get the Mount Kenya votes. They won't get them. If Uhuru stands firm and goes to Mount Kenya and makes his announcements, then those people are doomed. They don't have numbers there. But Moses Kuria is acting like he has got numbers, but not through him. There is something he knows that we are yet to know.
Charles, let me ask you something. Whom did Kibaki support in 2013 akiondoka?
Kibaki supported Uhuru.
Alienda akaannounce eti Uhuru tosha. Juu mimi
No, he did
sikusikia.
not
How did
announce.
he support?
He did not announce, but he supported Uhuru. He also voted for Uhuru. So that is his support.
Okay. So why do you think that the outgoing president will still involve himself in politics in 2022?
Now, the outgoing president and the outgoing deputy president, all of them are in active politics. They will be involved in 2022. And this narrative of that the president is retiring and should not even do politics. Why is the deputy doing politics and he's also retiring? He's also going out of government. What I say it is, if this government was fair, Jubilee government, they're supposed to go and sit somewhere and evaluate themselves. They look at their scorecard. And then, if anybody in Jubilee government wants to run for any office in government, any office in 2022, they're supposed to come back in 2023. That is when they will be vindicated whether they did well compared to the president who shall have won the office and govern this country up to 2027. So they should come, anybody in Jubilee government should come in 2027. That is when we will say this Raila's government that we are seeing, Jubilee government was better than this government. Or we'll say this Raila's government is bad. So Ruto will be having a better chance to sell his political agenda in 2027, not in 2022. Hii sasa ni ukora tupu, because he was in government, he has been in government. These are the things they talked about. They talked about bottoms up in 2013, and they chose to sit on bottom up and only prioritized projects that they got huge kickbacks from. They only prioritize shady deals like importing maize and amassing wealth. After amassing that wealth, he comes back with the wealth to buy Mama Mboga. And then Mama Mboga doesn't know
my
what
last question to you.
Yeah.
Hata baba anaongelea wakina Mama Mboga. So my last question to you, Charles. Juzi Kalonzo alilaunch sijui SKM something, na kuna tetesi kwamba he was being funded from Harambee House to scuttle the former NASA plans. Do you think venye huyu jamaa amezungukwa na hao mafisi wote wanataka kuwa rais, asiposema Raila tosha, what will be the reaction now that you support Raila so much? Ushtuke tu Uhuru amesema Gideon ama Mudavadi tosha, nyinyi wana ODM mtafanya?
You know that there are a number of people who want to be president in this country, but all of them cannot be president. If that would be the case, you will hear, you would have had Raila or Kalonzo or Mudavadi going it alone, because even right now they are late. But because they wanted to negotiate all this thing, they were waiting for this meeting, and they are waiting to agree on who to support, because they know very well that if you don't unite, you cannot win the presidency. And that one has been observed in this country. Don't cheat William Ruto that he can win any presidency if he doesn't unite with another candidate. He will come with this challenge in votes, and he will require votes from another region. The same thing these people are doing. These people,
yeah. I want to move to Mwangi.
Somebody else, please.
Mwangi, then Demba. Now, watu wa kuweka curtains, sometimes you think they are there. Demba, can you pick that before Mwangi comes?
Watu waoneshe sura zao bana.
Watu wa kuweka curtains unaweza weka hapa na aende kabisa, unaita na hayuko. Demba, pick that.
Weke sura.
Okay,
Stima imepotea hapa Nairobi. Stima imepotea Nairobi kuanzia jana. So hakuna light.
Okay.
Kwanza mtu kama Clinton ni mweusi. Sasa akiweka curtains it becomes even more dark.
Okay, asante. Thank you so much, Wekesa, Rupia, and Clinton, and all the rest. First and foremost, I want to start with the question on the discussion about the financing. I agree with someone who said that there will be, Iebc will come up with laws, especially like regulating financing and stuff. But the most important thing to think about is how will they regulate, the spending of each candidate. So I don't mind how much they will put as a ceiling. I'm more concerned with how they're going to regulate that, because there was a time there was such a law that candidates were not supposed to spend a certain amount of money, but there was issues about the regulation part. So that would be an interesting thing to observe and see how they are going to regulate that. Our politics is in such a way that for most of the politicians, it's an enterprise. You know, they go there not necessarily for what it is, but for what they are going to get once they get that position. Because if you calculate what they spend vis-a-vis what they get for the 5 years, it does not, correspond. So that means that there's a way in which they use their position to enrich themselves beyond just the salaries they're getting. So it becomes an interesting bit because they get there, then they use that position now to try and that's where now we talk about corruption issues coming up, people engaging in interesting calculations to try and gain as much as possible before the 5 years. That's why as soon as they get into the office, they start planning. They start looking at whom am I going to place where to get my money back. On the second issue that you raised about Moses Kuria and UDA and his notion or him saying that they need to have a central party, that was bound to come. A political party formation in Kenya is, it is described as a process where most of our political parties are defined by where they are domiciled. The party leader is domiciled. So indeed, this was going to come at some point. Ruto would have been a little, he's a seasoned politician, to have imagined that everybody who supports him would just want to go with the UDA. In my view, I think that was a little naive on himself to even imagine that was going to happen. Now, the other question comes in is coalition building. You have coalition parties coalition that comes after you have won the power and before. So this, what is coming in, are people noticing that if we don't have a vehicle for ourselves and we build these coalitions before we need to agree, then ahead we are going to have some challenges. And a challenge like what has faced NASA, a challenge, especially for NASA, you realize that there were many, but they were disjointed. They lost some seats because they had different people from the same coalition vying for the same seats. So Jubilee had many MPs because they were divided. So Ruto is trying to calculate with that in mind, that if you can field one candidate from UDA, then the other guys will not take advantage of us. But these other guys are saying we cannot go into one party where one person is going to control us. So that is something that they should have envisaged, that how are we going to manage the fallout that will come out as a result of nomination and the interest of different individuals. And people know that. Ruto has shown before in the Jubilee nominations where he placed his people that he thought were good and were going to support him for the second term. And it is alleged that he facilitated the rigging out of other people, So with that in mind, whatever's notion is can be understood from that point. You see, he says that if we don't go with ourselves, then we can allow you to have the top, but we cannot go where our interests are not felt. He knows what he's talking about. So it's going to be, in my view, an interesting scenario moving forward, especially now that most of the things they're telling us that, there are many MPs who want to come and join UDA, and they're just waiting. Those are things that are neither here nor there. You cannot say. You can only say that for purposes of, politics and perception shaping. But I don't think there's any truth to that matter, because there's even time when they have said they have brought 150 MPs. We have not seen them. It has just been, press and propaganda. We are yet to get to a point after that where we can say, okay, fine, these are the MPs who are in UDA. So for now, I think Kuria is right to suggest that there needs to be one political party in Central. It's going to be a challenge because with the absence of Jubilee, everybody is looking for supremacy in Central. So it's going to be a challenge to bring them all together. Like right now, we have TSP, we have Kuria's PDP, there's of course Jubilee, and the other, like I think there are about 5 parties in Central Kenya right now. And Rigathi Gachagua and Ichung'wah and others, we don't know who is going to be leading UDA within Central. So there'll be supremacy battles within Central, and that's going to be a challenge in forming one party, but they need it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. That's a substantive contribution. I know there are people who see it differently. Mwangi, I had to ask you to speak, but you are away. So can you maybe respond on that as you make your submission?
Thank you, Ekesa. Yeah, I think today's discussion is a bit sober, and I like how the different people, different sides are articulating points. Partly, I agree with the member that I like the fact that people are now learning Kikuyu politics. I like it. I was here discussing about how people think that Uhuru is siding with Raila. He is not. And I insist he's not. And you'll see it with time. Just give it 7 months. We'll all be here. And I would like to maintain this platform for the sake of 7-8 months to come. It will be so fantastic to have this discussion back then. Forward then. Now, let me start by making my contribution before I go toward the other side. It's completely clear. There's no you can regulate cash. But if I was the president, I have said this in different platforms. The first thing I will do in Kenya, I'll do away with hard cash. If you do away with hard cash in Kenya, you'll solve 80% of corruption. 80%. And the 20% will be through fake records, fake documents, fake documentation, fake invoices, fake tenders, which you'll regulate with time. How you can do away with hard cash in Kenya is so easy. We are the number one right now leading country in terms of mobile money penetration. We can do it with cards. We have now introduced cryptocurrency, which I feel the president has already endorsed it. And I think if you have hard cash, there's nobody in the world can regulate that. If I have sacks of money in my bedroom, trust me, nobody will gonna regulate that. So Iebc kusema at you're capping what? Nobody will cap anything. Money will still be spent and nobody will account for it. Nobody will know what was spent. So that is just a statement which is so vague. Nobody will regulate that. Let's be clear, it's not regulatable. And then
We've lost you. Can you unmute?
Oh, sorry. Thank you, Rupia. I was saying this works for both sides, both for UDA and the handshake side. The handshake right now got money than us. We have to attest to that. The handshake got money more than us. So maybe the only thing we are above them kidogo on strategy. That one you may admit we are above you. We got brains but what you have above us is one, you got system, you got a bit of experience politically and money. However, strategy mko chini sana. Chini. Now this is it. About Central Province, and I already said here before, Central Province is now a swing vote region. And being a swing vote, actually, it's a swing vote to extent of 50%. I know Dhiba may not agree with this. And somebody is saying that if Uhuru visits Central and makes a political statement, it will change. I heard Rupia saying that. Manze, kuja ground, manze. It won't change anything. Right now, the popularity ya Unye Central manze imeenda chini sana. To an extent, people don't regard they don't regard him as the kingpin, despite he is. The fact that he is because he got money. He can buy anybody he wants. Not because of merit. And you know, right now the political nini is changing so fast. We are not so much focused about money. Watu wanatulet down ya wase wako, tunachagua audio wananunuliwa ovyo ovyo, but the real people down there are changing. They want merit. They want something substantial, not just handouts. I know people like Debo will come up with some political ideologies here, very different. But listen, Central Province, yes, needs a party. I like it the way you have phrased it. This guy, and somebody said you can't buy a Kikuyu. When we say things, we say it. Usifikiria ati Moses Kuria alikuwa amefungua chama for ni. It's for business. It's just a Mkikuyu who was doing business. Just like Kijuri. Kijuri was, I think, one of the first guys who were contacted to tumfanyie mobilization, and we declined that so fast, despite that some of my guys did it. Look, these guys are in for business. If you have a Kikuyu party, it's not that Moses Kuria will bargain so much for Central. I'm not saying this to oppose him, but he'll just get some money out of it due to the coalitions that are coming in 7-8 months to come, or maybe 6. So we don't need a party. By the way, I don't need a Kikuyu president for me the next 20 years. I don't need that. Neither do I need a Raila president. I made it clear this so many times. My ideologies right now zimefix pale kwa bottom-up approach, because what I want, I feel Ruto is the one who's gonna make me achieve that. I'm in my prime, and the next years, 10 years, are very critical in my life, for my family, for my business, for my everything. So I feel political in Central Province are size iko high tone, and only very few people who will understand it. Kikuyus do things very wisely. If you noticed, Moses Kuria did not deal in ya UDA ilikuwa Karen. It was not
Mangi.
Yes.
Mangi, let me ask you.
Yes.
Sometimes you can see people who love each other.
Yes.
As much as a man has maybe passionately loves that lady, the lady insists that they need to have maybe formalize their marriage, maybe have a marriage certificate, maybe have property even registered,
Under their
even
name.
in
Jointry.
yes.
Yes.
So why do you love this UDA so much that you don't need to have your rights to be like being part of it? Are you seeing what's happening to Jubilee? The way Ruto loved Jubilee so much until he dissolved his URP, and now he had to look for another party, because bromance, there's that season of bromance, but when it disappears, you realize I needed to have organized something as a fallback plan. You see, Ruto was laughing at NASA. He told them, why don't you collapse your parties and come together as one? But when you look at them, you say they were wise, because when they disagreed in NASA, they only collapsed the umbrella and everybody remained with his party. But for him, he had to go back and build a party from scratch. So it is, yes, it's exciting to have that UDA and bottom up. But when the honeymoon is over, what will be your fallback plan?
Okay, me, I don't have if you have a fallback plan or plan B, it means that your plan A is not perfect. For me as a person and as a young man in this nation, I'm subscribing to UDA ideologies, and for Ruto's presidency, I told you for the next 20 years, I don't need a Kikuyu president. And mark my words here, if you vote for Raila, Mount Kenya will be back to power within the next 5 years, guaranteed. By the way, that is the plan. That in the next 5 years, Mount Kenya will be back in the plan. That they know who this guy will be 82 in 2027, and there's no way that this guy is gonna be. If he either will be too weak, he'll be too overpowered by politics, and they will oppose. They know, and they know if Ruto takes over power, it's 10 years, my friend. It doesn't matter whether you made the constitution. And for me, I feel Ruto got the energy, got the strategy that will make this nation move forward. That's how I feel as a person. That's why it's a personal opinion. About a fallback plan, if Raila becomes the president, what next? Do I go to the streets? No. Do I start doing funny things? No. I have to subscribe to the leadership that will be power at that time. But for me, I don't have a fallback plan for UDA right now. UDA is the thing that we are moving in with right now. No fallback plan. UDA is the thing. If anything, I'm not voting for Kikuyu presidency. I'm not voting for Mount Kenya win. Right now, I'm voting for my win. As a young man of this nation, as a person who is doing business, as a person who is trying the very best to achieve the very best in the next 10 years. If this doesn't happen, by the way, if you are of our age and you don't succeed in the next 10 years, the other 10 will be very hard for you. You'll be in your retirement ages and you'll be wishing you knew. So I need somebody who will gonna reverse the tax plans that we have at the moment. Once we have been taxed, one of the highest taxed nations in the world, on the planet. I need somebody who will gonna come up with a strategy that will gonna lower that. Somebody will give me a working environment. Somebody who will attract more foreign investors in the country. Somebody who will gonna lower the interest rate. Somebody will make my Kenyan shilling stronger so that I can earn more with a dollar. That's what I mean. I don't need strategies in as a politician. I don't want a Kikuyu presidency. And Makiu, if you vote for Raila next, 5 years guaranteed the power is back into Mount Kenya. No bargain. And that's what Uhuru is looking for. He knows if Ruto gets this power, 10 years guaranteed Mount Kenya is out of plan. So musifikiria ati easy story. These guys are it's just a succession plan, and they also know that Raila will be very lenient to the rich. Anajua hivyo, the rich will have a very easy go on the Raila's regime. They know that. Me, I don't want that. I have a very different ideology for the next regime. That's what I'm subscribing to. I don't have a fallback plan, Wekesa. It's Ruto for the moment, unless you come up with somebody else who places his manifesto on the table. As a learned person, I'm not saying that I've already voted. No. Bring that manifesto on the table. Let me judge based on what I think is right for me. So far, nobody has done that. So what are we discussing? Nobody has convinced me.
Mwangi, do you think that what you are thinking there, or what you are talking about manifesto, can be implemented by Ruto in 2022, 2025, or 2032, 2027 or 32? If he did not actually bring them up for implementation during the 2013-2022 government, do you think he is true to his words and he will implement the bottom-up approach that he's talking about?
I'm not voting for him 100%, but I'm voting for him at a very high percentage. He may not achieve exactly what he's telling us to do, but he'll give us a better thing than what. Of course, he was not the signatory of the nation. Come on, there's so many things that a vice president can do. He can just shout and shout, but he's not the signatory of the government. He can propose things, but they can't work out. Until you are the government signatory, there's nothing much you can do about it. So I vote for him because I believe he is more well aligned to make the changes that I feel that they need to be.
What were the influences of Ruto in Uhuru's government? And do you think that the president makes decisions alone?
That's a very good question. The president does not make the decisions alone. I feel the Ruto's influence in the Uhuru's government was ignored. And as I told you, you should know how Kikuyu politics works. There are guys who run this government. You've heard about the Kagema billionaires. Ask yourself, how was the Skizaton taken to Kagema? Have you ever asked yourself that question? Why that specific village? That's where the guys come from, my friend. There are guys who run at the back end, not Ruto. There are guys who tell Uhuru what to do. And not how I feel as a person is that Ruto's influence in this government has been undermined. And I feel if he is given a position to express himself like he did when he was the Minister for Agriculture, when he was the Minister for Education, the strategies he brought into those ministries took good effect. So I feel like when I roll back his check, despite he has a few negatives here and there, but
what strategy did he bring during the Uhuru's government from 2013? Because he was in charge. He was in charge of the agriculture docket.
He was not in charge of the agriculture docket when he was the vice president.
He was not in charge directly, but there is this thing going around.
Okay, me how I feel. How I feel, Rupia, is that...
Mwangi, can I ask you a question as a follow-up?
Yes.
Okay, I admire your passion for Ruto, and I like the way you're saying that you feel that he's the one who can take this country to where you want it to be. You have a right for that. But again, I think like we're engaging, allow me to just ask you, number one, the world over, the business community have an interest in whoever is becoming the president. So like Obama was not necessarily the richest guy in the US, but the business community behind him came in because of the policies they are going to create. Now, I want to ask you right now, you're saying that Ruto is going to change wherever the business as it is right now. Do you realize that for some of the things that he's talking about, even implementation of what he's talking about bottom up will require some constitutional amendments? Within the current constitution, he's saying that he actually voted against the current constitution, which talks about issues of devolution and the devolution arms and areas where some of the things he's talking about are currently being implemented within that framework. What is this framework that you think, in your own words, is going to change this thing so magically out of what is there as promised by the 2010 Constitution? Because when the BBI came up, they were saying that let's protect the current Constitution, we implement it the way it is. But now there's this, what you're talking about bottom up. I still don't understand. He hasn't convinced me, and you guys haven't convinced me on what it is. Now, number two, there's something that you keep mentioning a lot about, Kikuyus will come in after 5 years. And yet the same you as a Ruto supporter have been talking about us moving away from tribalism. Don't you think it is a disadvantage to your candidate when you still bring the same tribal politics that he's trying to talk against? And the final comment for you, so that you comment on that, all of it, is the UDA and the hustler narrative, in my view, was just a wave. Now, waves cannot last for 1 year. 2022 is coming. Ruto is ignoring any coalition. What is this strategy? I know you said that you are high in strategy that you're going to use if you're not going to have any coalitions to win next year's presidency. Thanks.
I just start with the last question.
Yeah, I think Yeah, you'll mention that in passing, but we need to measure on the topic. I think I had given you two subtopics. One is on the regulation of funds or for campaign. Then two was is the issue to do with PEP and UDA.
Wekesa,
So
there's a very
the other part,
interesting question. There's an interesting
yes,
question from Themba that I
yes.
wanted. I would also like Mwangi to react to. That is the second
Yeah,
question that.
I'm allowing him to react, but I'm guiding the whole group so that when they come in to make contribution, they remember the topic kindly. So I'm allowing him to respond.
Themba, I don't think what I was trying to say, I was not trying to turn tribal. As I said, me and Magikuyu, who voted for Huru all through, who've never lost a vote so far. This is what I mean. When I say that I was not trying to bring a tribal narrative towards the after 5 years thing, I was just trying to show you what Uhuru is aligning that you guys are not seeing. And by the way, when Mount Kenya gets that back seat, wakichukua hiyo kiti mtaitana, you get it like after 15, 10, 20 years. They are very strategic. Another thing, yes, there's this thing that is going on about the big four agenda that is actually part of what should be involved in the bottom up approach. But take it, I gave this example a while back here. You come in my home and take all the cows, take 2 cows, and then give me back 2 chicken, that you're empowering me. That is not empowering me. Boss, you took my cows and then you're giving me chicken in the name of empowering me. Instead, you could have done this. You could have, instead of with my cows, come up with a way that you're gonna give me eggs and maybe 1 hen that will lay the eggs and get the chicken. You cannot tax me, completely tax me, and then partly loot the lot, then partly you continue taxing me to pay for the debts that you've incurred and tell me that you are developing for big agendas. Do you what? This thing is not working. It's actually draining the common man, and it is draining me. If you've tried to assess the loan, like some of us has done for a few years, and I believe you've tried. If you've tried to assess money right now, it's so hard. For the last 5 years, it's been critical, Bana. It's been hard to assess these funds because there are so many constraints to the banking sector which actually have been monopolized by the same Uhuru family. It has been so much monopolized. So the strategies that have been in place are all playing to one family. It's monopolized to a certain level that the strategies put in place are favoring specific people. So the common mwananchi is not able to assess funds. There is no money rotating the economy. The inflation is capped. It can't go towards above a certain place. If you don't know, inflation can't go above a certain place in the country. But yet, inaumiza mwananchi, there's no money, but inflation is not going high. Have you ever asked yourself why? So this is what I mean. There is so much that this government is doing, but yet there is so much that is doing against the common man like me. And that's what I don't want. I want somebody who's gonna relieve me from this tax. Somebody who's gonna make money available for me when I need it. Not to tell me I grew up with people to get 30,000 in group up in the name of Wezo funds. What the fuck is that? Oh, sorry. But what I mean is, I don't need these groupings or to be. I did not need a complicated process, a complicated system for me to achieve anything. And what bottom
I
up
summarize in 1 minute. Thank you.
yes, what bottom up approach means is this: you just empower the economy from the common ground, from the production point. That's it. The guys who are doing business, and then come with strategies that will gonna generate revenue for the government to fund its expenditures. Do the same. We don't have a good tax system right now. There is so much that is lost. So much. By the Juakari sector is not taxed. If it is, it's poorly taxed. So can you empower them, then come up with a system that will gonna generate good quality revenue for the expenses of the government? It will work. That's what we mean by bottom-up approach. It's not political.
Mwangi, can I help your point? Because I think you're making a very valid point, and I think that people have misunderstood the bottom-up approach. I'll give you during the COVID-19 crisis, the UK government actually pumped money into businesses and individual self-employed people. It actually gave them money and then told them you pay at 1%. Because remember, the borrowing rate here is not the same as Kenya, is 9%. But what the government did to enable those businesses not to die down, it pumped a lot of money to individuals who are self-employed and also businesses at 1%, and those businesses have not gone under. So, and also, I think that the bottom-up approach, if you want to look at the man selling it to you, you might dislike it, but I think there is a lot of credibility in it, given how many people try to access capital back home to do business and they're not able to do that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I want to give chance to the next person. Robert has been here for quite a long, and Mugambi. So Robert and then Mugambi.
Thank you, Wekesa, for this opportunity. I'll be very brief again, maybe just to ask Mwangi some few questions. But before I ask him that few questions, I want to take him back to the Jubilee One administration, and maybe just inform him that the Jubilee One administration was one of the parties with a very robust manifesto, well-detailed manifesto with a lot of common things that resonate well with the common mwananchi. And we were in this country, and as also as claimed by the UDA leaders, that they only worked for the mwananchi in Jubilee One. With all those manifestos, with all those the stadiums that were supposed to be built in 100 days, in 6 months, in 3 months, which we are yet to see even to this date, with another 9 years, or with another additional 4 years. I tend to disagree with Mwangi's statements on political manifesto, and say that manifestos here in Kenya are just on paper. Yet the real deals that are being done are totally different. And they are meant to move people, our voters, to get them to power. And after they are in power, nobody thinks about the manifesto that actually ascended them to power. Now, telling us that with the manifestos that the bottom up, or whatever you want to call it, will actually bring any change to this country, brother, that is a fallacy. And we've lived in this country long enough to understand how our politicians operate. And I must also remind you that the same people who are rebranding themselves have been there. And they've been given different departments to handle, and we've seen how they handle. And some of them, at the help of those departments, we saw money being siphoned. So there is no other way you would want to tell Kenyans that when they rebrand themselves today, then they will do a different thing. we must also be people who learn from our mistakes and what we see happening, so that we don't do the same thing expecting a different result. Going back to Moses Kuria's video that has elicited a lot of reaction on social media about the way forward in central province or central the central people. Central people indeed in this 2022 election is a swing vote. And it's a swing vote in this sense. They don't have a clear direction on where this time round they will back, or the candidate that they will back, simply because they don't have a candidate of their own at the moment. But I think in the near future, that will be a thing of the past, because I think Mount Kenya will be having appointment very soon. And it is Mount Kenya people are not people to wish away. They are people who know actually what they want and how to strategize very well. And in this scenario, you will see people like Gashagwa, Kimani Chungwa, sticking with the deputy president. And you will also see others sticking to Raila Odinga. And you will also see others sticking to Musalia Mudavadi. Others also will soon follow the Kalonzo Musyoka. But all this is about a strategy that they want to form. If you look at in 20, I don't know, okay, I can't actually remember the year very well, but there was a time Mudavadi was deputized by Honorable Kioni. And to us, that was a strategy from Mount Kenya, so that they give you a person of their own just to keep a watch on you. You think that you have their support, but this particular person is just to monitor you. And they play that kind of strategy for a long time. So even the deputy president right now should be very careful with the people around him, because that has been a strategy of Mount Kenya for a long time. Equally to Raila Odinga.
So let me ask you a direct question.
Yes.
Now that Moses Kuria is showing on and off signs, is he was he given by deep state to walk around UDA, but at the last minute ditch them off? Or what is? I see you have a point, but okay, try to explain in the context now. I'm not saying that is the way. You can have other side of the view. Yeah, try to use now examples.
Thank you, Ekesa. Number one, political parties in many years have been used as a business tool in trying to make some kind of a business. That aside, that's one reason why you always see so many parties coming up, rather than maybe having 2 or 3 parties like we have in US, though we still have a long way to actually experience such a democracy in our country. But Moses Kuria, from my point of view, has never been fully in UDA. We've seen him go there and pull some strings again back. This is not the first time we are seeing Moses Kuria talking the way he talked on that video. So I might not say per se that he has been sent by someone, but I might say that in that alignment of UDA, remember the deputy president has got a very difficult task in choosing who is going to deputize him. And for my scenario, for him to win the Mount Kenya vote fully, then probably he must have a deputy from that region. And therefore now that brings the kind of, I will call it disquiet in that camp between the Kimani Chungwas, Gashaguas, and Moses Kuria. And things are beginning to shape up. If at all the deputy has to go to central province, maybe for a deputy, then who will that be? So among us, the deputy presidents too from that region, they are also debating among themselves. Let me use that word. Or doing some introspect among us themselves, just to understand if at all the deputy come for us, for the deputy president come for us for a deputy in 2022. Will I be the one, for example, as Moses Kuria? Will I be the one, for example, Kimani Chungwa? So that for a long time might be also be the cause of the disquiet that we are witnessing, and that's why you see Moses Kurias and the Kinjuris will stick to their party as a bargain for that opportunity if it may come. I think Wekesa have answered that to the best of my my understanding,
Thank
and
you.
you may allow me maybe just to conclude my remarks.
Okay.
Okay, fine. Now, I wanted to make some remarks on now what Uhuru Kenyatta is. I see Uhuru Kenyatta in three fronts. One is Uhuru Kenyatta who wants to correct some of the things that his father as a president may have not done as by his opinion. I'm also seeing Uhuru Kenyatta as a person who wants to protect the family business going forward. Therefore, is looking for a candidate that will be effective for that purpose when he is not at the helm of power. I'm also seeing Uhuru Kenyatta that is very tactical and trying to confuse the other side, if I may call it, so that it creates an opportunity for anyone who will win the election. It creates that a moment that is not actually in any or trying to favor anyone, so that he leaves power the way Kibaki left. Because let me ask you a question. Since 9th March 2019, when we saw that handshake, there are so many agreements that the two principals came up. And one of those agreements were they were to traverse throughout the country together, starting with Nyanza and going to Central and the rest. But we are yet to see the Uhuru Kenyatta that actually spoke on that 9th March, trying to move things forward in terms of inviting his brother to Central so that they walk the talk or they implement the agreement. That has not been there. And we don't see that again forthcoming. Now the question is it still for that agreement, or is it still for the handshake that was there on 9th month, or he just wanted a peace deal so that he can be left alone to continue working? So I'm very skeptical in what Uhuru Kenyatta is trying to do with Raila Odinga. And to some extent, I agree with Mwangi in his sentiment that I don't see Uhuru Kenyatta outrightly pronouncing Raila Odinga as his candidate, or for that matter, saying Raila Tosha. Because Uhuru Kenyatta also has got intelligence and he knows what his backyard stand is, let alone the business elite or the elites, the businessmen and the elites that seems to be backing Raila Odinga in that region. And again, he will not play a card of just
Let me ask you,
supporting.
Robert, are you
Yes,
aware of what transpired in Mombasa?
I'm not privy to what transpired to Mombasa per se, but the body language speaks it all. The body language here means, what I mean by the body language here is, if you see the way those six.
Let me come
points,
direct. Let
yeah,
me
okay,
come direct.
okay.
Uhuru Kenyatta asked the other principals to support one presidential candidate who's in the front runner, and they were uncomfortable at that point. And that he gave them time to think about it, and he told them time is running out. So does he have to come in? Okay, you don't come in the public and declare before you have finished your strategy. He's trying to unite the 7 guys. If they will agree, then he is confident of bringing the candidate. You don't call in the public announce, then you start calling others to unite. Are
I
you
think
getting the point?
I think Robert has taken a lot of time.
Yeah.
Somebody else should talk.
Can I talk? Can I talk?
Rukia,
Robert.
you keep on interjecting. Can I just finish in 1 minute?
Yeah.
Who,
Okay.
Just give me 1 minute.
After
I've
Robert
been asked a question.
Mugambi, then we go to Nancy. So.
I've been asked a question. Wekesa, I see a very opportunistic leaders in that section of NASA. And the problem seems to be between Kalonzo and Mudavadi. I don't see any problem in Wetangula, and I don't see any problem in Gideon Moi. I don't see any problem in any other principal that was present in that meeting. And these two political leaders are in a battle of who will deputize. If at all one principal was supposed to be the front runner, who is obviously is going to be Raila Odinga, who will deputize him? And again, maybe just a wise thought to the two. If Mudavadi could just realize that him alone, or him and Kalonzo having a ticket together, cannot win against William Ruto. And the only chance that they have is that they support Raila Odinga, whom I think will not even go for 2 terms if given that opportunity. and then now they battle it out in 2027. That is my wise thinking. But if they continue with this kind of opportunistic strategy and style, I don't see them even in the limelight in 2027, because a lot of things will play out and they will be left out.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. For the sake of others, allow us to move to the next person. Mugambi and then Nancy. There are also...
Wekesa, can I just comment on his last point? The one he said that if they battle it out and the others support Raila and they might have an opportunity 2027. My honest opinion is if any of these guys do not plan themselves, 2027 will be a different game altogether. I don't think any of these guys will be anywhere on the political arena come 2027.
Yeah, politics change. I don't think we can discuss 2027 now.
No,
Who knew
no.
that?
It's just about
Yeah, I'm
projection.
supporting you. I'm even supporting you. I'm saying he cannot tell us about 2027 because who knew that Uhuru will part with Ruto? So we don't know what will happen after that.
No, we knew that after the general election 2017 because the first term, he wanted to win the second term. Once he won his second term, he did away with the deputy president because politics in Kenya, it's about deceit and dishonesty. So we can see where we're going in the next few years.
Okay, Mugambi.
2027 is maybe Ruto will not be there. He will be there as a very weak candidate and opposition candidate.
I've said all of them. I've not left Ruto out.
These other guys, we
Okay,
are in power up to, like Raila,
Rubia,
we've been power up to 2032.
Rubia, hold your horse.
Then Gideon Moi will take over.
Okay, thank you, Wekesa, for the time. Before I make the submission for today, I want to just say something on what Nancy has said and Rupia has said, that in politics, there is no number two in politics. If you become number two in politics, the following elections, your competitor will work as much as possible to weaken you. So whoever loses the 2022 elections as the president, except for Baba, is going to be weakened by the system, and whoever wins.
Oh my God! What a hypocritical comment!
No. I was just giving my thought on what you have said. I was not opposing.
Why is Baba special? Why is Baba a special political leader than any other political leader in Kenya?
He has proven himself for so long.
Because he's the only politician who can reinvent himself.
Thank you. Let me make my submission.
But he's not going to reinvent himself come 20. In fact, if he does not deputize Kalonzo this time, he's not going to even make it as a presidential candidate.
And he might not even run for election in 2022.
Thank you, Nancy. So
the person who might not run is Ruto, because he doesn't have a party.
Ruto is the president in 2022. Ruto will be the president. Take it to the bank.
He doesn't have a party to run with. He will not be on the ballot.
Guys, we have just a good order. What is happening?
That is yours and Murad.
Good order. We want everybody to contribute kindly.
Wekesa, sometimes let the conversation sometimes flow for a few minutes after we've had such a dry time. So it's just a banter for 1 to 3 minutes.
If you don't complain, I don't have a problem, because I only have a problem with people who have not contributed.
I'm saying Deputy President doesn't have a party. He has something there called UDA, which is not even sure that he will get its ticket. So he might not even be on the ballot in 2022, for your information.
Okay, let me make my submission.
Please note, Raila party is dying.
Let me make my submission, please.
How does a party die, my friend? Do you know how many parties have died?
Rupia, can I make my submission, Rupia, please? I think most of the time when I come,
but Ruto will not be on the ballot 2020.
I think let me finish what I'm saying, Rupia, then you will talk. I think of late when I make any contribution and get so much injections, which I don't welcome at all, because I normally echo what others have said before I make it my submission. Back to my point today. We have been asking, or we are asking about our opinion on what Chepkati has did yesterday or the day before yesterday on capping the spending of aspirants and the candidates in the next general election. His idea and his regulation and his gazettement is welcome, although my only problem is that he has used the wrong approach. Such kind of gazette notices, first of all, they ought to be taken to Parliament for the Parliament to adopt it and give it the backing. Then the IBC chairman can gazette it. But he began the other way around because maybe he wanted to throw the Parliament under the bus. He gazetted something before he took it to the Parliament. That's why it didn't work. However, if that can work, I think it's the best deal for our country on matters election. Because when we spend so much into election, we lose the track, or rather, we get the wrong people to the office because of their power to spend. And you know, any election is determined by how much you spend, especially in the last uh, 2 weeks to the elections and on the election dates. If you can, spend as much as possible on the last elections date and the 2 weeks before you can be a winner in whichever the position. And that is what the Jubilee did in 2017 re-election. They used so much money on the last election week and the last night to the election and during the election day. On Kuria TSP and the Chama Chakazi, I want to make the following submission, very short, because this is something that I seen, I think, week or two back, that in Mount Kenya, people will always have been celebrating that Ruto has the power. Ruto has the will of the people. Ruto has pocketed all the leaders of Mount Kenya. However, in Mount Kenya, when you want to be a leader, you don't try to pull down their leaders. Always come clean, listen to their leaders, and don't bash them. Whatever you see happening today to the DP and his camp has resulted from what he said a week ago or less or at Inero TV, that UDA is a coalition by itself. It has the backing of the entire country. He is not willing and ready to have any negotiations or coalitions with other parties. That being rubbed so bad to the people of Mount Kenya. However, we normally say that when you see your competitor or your enemy making mistakes, never interrupt them. Let them make their mistakes to the end. We kept quiet. When the Turkey guy was deported, he made another post on his social media that he said he is apologizing for the government, which again was a grievous mistake owing to the office that he owns. Therefore, for Mount Kenya to tell us that we will be new DA, that's a fallacy. Moses Kuria, for information, is not in PEP. He has his own party, Chama Chakazi. And the Chama Chakazi has given its demands to whoever wants to make coalitions with them, especially the deputy president. That thing I've shared and the people can see and read. For Mwangi Kiujuri, there's a day, I think 3 weeks ago, I spoke here that he told his people that they are being forced to fold their parties to form one party. But he said he is going to run and push TSP to the end because he gave us a story of a tortoise who was given feathers by the bird to go up to take the honey. But when it went there, it forgot and looked down upon the birds. The bird pulled the tortoise feathers and the tortoise fell down. What do I want to mean? Mwangi Kiujuri was telling his people that DP Ruto want to pull down all the political parties in Mount Kenya so that when they get to power, you'll be the disc, you'll be controlling the disc. Whichever way you want to go, they will go, which is so wrong. Coming back to Mount Kenya East, they already have the party. That is the party that they are going to use. Come to Muranga, they have their own party. Come to Kiambu, they have their own party. Go to Laikipia, they have their own party. Kirinyaga and Nyeri, they are yet to make their own party. All the party leaders in Mount Kenya with their small parties, they are forming an agreement that they will have a collective bargaining to whoever becomes the president or whoever wants to negotiate with them. So most of us may be so happy that Mount Kenya has so many parties. But as you approach next year, especially in February, we are going to have those party leaders sitting together and negotiating for their backyard. As I conclude, I want to say that yesterday DP Ruto was in Kitui County. When you look at the troops that he had from Mount Kenya, he had an MP in Meru, 2 MPs from Meru, that is Tigani East and West, and this Rigathi Gachagua. What does that want to tell us? The people and the troops of the deputy president, they are thinking and they are rethinking about their approach and their support for DP. That is where I want to stop. I know so many people have brushed so many people's ego and their opinions. They can ask the question.
Mugambi, you've not rubbed our egos or whatever. I just think that you can't always think that you're correct and other people's opinion is wrong. You can fundamentally, because you're from Central Province, we are also from Central Province. Your opinion on deputy president is different from mine. So your last statement is condescending and it's unnecessary. Make your submission and let's discuss, because as I said yesterday, it's about us having a discussion that moves our country, even if it's 1 inch forward, to make it a better Kenya tomorrow. And this is why I say identity politics is what is causing our problem. Can we run away from these individuals? Remember, nobody is immortal. All these guys will be gone one day. What happens to Kenya? Kenya will still exist. And I asked you guys, what happens? What kind of country do you want to leave for your grandchildren and my children and my grandchildren? I want to leave a cohesive country. I want to leave an economy that works for all. And if the only person that is promising that is somebody who many of you don't agree he can lead Kenya, so let's go for option B. And as I said yesterday, if institutions worked, we would not worry who is the next president. And I can tell you, Mr. Mugambi, perhaps you'll be the candidate who will be surprised because you ignore somebody at your own peril and you undermine somebody at your own peril. Majority of you are undermining the deputy president and not looking at the issues, why we should defeat him and why whoever is trying to become the next president provides an agenda that actually resonates across the board so that we can defeat this person that everybody thinks, even including our president, Uhuru Kenyatta, who thinks Uhuru is not a good candidate to be the president. I mean, Uhuru thinks Ruto is not the best candidate to be the next president. But what they're not telling us, what is the alternative to the deputy president? What is the economic recovery model? What is there for the poor person, for the lower 80% of Kenyans, that this person that Uhuru, Raila, Wetangula, Mudavadi, Kalonzo, they're bringing along will bring to Kenyans that will change everybody's life. What we are concentrating on is the ills of the deputy president. I don't think that's what we need. If we are going to have a force.
Somebody asks a question.
Nancy.
Yeah.
Allow me to ask you a question. I like what you're saying that we don't have to agree, but we have to respect everybody's view on what they hold about a particular issue. Now, I don't you think it's okay to highlight what is not working with a specific candidate, and putting it to test. Especially, I also have a problem when someone highlights the far-fetched things about someone, but when someone is highlighting the reality about an individual, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I don't know what your view would be about that.
Themba,
Can
and
I
thank you
add
for your
something and then you answer, Nancy? Can I add just something smaller? Like when you
yeah.
go to parliament, there is the proposition side and the opposition. You know, the reason we have two consenting sides is that I am here to hear the good things about Ruto from the Nancy side. But I'm also here to show the blind spots of him that the supporters can't see. So it's our duty, as who are against the idea, to bring out the bad side, and it's your duty to bring the good side, so that even when he becomes president, you will know that this was the good side and this is the bad side. And if it happens, you realize, okay, I made an informed choice. And that's why we don't encourage to have one-sided discussion, because we will only show the good side or we will only show the bad side. And remember, this is a campaign period. For me, I campaigned seriously against Uhuru. But the moment he came to power, I stopped criticizing him, because now it was time for him to deliver. It's in a campaign period, I'm supposed to bring out the worst thing about the candidate, because I don't want it to happen to our nation. But when he crosses to the other side, I will say, let's give him a chance to deliver. So this is campaign period. We don't have to hide anything. If you have anything negative, talk. If you have anything positive, bring it out. We will impress it. So
Orchestra,
I
I
think it's
think
a healthy discussion.
Orchestra, I'm gonna respond to Themba's point, but I think, as always, you always misunderstand from where I'm coming from, and because there is a blind spot to the way you see my political alienation is like. You've always said I'm UDA. I've
I
never
made a
hang
general
on,
statement. It's not
hang on.
addressing only you. I just made a general statement.
So to me, and I've always said this, my interest, may the best candidate who is going to drive my country to the next level win. And I'm not saying you do not provide the pros and cons of each candidate, but my problem always comes is that we forget about Kenya becomes not important to us, but identity politics becomes important. That's my problem. And also, and even the fact that we are so enshrined in identity politics, we even forget to call out what is wrong with even the current president. Because yesterday, and now this question goes to Wekesa. Wekesa, I'm going to ask you a question. The president of Kenya invited a group of the guys, were they 7? I think they were.
Yes, 7.
Then your boss Raila Odinga, the ODM leader, elbowed, said hi, goodbye to everybody, but left Kalonzo Musyoka out. And the president of Kenya walked towards going in with a smiling face. If what we are trying
Yeah,
to
let
do
me
is,
give you
hang
the
on, let
right
me finish.
perspective.
Let me finish. We watched the video, and
Raila didn't create Mudavadi and Kalonzo. Uhuru also left at Kalonzo. I will play that clip shortly here.
no play
So
it, because
it's
what you're
not.
saying is no. I watched
I'm
this
just
morning on
clarifying.
Citizen. No, play it.
Yeah, I'm just
Don't
playing
mislead
it.
people, because I watched it on Citizen TV.
Wekesa, before you play, today I want to side with Nancy. Nancy, my sweet sister, I want to help you today. Today I'm on your side. You are talking very good. I really agree with you 100%. But before Wekesa play that video, you know, the way we always take things or the way we see things, that's what I said yesterday. Let us not assume things. Whatever they are coming to do outside, that is just a showcase. It's just something that you can't judge from what is outside. Better if you could have said they met that time and they never agreed. But when they are leaving, it was like they agreed for nothing. You never know whether after that they were going for a party. And to help you, I can tell the panel and all everybody in this platform that your grandchildren plus your grandchildren plus your children that you are rearing, you are toiling, you are working 24/7 in UK, you are trying to make them feel good. You are just preparing them to push a wheelbarrow, my lovely sister. And there, most of the time you always talk that you want a best candidate. But from the way you judge the photo, the way you judge the video, is the way we are also judging what you are saying. You are saying that you want the best, but the way you are talking is towards order. That's why we always
Kizito,
say you are
just
a order
1 minute.
person.
Kizito, just 1 minute.
Just look at the two comments, Uhuru and Raila.
You see, Kalonzo missed out both on president and Raila,
Wekesa,
and then Mudavadi
But
he also.
but but
You
what
just watch all of them.
my point
that's
to you,
why I said
Wekesa, is
let us argue the facts, Nancy.
Yeah.
sorry.
By the way,
Let
so
use
and
facts to
again,
argue.
And
yeah,
let me answer. Can I answer Kizito? Because I think sometimes if I don't want my children will not be pushing a wheelbarrow, because if I went to the bottom up approach, I will not be getting a wheelbarrow from the deputy president. Probably I would be getting from the fund they set up, because probably I'll be an established business person. I'll be getting a capital to help me move away. The
Kizito
wheelbarrow is
mute,
just a
Kizito mute. Nancy has an echo, mute.
So to me, I think everybody has misunderstood the wheelbarrow symbol. The wheelbarrow is just a symbol, the same way you cannot explain to me what an orange represents for. Is Raila going to give oranges to everybody to make money? So you cannot crucify somebody for the symbol they want to use for their own political ideology. And I gave you an example, guys. The wife of William Ruto started the table banking in Kenya. And I told you, whatever I own, when it comes to keep borrowing, it was because of table banking. And I could not borrow from the mainstream.
Kizito mute, kindly.
From the mainstream banks, because even though I'm in the United Kingdom, sometimes it's hard to borrow money from here with your asset back home. But with my asset back home, I went to one of the table banking and I was able to borrow considerable amount of money. I was never given a wheelbarrow. I was given what I could showcase that I'm able to repay my loan. And I'm sure Rachel will stand for a wheelbarrow. But my wheelbarrow was not the actual wheelbarrow. My wheelbarrow was some million shillings or 100 or 200, 1, 2, 3 million. So you guys, let's not trivialize matters. Let us think
Nancy?
how his ideology applies to your situation.
Nancy is still asking me question. It's only that the question is a little bit long. Nancy, cut it short, then I can answer you. Then temper can come in. Me, I always like short questions. Then my memory always like short ones.
No, I'll say to you, the wheelbarrow is a symbol. My wheelbarrow, when I went to table banking, I wasn't given a physical wheelbarrow. I was given whatever I wanted, and I was able to reinvest that and become an investor back home. So, and as I said, that's what I say to you. The statement you made again, it's a misleading statement. let us work with facts. I wasn't asking you a question. I was trying to rebut what you
Okay,
said.
okay. The fact that I wanted to put across is that I think we don't live from another world. We don't live in Mars. We all come from Kenya, and what politicians say, I don't even mean that you are going to get a wheelbarrow. What they always promise is it is not what they do. That one, everybody, even that Raila, the way you've given it out, that is not going to give people literally chungwa. It's the same way they are not going to give wheelbarrow. But according to track record, you, that table banking, by the time he was getting that table banking, it's by the time the corruption was too much. But you know, politicians, they are very sharp. Wait, I explain to you. That table banking, do you want to tell me that where did he get money to give out table banking? People were contributing. Are you sure? How much did you contribute?
Again,
You know, there are so many things that when we are talking, she did that because of the position her husband was having, and all these people they are doing because of the position they are having.
Wekesa, can you stop this guy? He's
What they are
telling us
talking
nothing.
about,
This guy is telling us nothing.
and you want to say something, and that's something of yours. Do you think it's not nothing? My brother, respect my opinion as I respect yours. I'm talking to Nancy, not you. You know, I hate men who enter. You think to play good is not as smart as to talk something that is tangible. Okay? Let us respect one another. I was talking to Nancy. I was trying to explain to her, according to her statement, you've never talked. I've been seeing you closing your curtain like a devil inside the forest. Thank you. Bye.
Nancy.
I'm sorry. Guys, let's respect each other because I don't think I agree with each and every person's opinion. If we will be cutting short people we don't agree with in the opinion, then I don't know how we will proceed. So when somebody is making a contribution, if you don't like it, just ignore it. Wait, he finishes, and then you make your submission and add flesh to where he was missing the flesh.
Can you ask Nancy for clarification?
I thought it was Gizito talking.
Oh,
so that we move to the next person. Yeah, Mala. Make your
No, me,
submission.
I've finished. I will do my submission later. I'll finish with Nancy. You know, Nancy is my lovely sister. She's also my same age. By the way, this Mwangi is talking. You don't know that I'm his in-law. I can even refuse to bring Rurasio.
Okay, Duke, proceed.
Yes, regarding I want to start my submission from
Duke, you're muted.
Duke, you're on mute.
Are you hearing me now? Hello?
No.
You're very low. You're very low.
Okay, somebody can go, then I will fix it. And then
Okay, so can I ask Nancy a question?
Go ahead, Sambo. Ask me.
Okay, so with your permission.
Shortly.
Yeah, very shortly. Nancy, I like your passion for the ideology of UDA. I've not said you belong to them, but the ideology of it, the way you are executing it. I have an issue with the point you made last about table banking. There's nothing bottom up about that. You realize it was women who came together, bringing women together through what they said. There was no money as suggested by the bottom up approach you're talking about, that they're going to give people money. It's a different thing altogether. So you relate the two. I think there's something fundamentally wrong with that, Nancy.
No, Sambo.
Hold on, Nancy.
Let me correct you. No.
Nancy,
let me hang on. You've
Nancy,
made
it's okay to listen.
It's okay to listen, but
it's
you're
okay to listen, Nancy. You listen to everything. Yeah, just listen, and then you'll comment on it, and you'll fault me where I'm wrong. You just said that, Nancy.
Yeah, and I still stand by that because I'm going to explain.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying that you listen to me, and then maybe you can fault me. Is that okay?
Okay.
Yeah. So my view is the table banking and the bottom-up economy, you'll need some legislation. There's no way Ruto can do that without legislation. Now, legislation, there has to be structures to implement that. The constitution as it is right now provides for all those things you're saying, where pesa inaenda mashinani. What is this magic that bottom-up is going to present outside the current legislation and make things better? That's what you're talking about. That's what I wanted to
Sambo,
comment on.
you asked the same question yesterday, and I remember this correctly. You asked somebody else the same question who you thought was an UDA inclined. And I can tell you, when you start table banking, the first 500,000 Kenya shillings is injected by the leader from a fund, and then you borrow from it and borrow from 1%. Because when you start, and then you start saving on a weekly basis, because when you meet as women, you have nothing. Because if I save 1,000 today and we are 10 women, you can't borrow the amount of money. So there is an injection of a fund with someone who has money, who want to invest in that table banking. That's what happened to the one I belong to. Somebody had 500,000 shillings. So the 1% money that comes from it, it is the interest that they get until they pay their 500,000. Because somebody has to enable the source of the borrowing to start from. It doesn't just start from anywhere, because nobody has, those women mashinani, they don't have that money. They're enabled from a certain fund that comes from somewhere, and that is what Rachel started. But what you're saying, whether legislation is required to kind of kickstart the bottom-up approach, it is possible to do so. Because there is one thing, if you believe in the tyranny of numbers, because I believe Ruto is working on an assumption that he will have the Jubilee tyranny of numbers, like they won. If he brings the same as today, if Uhuru brings any motion in government today, ODM supports it, it goes through. So Ruto is working his bottom-up approach on the assumption that he will get, remember Jubilee had 175 MPs. So anything Uhuru brought to parliament, whether everybody else agreed with it, it went through. So the tyranny of numbers may be, that is the assumption they are working on, and could be a true scenario, because history teaches us that one party can win 175 MPs and they're able to pass anything, even the ones like I disagree with the security bill, which I disagree fundamentally, because it diluted a lot of what the gains that we had from our constitution. So yes, that is the way to do it. It is possible if he wins the same number of MPs as Jubilee did.
A correction. Jubilee was a coalition of 13 parties, not one party, please.
Forget about so UDA could also in the next, remember we are in which month are we? August. Remember in March, you do not know whether Ruto will also be, UDA will be a coalition of the parties, and maybe the UDA guys have got their strategy the same way your guys are working their strategies with Tangula, Kalonzo, and whoever. So but you have to give everything. You have to give you've asked me a strategy, I've answered you, then you're saying it's a coalition. And maybe, well, that even Raila or Kalonzo or Mudavadi might work with the Ruto. You never know. They might come together and work together.
But Ruto pronounced himself that he's not ready for the coalitions.
No, he never said that. He said, if you're like mind, you see, this is why people have selective way of seeing things. He said in his inauguration interview the other day, if anybody is of like-minded like me and want us to talk, I'm open for talks. He hasn't said he will never work with anybody, because he also knows.
Yeah, according to like-mindedness for him is you leave your party and join him. That is
No. I don't
that's
think so.
why Isaac is having a problem with CCM. That's why Pep is having a problem. That's why TSP. They were vocal people. Now they have withdrawn because of his strategy.
They
He
have
doesn't
not
want any other.
withdrawn. They have not
Okay,
withdrawn.
I
Wekesa,
have
Wekesa,
played that clip
Wekesa
for
and
Nani
Mugambi.
here. I don't know if you are around.
Wekesa and
They are having
Mugambi.
problems.
There's nobody who's gonna be a president of this country without coalitions. Tusidanganyane. Hakuna, lazima kutakuwa na coalitions. And Ruto is a great strategist. Even some statements he's making are intentional. They're not just careless. He knows what he's doing. And I told you,
Mwangi, you keep
no,
talking.
let me finish. No, let me finish.
You keep talking about strategy, and I think
Yeah.
you are
Does
fundamentally wrong.
does it mean Kuria doesn't know what he's doing?
No,
Does
it's a
it
business.
mean Mwangi doesn't know what he's doing?
I talked about it. It's a business thing. To join a coalition,
Business. All politicians are business people. Ruto was paid millions to shelve his ambition and back Uhuru. So all politicians are business people.
These guys were shouting we need to see our interest capped in whatever coalition. You need to see who. It's not about interest, boss. Can we go above that? We have seen Wajigi launching his. No, wait, Mugambi, I make this.
Okay.
We have seen Wajigi also launching his party. Wajigi of all the other people. I can also launch my party and try to negotiate to a certain group of people. I'll be welcomed by a certain politician, benefit a few millions, my tender to work with the government. If it wins, will be good. There are things that are so personal here, not the interest of the common people, and that is the agenda I'm trying to drive politics from. I don't want to be associated with things like ati tunatetea watu wetu. Hakuna watu wetu tunatetea na chama, msidanganywe, and nobody will gonna be a president without coalitions. Ruto is not that dumb.
Mwangi,
He's gonna have coalitions.
Mwangi, the only time we can evaluate if a strategy is successful or not is after election has been won.
Exactly.
Before then, we cannot say Ruto has strategy, the best strategy.
You can't say it
or
because
who
you
has
don't
the best
support
strategy.
him.
Yeah,
You
no,
can't say that
listen,
because you don't support him. Me, I
Mwangi.
know the strategy.
No, listen. Every politician is out there to win. Okay, so let's start there.
Yeah.
And everyone thinks their strategy is the best. Okay, and you are very right to say that Ruto, because you're supporting, he has the best strategy, and every other person, even ODM, they'll say they have the best strategy. The only time we can sit here is after election 2022. We'll come back here and say this particular people had the best strategy because it brought them to power. Having said that, I respect everybody here for whatever you support, and you are right to say that he has the best strategy. So that one I'm not denying. However, going back to now, I think this one I'll ask later if Nancy will still be on, because I think I'll take it back to Wekesa. Nancy, I want to ask you several.
But let me ask you a question, because I like your way. Let me ask you a question. The one thing that I struggle with is the hypocriticalness of our political class, right? Raila has been in the same camp as Ruto, right? Is that correct? Mudavadi, Kalonzo. Remember when it was 207? They were all in the same camp, okay? Then Uhuru took Ruto because he needed him to win against the Wetangula, the Mudavadi, and whoever, okay? But today, and this is why I can never tell whether any of them has the best interest for me and you. Today, they're ganging up against one man who is Dr. William Ruto, who whenever he's worked with them, it is worked for them. But when it's time to support him and become something, all of a sudden, he's the most corrupt human being. Ameiba pesa zote za serikali. But I can tell you, all of those leaders, Kalonzo, we have the Yatta farm. Raila, we have the molasses. The only person I don't know much about, I think Mudavadi also has an issue that I don't know. I read about it the other day.
Golden
But
bag, golden
golden
bag,
bag.
ndani sana. Yeah.
Yes. So to me, all of them, they cannot claim to be the cleanest and the cleanest. So my question to you is, don't you think Kenya, as a citizen, it's time for us to think, you know what? We're done with these lies. And let's rally around somebody who is not known. And we stop the identity politics. And even if we go to the ballot, rallying around this person who is not known, and the other one of them win, at least Kenyans have shown them we can actually shift the goalpost. What's your view on that?
That's a great comment. Indeed, I agree with you that if that was a reality, it would be the best way to go. But right now we are saying that we choose the best out of the worst that you have, and that's now where we are right now. Now, another thing I want to disabuse ourselves from. Some writer in politics has said that you are deluded if you imagine that a politician is going there to solve your problem. So if I know it's okay for us to be passionate about the side that we support, but politicians' interest is not in solving our problem, because someone says if they solve the problem, what else will you need them? Especially in Africa, you will not need a politician if he solves your problem. You are as important to a politician as long as you still have something to look forward to him solving. So Ruto and all those, they are there for their own personal interest. I think someone here said yesterday that we need not be so much attached to a candidate to the extent that I can fight you, Nancy, or I can fight Bernard, or I can fight Mwangi simply because of a candidate, right? We need to be so logical that we can discuss them, but still know that this politician, unless I wake up and put food on my table, the politician will not do that. We are here fighting for Ruto. He has gained from all the systems since Moi time up to right now, right? And all these people, and you can actually trace all of them, and you can get the narrative.
Demba, thank you.
You're cutting me. Can I finish, Wekesa?
Yeah, but you guys have been discussing back and forth. There are people who have sat here 1 hour, they have said nothing. Like anaitwa Ruben. Ruben has been here 1 hour, commented nothing.
Wekesa was just asked a question.
No, I was saying I want you to wrap up. I was not stopping you, but I wanted you to wrap up. There are people who have been here 1 hour saying nothing.
Most obliged, sir. Let me finish there. I hope, Nancy, you get my drift.
No. I honestly do, and this is why I always say I want an intellectual conversation rather than abusing one another and being so mundane about our candidates. But for me, I always ask, civil education, you're educated enough. If you change the mind of 10 people and I change 10, and those 10 people change another 10 to vote differently and swing the whole thing, then we are going somewhere. But all of us seem to we are all beaten down. This is our choice and there is nothing we can do. I have a problem with that.
Okay, can we have Ruben? Thank you for being patient, Ruben.
Good morning, guys. I'll just make few submissions regarding the topic of today. One, I think the submission was about election speedings, Moses Kuria party and the UDA, and now about the Mount Kenya votes and so on. On issue of election speeding, if because it will pass in the heart of member of parliament, of course they won't allow whatever will be going to pinch them. they will always be selfish. And if you followed their comment today, they were saying everything is null and void and so on. So that one will not go somewhere, because remember, they have stolen enough to campaign for the next election, and then the IBs want them to account. Do you think they will accept that? No, that one they would accept. Moses, point number 2, Moses Kuria coming up with the PEP, with the Kinakijori, try to form a coalition and so on. That is their democratic right, and nobody will bother with them. If they will convince Mount Kenya and come up with a good idea and a field candidate and get member of, we have seen what happened with the Jubilee. Ruto followed up, and other member of parliament and other party followed up and formed Jubilee, gave it to President Uhuru Kenyatta. We have seen the direction which he have taken. And that is why William Ruto have crafted his own party. And because next time Moses Kuria don't want to go that direction, he can form his own party and convince it is democratic. And I'm very categorical. How I have heard William Ruto, Moses Kuria saying, yes, we can have our own party, we can have party, we can, but at the top, it is one person who is William Ruto. So I don't have any problem with Moses Kuria forming his own party. He have learned a lesson from current Jubilee. On the issue of lineup and everything, let us not just shit ourselves about Akina Wajigi, about Akina ABCD, and about Akina Wajigi, Akina Kiujori becoming president, and so on. But even 2017, we have Akina Jirongo, Akina Abdubadida. We saw how the citizen decided. It was just a two-horse race. It was NASA and the Jubilee. The rest were just flower girls. And that one we saw. The current political arrangement, let's just agree on one thing, and it is a fact, and you can keep this to bank. It is a two-horse race. Stop akina those things, akina Wajigi, akina who. One, yesterday lineup, we had seven leaders. Let us they are leaders. We have akina Gideon. If you front Gideon at the Ruto will not even bother to come out of current office just to get a vote. That is automatic. If you front Karonzo, if you front Modavadi, if you front Wetagula, those guys, Ruto cannot bother to campaign against them. He will automatically be president. The real issue person here is only, it is two horse race. It is Deputy President Dr. William Ruto and Raila Odinga. They will, either of them, by August 9 next year, one of them will be the president, either Ruto or Raila. But the matrix is here. There is this some issues. People are saying who will endorse this, who will endorse Raila. Yes, I'm not in doubt he can, because with all the signs we have seen. But for a long time, if you put Raila and you put Ruto in a ballot, take them to Mount Kenya and tell them to vote. And and tell them to vote. Whom, as with all condition, it is like telling Ruto, take the votes, take all of the votes. And if you want anybody from Mount Kenya to wake up early at the vote, front Raila Odinga. If you front somebody like Mudavadi, I don't think the Mount Kenya will have some issue, will bother a lot to go and vote. But if you put Raila and Ruto in a belt, take them to Mount Kenya, I'm sure even wenye unasikiaga wanavotigi na hawako watavote. I can assure you that. So
what could be the cause of that, Ruben? We need to know so that we can also learn. What could be the reason why Mount Kenya will passionately come out and vote for Ruto just because Raila is running? What could be the issue?
Okay. I just wanted to, you can, okay, let's look at the current, you can look like the current political situation. Ruto himself has hustler narrative in quotes. Who is a hustler? Do you have hustler in Kisumu? Do you have hustler in Baringo? Do you have hustler in Mombasa? Who are the majority? The hustlers. What Raila now currently have? Let form coalition, let fight, let defeat who? Let defeat Uhuru, let defeat Ruto. That is what now currently.
I asked you a very direct question on Mount Kenya. Why should Mount Kenya turn out in large numbers?
Ideologically,
you say it when we present Mudavadi, there is no problem. But if we present Raila Odinga, they will come out in large numbers.
I can help answer that if I'm allowed.
Ideologically, we never disagreed with the Raila ideology. That is the fact.
What are you saying? Okay, maybe someone to help you answer.
Let me help you and be very direct to the point as why Raila can never be voted for in the Mount Kenya region. Because remember, the Kikuyu, and Mugambi said he's also from Central Province, but Central Province is wide and varied. But when I listen to the people who currently vote from the backyard I come from, which is Gatondo, where the president comes from, they say the president told us, Iki Kimondo, Kimogoroki, this person who has held all the governments captive, this person, remember, and as I told you, as a person, I'm a victim when 2007 and also 2013, when the Supreme Court made the decision, I had quite a lot of people from Western living in our properties. And they used to tell us, go and ask Raila to pay your money. And they never paid rent for months. And that affected many business people in the Central Province. There is people in the Central Province who would vote Raila, and there are some who would not vote because of the rhetorical history that our own politician has perpetrated and made people believe about Raila. And I'm saying that rhetorical has shifted, but people like Nancy, and even though with all my knowledge and my intellectual, my loss was so huge to actually think Raila will make a difference if he's elected as a president. For me, that is for me. But that is kind of repeated by many people that I know who do business back home.
Okay. Why do you think, there are Kenyans who believed that when you mention the word Kiamba, it resonates with Ruto. But you see, when we were in Kiamba by-election, it didn't deny Ruto the votes. So it shows that Kenyans move on. Huh? It shows that Kenyans move on.
Raila is too entrenched, unfortunately.
You mean the case of
No.
Kiamba was such a trivial case?
No,
I
Wekesa.
saw there are guys, if you could put on the TV and they see the face of Ruto, they could turn off because of the trauma of 2007.
I
But they
totally
healed.
agree. I totally
They
agree. But
healed.
that is one scenario. But remember, if you hammer something in people's mind for years and years to come, remember, this is not the first time Raila is standing against a Mount Kenya presidency. Third time against Mount Kenya. The rhetoric that has been fed to these people sticks more than what you're trying to sell about the deputy president.
In
And
fact,
the
it's
ills
just
of the
this.
deputy,
Yes.
no, hang on. The ills of the deputy president were solved by him reconciling with Uhuru and supporting Uhuru.
Let's go direct. Mwangi,
Wekesa.
Mugambi,
Wekesa.
did you support? When did you start supporting Raila?
I think
Mugambi, because you have come
2013.
from Mount Kenya. You see,
2013.
there are people who think they are more Mount Kenya than others.
Before that, let me say something.
That is very patronizing. Why? That is uncalled for, Wekesa.
Nancy,
I'm not addressing.
you know, sometimes you can't have your cake. You can't have your cake and eat it yourself, Nancy. Why do you want to blindfold yourself when you talk for Ruto and open your eyes when you talk for Raila? Another thing, sometimes actions speak louder than words. Yes, whatever you have heard from Raila, it is out of want, out of hate. But what you have got from DP, those are actions that can never ever run away of our memory. So if Ruto and Uhuru came to an agreement and forgive each other, there is nothing that is stopping Uhuru, Kikuyus and Luos and Mount Kenya people to eat from the same plate. So stop playing hide and seek in your own mind. See the that thing in Raila, the that thing from DP, weigh them and see which one was so trivial to the people of Mount Kenya. Sometimes I can say Nancy is this, Nancy is that, Nancy is that. People may believe it. But if Nancy goes and commits a crime that is seen by everyone and people see it, people ought to believe what they see, but not what they heard. Nancy, please. For
But
some time,
Mugambi, let me
open
counter.
up your mind.
Let me counter
Open
what
up your
you've just said. Let me just counter what you've just said. The point you've made is valid, but I'll counter by saying this. Raila, fine, they might not believe what they've been told, right? But the people who are suffering most at the expense of Uhuru policies, they're business people. The economy today is hurting more to people who are in Central Province under Uhuru regime, courtesy of Raila Odinga assisting him. So if Raila, let me finish. If Raila wanted the Mount Kenya to delete all the history, this was the time for him to redeem himself and tell Uhuru, hang on a minute. I want to support you, my brother, but you also have to get off the neck of the Central Province. But what he's doing, they're actually strangling the Mount Kenya under Uhuru regime.
Please, I am trying so hard to control myself here, but I have to say
Thank
something.
you. Yes,
Nancy, you are very intelligent and so much exposed to begin to be narrating what you are narrating right now.
No, it's true though.
Raila Odinga is a Kenyan, like any other Kenyan.
No, he's not.
The seat that is going for is called Kenya's presidency, not Mount Kenya's presidency. And this seat is competed for by different people. So Raila standing against Kibaki does not mean he's standing against Mount Kenya. It is competition, which is normal in every election. So why should that be held against him? There is something that we all need to appreciate, and that is Kenya belongs to all Kenyans. There are no Kenyans who are more Kenyans than the rest. And that means Raila Odinga has right to be president of Kenya, just like any other Kenyan has a right to be the president of Kenya. And if there is any community that feels threatened by Raila Odinga's presidency, they should come out and tell us what their problem is. Raila Odinga has not refused to pay anybody's rent, and I don't think
I've
Raila
told
Odinga
you.
is renting anybody's house. And so when you have a problem with your tenants, you blame it on Raila. You have
Nah.
issues with your community and their hatred for other community, you blame it on Raila. We must all desist making Raila the dustbin of all our confusion.
But he
It
led
is
the he
time
led
for
he
Bernard,
led
us to move
he
Bernard,
led
forward
Bernard,
as a
he
people.
led
Bernard, Bernard,
the
this is the
movement that said
problem.
no.
He
Bernard, this
led
is
with
the
movement
problem.
that did what?
He led
Bernard,
a movement that said, let's boycott and not do ABCD. He was
That
the
Bernard,
is
leader
civil
of it.
rights and is
Bernard,
infringing the
let's face it.
Constitution. We have a right to protest. We have a right to picket. We have a right to demonstrate. There is
He did
nothing
not demonstrate
unconstitutional about
against
it.
Mount
And
Kenya.
if
I
we are
think she's
aggrieved, it
confusing
is
No,
our
her.
no,
right
no, no,
to
no,
do
no.
it.
He did
No,
not
guys,
demonstrate
guys,
against Mount Kenya. That you don't confuse
no,
facts,
no, no.
Nancy.
The
But Nancy,
businesses
this is
that
the
were
point.
affected,
No,
the
Nancy,
businesses
Nancy,
that
you
were
are too much
Nancy,
affected were from
listen.
exposed
Mount
to
Kenya.
anything like that.
Nancy,
We cannot
listen.
let that happen.
Nancy, listen. Now, this is why what they are doing. They have always used Raila as a bunching bag for them to be elected in Mount Kenya. We have told them right now, anybody who is trying to create enmity with Raila to be elected, he has lost. Raila is acceptable in Mount Kenya, and you will see from now, he will start making those trips to Mount Kenya, and there's nothing you can do about it. The candidature of Ruto cannot stop Raila from climbing Mount Kenya. If you hate your own candidate, we could listen. But for Ruto, you will see the highest Ruto can get, maybe it's 50%. In fact,
Bernard,
it's 49. He can't go
No,
beyond
let
that.
me, Ruben, let me answer this guy. The people who were affected most, the businesses that were folded because of Raila's picketing
So
and
business
whatever
and those who
was
died
the Mount
has no
Kenya
problem.
region.
How,
So that's
No,
and those who
why
died
we are
in Rift
agreed.
Valley,
business is affected.
That's
the
why
When
people
we
we
who
are
are
died in
agreed.
operating in
Rift
Nairobi,
Valley, what happened,
Nairobi is
Nancy?
the capital
People who
city
died in
and it's
Rift Valley.
cosmopolitan. It doesn't belong to one community.
Nah, you're
Let
running
us be
away from the
objective
truth,
on this
man.
matter. Let's be objective and give information based on the reality, not
It's the reality.
profiling a particular community
Now, Nancy here
against
is
another.
advocating
It's
for change, but
unacceptable.
for her,
It is,
she's stuck to her
it's
guns. She
primitive.
doesn't to reason.
Wekesa.
Okay, Bernard, help me moderate kindly.
Wekesa. The kind of politics in Mount, you have said that Raila has been used as a dustbin in Mount Kenya for all sorts of things. To clean that all sort of politics, data politics and everything, I can guarantee you it will take a century. And also, like me personally, I grew knowing very well that if Raila become president, all of us Kikuyu, we will wear shorts. We will not be allowed to wear trousers. So to clean
Ruben,
that,
let me ask you. Let me ask you. Do you know when Kenyatta, the father of Uhuru, went to Kisumu, what they did to him? They were so
yes,
bitter because there is a historical, and people lost lives. There is a historical fact about it. But when Raila said Kibaki Tosha, it didn't take a century. They impressed him. The last meeting Kibaki had in Kisumu was the biggest meeting, like it has never been in the history of this Kenya. Don't tell us that the hearts of Central are so heavy that they cannot turn. Uhuru himself called Raila Kimundu Kigurugi. He's the same person who shook hand. He's the same. In fact, if you look at when Uhuru was campaigning, he was so angered anytime. He used to say, and there are many clips, I don't have a problem with Luos. My only problem is one person, and he mentions his name. Just a few months, we see them shaking hands. Hearts turn, my friend. People change.
The
And if
issue
no
of
nation changed and impressed Kibaki, you can't tell us that the Central Heart can only take a century to change. You are lying. My
the
child.
issue
Wekesa,
the
that is not
issue
even the issue. Politics is seduction, and
Yes.
seduction requires playing the game and the ball right. Anybody who is stereotyped to say that for this one it will always be this way, he doesn't understand what politics is all about.
True.
When let the campaign begin, let the song start, then we will tell you where the mountain is going to go. As at now, anybody who thinks he has the mountain, he doesn't understand Kenyan politics, he doesn't understand Mount Kenya voting pattern. They don't decide to vote early. It's 11th hour, and at the 11th hour, they can turn against you or vote for you for every month. So as at now, all those excuses you are saying, Raila said this, Raila affected our business, Raila did this, Raila was fighting for Kenya. Kenya needs to belong to all Kenyans, not a few people to use the rest of the tribes in Kenya. They are used as customers to buy your wares, and then you preside over them all your life. It doesn't work that way. If your business gets affected by our demonstration, it's because we want also to have a stake into this country, because we are not squatters here. We have equal rights in this country, and all of us must accept it.
Thank you. There's a person called Kenneth has not spoken. And the Mala has been here for long. I don't know if he slept off. Okay, I think the best thing is to...
Did Zambo go? Is Zambo still here?
Zambo left. So
Okay.
let's have Kenneth make your contribution. You can, based on the topic, or you can respond to what people are saying.
Thank you so much, Wekesa and team. And I always listen to everyone speak, and I'm a happy guy because a lot of people make a lot of sense in what they say. Let me pick it from where Nancy left. Nancy said a very I underlined what she said. The last point that she made is that as an individual, an intellectual, if she had, as an individual, she would never have any reservations for voting for Raila. And that is very key. Reason, every other reason that negates that, the last point stands. Now, there is something that happened sometimes back. I hated Raila Odinga so much. Back in 2000, 2001, 2002, from 1999. But then something happened. I realized I was a fool. And I was devoid of knowledge, and I was devoid of history of Kenya. So I started studying and reading, not about Raila Odinga, but studying about Kenya, the way it started and up to now. I'm not a fan of politics, and I'm not one person who can come out so clearly to support a candidate. But when you read Kenyan history, Kenya today stands where it is because of Raila Odinga. If it weren't for him, Kenya would have gone under receivership. Trust me. We shouldn't take that there are people who are people than others just because of what they own. But when you get back to history and start digging how these things were owned, then trust me, you will cry tears. Why? Because when Moi joined power, okay, let me start from when Kenyatta was. You know, when the white settlers were driven out of Kenya, when the white settlers were driven out of Kenya, all the pieces of lands that were owned by white settlers were either given to Kikuyus or to Kalenjins specifically. And that is why you find very few people own very large pieces of land while some people still lie as squatters. That is a historical injustice. Then another thing, when you came to 1978, 80, 90s, when now Moi got into power, we came to realize that all the stakes in the government were held by a particular tribe, even though they were not qualified, but they were given opportunity to lead and maybe to hold these key positions. And that is why our economy wouldn't grow. Why? Because they held somebody and put them at the helm of leadership, and the only thing they would see was money and how they would get money. So Kenya ran into the hands of people who were ready to loot and who were ready to eat. And that is why today you will find only maybe 15% or 10% or even less than 10% Kenyans can be pointed to be as rich. Now let us come to the point that now Raila started bringing multi-party democracy and all these things. It was this that started, that brought what was called like bringing social justice and also maybe checking on equal distribution of wealth. Now, this did not really materialize from 1992, 97, 2000 until the promulgation of the 2010 constitution, where Dr. Odion Bombay came up with a criteria of distribution of resources through devolution. And this is what really happened, what helped Kenya. The only problem is the breed of leadership that we are getting in to really spearhead this good idea of devolution. It ended up into the leadership of greed. And that is why mashinani, pesa mashinani, that is what we'll say. But remember, during the campaign, those who campaigned against devolution used to talk about majimbo. They used to talk about like Kikuyus will not go to Western or to Luo Nyanza, Luos will not go to where, the coast will remain at the coast. But this was a fact. This was just totally a lie. Why? Because they wanted people to believe that this was a serious bad thing. But look at it today. Today, each and every county can count build roads. Today, each and every county can count on agriculture. They can count on a lot of things, including electricity, including on water and everything. Why? Because of devolution. But look at the national government. And this is what Nancy maybe is telling us, that we, the Kikuyu, Uhuru is doing this to us. Why? Because at the back of their brains, they've put an idea that when our person is at the presidency or when our person is the president, we have to get an advantage. This person should not be looking at any other place, but should be looking at us with an eye of favor. And if this favor doesn't come to us, then we disqualify him as the president. Why? Because we look at him as an advantage. Now, when this person doesn't become advantageous to them, they feel that everything is not right. Everything is not right. So this is the social injustice that we have to fight. The social injustice that we have to fight is when your person is the president, he should not be the president of Central Kenya. He should be the president of Eastern, Western, Nyanza, and all the regions, including Coast. Now, let me come to the issue of Raila Amolo Odinga. The only person who has been consistent in his politics is Raila Amolo Odinga, because the only thing that he has been preaching is social justice and equitable, equal distribution of wealth. That is what he's been preaching all. But the methods that he wants to use to reach to reach people are methods that are washed because of the things that we have been told. And this is why today getting a Luo marrying a Kikuyu is so hard. Why? Because of the things that we were told by our parents, because of the things that we were told by our forefathers. They told us Kikuyus are bad, and if you get married to them, number one, this is for us. This is for us. All the things that were talked about Kikuyus, like number one, Kikuyus are thieves. Number two, Kikuyus will kill you for anything, like they can kill you for money. But these are things that we see. Like the other day, I have a friend, a girlfriend who is a cook, and then we were discussing about the tank thing. How do we call it? Benan, help me there. Huyu mwenye aliingizwa kwa septic, the septic thing. So the question was, the septic tank. So we were discussing about this, and then you see some reality in it. You see some reality in it on matters like all the deaths that happen because of acquisition of wealth happens in one region. And then you do your statistics, and then you like, this person killed the husband because of wealth, this person killed the wife because of wealth, but all these things come from the one region. But when you go deep to dig into social injustices that happen, then your eyes will be open, and you will not maybe tag this person to be ours. Now let me tell you what will happen if maybe we make a mistake. If you get somebody who talks about getting into the helm of leadership, by all means, that is not a leader. Listen to a leader, and when you get it, he will be the president through all means. Trust me, that is not a leader. A leader is an individual who waits, is kind of a shepherd. It's kind of a servant. And a servant is one person who does not force himself into the front. A servant is a person who waits to be pushed into the front. And that is a good leader. So when you listen to somebody wants to transverse this country talking about we have it, we must get it, or but by all means, then we have to start questioning ourselves. We have to start questioning ourselves towards that. So
But
as an
Kenneth,
individual,
Kenneth,
yes.
what about a
Yes, ma'am.
leader? But what about a leader who abandons what he believes in for the benefit of getting that that trophy?
Okay, just go straight to the point and give an example. Then I think it will be easier answered.
So to me, and many people, I know I'll be bashed and I'll be told, hey. But if Raila carried on being the man he was, remember, history would judge Raila positively, but in the last 4 years, very harshly. He brought peace to Kenya. Credit to him. He was magnanimous enough to shelve whatever he did, shook hands with Uhuru. But after shaking hands, he's abandoned most of those ideology that stands for what he's always stood for. And he's kind of tainted his legacy, because if you look at the suffering, the evictions, the land, the corruption, the things that have been happening in the last 4 years, he used to stand and say, you know what? This is what I'm championing for. So he would have shook Uhuru's hand, but still remain that questioning man that he is, a social democrat, and who is there to protect our constitution. That's where I have a problem with.
Okay, can you pinpoint what Raila has done in the past 4 years that you feel he's not a social justice person?
He's not, because remember, we've seen proper violation, starting with Miguna's case. We do not know even where Raila stands, even today. Secondly, when all these people have been evicted from their land during the COVID-19, look at the Kariobangi, the Naivasha guys, and about the railway line. Raila used to fight for such people, whether they were Kikuyu, Luos, or whatever. He used to stand and tell the government, compensate these people. You cannot chuck them out. He used to be a person, and also look at how many court orders and how many people have been arrested arbitrarily against our constitution. Raila would be calling out the government of the day if that was happening before the handshake. So for me, I have a problem with that line that has become so thin to what he stands for.
Okay, so for how long has Raila done this, Nancy? For how long has Raila done this? Like standing for the people. For how long? Just tell me the years he's done this.
He's done it. I can only tell you since I was born, right? Since
I love that.
Yeah. And
No.
also I'm a person
No.
who loves to read history. So for the last 40 years, he's done so. But to abandon his legacy for 40 years for a very small gain, come on. Why taint his history? What informed that?
Okay, let me bring this to a scene. Like Nancy, you're married, and you keep telling your husband that I don't like this, I don't like this, I don't like this, I don't like this, and then it reaches a point that you feel your husband cannot change. He cannot do something better, and then you keep quiet. Do you think it's a better thing?
I think sometimes we have to have parallel scenarios rather than hypothetic. What do you call them? Hypothetical questions. Because Raila hasn't been telling Uhuru what he's doing is wrong. He's actually gone along with it.
Now you know, when somebody is quiet, you said in your statement that Raila has not spoken about anything, right?
Right.
So if Raila has spoken against something for almost 40 years and no one is listening, is there anything bad if he just keeps quiet and not to talk?
No.
And why do you believe that when Raila talks is when things will be right? Why do you believe that? Why can't any other person talk?
Because
Yes.
you know why I believe so? It is because he's brought a lot of gains when he has spoken in the past. Things that were meant to be wrong, him talking has corrected the wrongs. And he's also brought a lot of gains to the common Kenyan. And also, let me tell you, if Raila is a nationalist, he should have been like Wangari Maathai. Wangari Maathai won a Nobel Prize for holding the cause. But Raila now won the presidency, whether me and you care we are being strangulated by the current institution, the government, or not, that he's gone into.
Do you know?
Kenneth, you are mute. Unmute. Kenneth, unmute.
Sorry, Nancy. I was saying, do you know that there is a particular people who've been strangulated for 40 years? And this person has always stood for their rights, has always talked against it. But then now this one is just a click of 4 years. He has not talked about it. He has just kept quiet and people are crying. Now, my last question for you, Nancy. When you check history 40 years ago and how this man has stood with Kenya and for Kenya, do you think he's a good guy? That is the question. It's an optional question, a yes or a no.
I can't answer a yes or a no because there is he has to, Kenneth,
I'm listening.
The human mind, and this is why I always say to my Kenyan friends that it's always good to think about the impact of how you make people feel. It's not what I said. If I met you today, you will forget what I said but you remember how I made you feel as a person. If I respected you, if I made you feel comfortable. So my words would count very small, isn't it? About 15%. But my actions and how I made you feel counts almost 55% of our interaction. My body language, the way I come across to you. So what Raila has done, and again, and this is why 2022 will be a different election in Kenya, because remember, most of the people who will be voting, is it 7 or 5 million that IEBC will be doing registration for? They are the millennials. And if you look at the millennials, they're not like me and you who understand a bit of history, and Mukina Mugambi here who understand what Raila has done. So they are more likely to flip the vote because they will be looking at the current, what Raila has done. And that's what I have a problem with, because remember, if Raila becomes the president tomorrow, it doesn't bother me because my life doesn't change. My life will continue. But for me, I care about leaders who carry their legacy through. And Raila has let us down, and the millennials are the ones that are going to determine, because it is not me and you, it is 5 million voters who will be registered by IEBC in the next 6-7 months, will determine whether Raila is a nationalist or not, or whether they believe in his ideology, whatever he will sell. And that's why he needs to be very careful. And that's why 2022 general election is very different from the previous general elections.
Do you believe Raila won elections in 1997?
Kenneth, let me
in,
add
in,
this.
in 2007.
No,
Kenneth,
Kenneth,
I
we need
voted.
to
I
close,
voted for first time 2017, and if you can convince me that Raila has been fighting for democracy and everything, me what I have concluded so far, Raila has been fighting for him to get red carpet, government vehicles, and everything. And if you go back to 2017, when he was sworn in, wakati aliitiwa red carpet na magari ya serikali, he kept quiet and left everybody, even Miguna, even Kalonzo who was his deputy, isipokuwa ni Uhuru amewavuta. Raila was not bothered. Thank you.
Wow.
And
Thank you so much.
That's a millennial. So imagine
Nancy, what?
I'm
Okay,
saying, imagine if the millennials think that way, and that's why
I didn't even get the person who was speaking.
it was Ruben.
That was Ruben. So, Bernard, let me just clear. Then I think it's almost
Please,
to here.
summarize so that we move on.
Yes. You know, I've looked at myself, I've analyzed myself, and I've realized one thing, that there is no leader who feeds me, be it Raila or any other person, or even the president. But one thing that I know is, when times are hard and the economy is getting tougher, we feel the heat down here. That is one thing that nobody will know. But then again, what happens if your person doesn't become a leader, or your person doesn't, or a person from your own tribe doesn't ascend to the presidency, yet they cannot have the economy controlled? Our major worry should be the skyrocketing loans that we are borrowing as Kenyans. We should question ourselves how we'll be paying these loans. We should be questioning ourselves what the economy is doing to us. And that is the thing that we should be talking about. Whatever happens in 2022, one thing remains. If the price of bread will be 60 bob in coast or in central or anywhere, it will be 60 bob for everyone. So that should be our major worry. And there are a clique of leaders who have been fighting to maintain this. And when Kibaki joined the presidency, and there was some kind of calm, there was some kind of controlled economy. And you remember that we only had a debt of like 3 billion or something. But today, our debt has skyrocketed and we are really, really suffering. Whatever happens, Nancy, today we are sitting here and 2022 will come and 2022 will go. But whatever decision we make today, whatever decision we make in 2022 will determine the kind of life we live in beyond 2022. In 2002, Kibaki became the president. And this is something that brought enmity between Raila Odinga and Simeon Nyachai, because Simeon Nyachai expected him to be, Simeon Nyachai expected Raila Odinga to endorse him.
Yeah.
Then it came that Kibaki was endorsed. But 5 years down the line, in 2007, Raila was unanimously elected. And you know what happened in Kenya. We cannot lie about that. I don't know what happened within 5 years, that now people thought Raila would make a better president, but not Kibaki himself. So in 2007, what happened? Whatever happened was the pain, like after 2007, was the pain that people accumulated. And it is a pain that runs down to individuals, not just to the leaders. Because we see how people are treated, we feel that pain. Like if somebody would treat your father disrespectfully, you will feel that pain, even if you're not the guy. So I plead that all of us, we open our eyes, we check the Kenyan economy, we dig back into history and have good leaders. And today I say I would rather elect a good MCA and a good governor, but let the president be. Because what happens is there is somebody who who fought for money to be brought from the national government to the county government. When you elect a good governor, when you elect a good MCA, you will never be bothered with who the president is. You will never be bothered. Why? Because we have money down here. We elect good leaders down here, like now Gilu is doing in Ukambani, like Oparaja is doing in Kakamega. You elect good leaders and you will appreciate. So I think that is what our rule should be. We should check on our MCAs and our governors. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Kenneth.
Kenneth, can I just your last point is very, very valid, but I think that if Raila shook hands with Uhuru and went in the background and continued and kind of walked off the street and said, all I want is a peaceful Kenya and govern the country the way you like, yeah, I think that he would have stood a better chance of being judged differently by majority of people. But I don't want to say that he's entirely written off, but there is some feeling around people that feel that he has fought for what people have always wanted him to fight for, but he's abandoned them when we are in a pandemic, when everybody is hurting, when the economy is not working for anybody. And perhaps he might not lose a lot of votes, but we'll see the precipice of that come 2022, because I think that maybe many people have not shifted as much, but I think that Raila would have won the first round comfortably this time round because of the hurting and the suffering of people. But the entanglement that he's gone into has kind of tainted him a bit. And I hope that...
Will you vote for Raila if you are given a chance?
I have a question for you in terms of 2022 elections, are we running
Nancy has gone.
against the scorecard of Jubilee performance or the scorecard of Raila's performance? Why are we turning everything to be running against Raila?
I am not turning everything against Raila. I'm only going with what people have been arguing on this show. For me, first term of Jubilee, I would vote them 60-70%. Second term, where Raila has been involved and economy and the pandemic, I would vote them 20%. And that's why I've said Raila, if he shook hands with Uhuru, say I'm off the street, govern, let's meet on the 2022 ballot box without the BBI and all the shenanigans, the 9-point agenda, which was one. And in fact, I would like to have this discussion with you after the Court of Appeal on the 20th decision, because that determines whether he was misled or not. Because if it is null and void, he stands to lose more than any other politician in our history.
Sawa, Raila is like a cat. He has 9 lives. You wait and see. We will.
Well, the 9 lives has to come to an end, Bernard. He's
All right,
77.
go to the rest of the guys.
Now, we are moving on. Someone and then Mulumbu.
Yeah, I didn't want to call myself someone because somebody took my name, right? I saw another summit come in
Nobody
here.
took your name, but let's try to have the screen brighten up. Huh? The curtains are too many.
For my side, I don't know what's wrong with my webcam, but mine will be unable to come. But I can say
So if you bring in a picture namna hiyo like Jamiwani, things will work well. All the same. Someone go on.
All right. Can you hear me? How are you?
We are good.
You're good. You guys this time round, you guys have been here since Monday, right? Okay.
Since Sunday. We are here to drop it.
Okay. All right then. Anyway, I was eavesdropping on your conversation about like an hour now, and I was like, all right, let me just come in and contribute, and then I leave, because what I'm hearing is that Raila is really a serious punching bag. You know what I'm saying? So this guy, when he's in the opposition, is seen as the enemy of the progress. And then when he supports the government, he's also seen as someone of impunity. Can you imagine that? So which is which? Is he supposed to be dead? Right? I think the only option the Railas remain to be is only to be dead, for not to be blamed for anything. Right? Because when he's in the government, he's this. When he's supporting the government, yeah, is somebody who is supporting thieves, is doing this, is doing that, all right? So now when you come to, when now he says, okay, let me talk against the corruption in the country. Oh, and then they start seeing him as the enemy of the progress. Why you doing that? And then remember that time during the time of Waiguru, right? And the way Waiguru was being protected by these guys, the ones who they over here like now calling Waiguru the devil. Okay, why? Because of supporting Raila. That is the thing. So anywhere that Raila is actually opposition for everybody that hate him so much. And I think I saw a guy here called Ruben or something. I think probably he was born in the 2000s or something, right? Coming here to tell us that Raila, the only thing he's been doing is fighting for the carpet and all this kind of thing. Let me tell you, if it was not for him, we would not even be here talking about anything, my friend. Because the country was mad with dictatorship that we've never seen before. Okay, so the thing here is, it's like now now politics has become a complete personalization of some certain mental, like I don't even know how to call it. It's mental illness. Let me call a spade a spade. That people, they can just be brainwashed about a human being like Raila, because if you stop them and you ask them what has he really done, they can't even tell you what he has done. They will just tell you, oh yeah, his work is to fight for the position. Do you know why? Because they regurgitate information from their master. We know who is called. By the way, I decided not to call him. Now he's called terrorist guarantor. You know who I'm talking about? Terrorist guarantor is the one. Is they regurgitate information from him. Okay. So now what happens is like now, okay, he tells them, oh, by the way, look at this guy. What is he doing? And then like. So this is what the TG is. Now you know who a TG is, right? The terrorist guarantor. So the TG has said this, right? And I believe it. And let me come and tell people about it. That's what I normally see here in the panel. People, they come and just say what Ruto has said. That's it. And then whatever he has said about Raila, it becomes the truth. Okay, now I heard somebody saying, okay, Uhuru told us that Raila is this, is that during the times of the campaign. My friend, election people say anything. Election people, they come up with any sort of name to call each other. And in fact, you've not seen anything. There's worse to come. Somebody like Uhuru knows very well how to use Cambridge Analytica to destroy you. Even if he knows that, what do you think he's going to do this time round? They're going to revive the Kiamba church, I'm telling you, and they will bring a 3D perception to the Kikuyus until they'll be afraid of them. That is what is going to happen, and I am telling you guys, you can take that to the bank. That's why I keep on saying that the politic has not even started. Even I cannot even tell you who is going to like take the position next year, because when the money, okay, now that comes to the topic of today. You're saying the campaigns fund regulation by IBC, where they capped it at about, was it 4 billion? I forgot the number, but it was about
46 billion. But Sam, are you trying to?
No, for the candidate to campaign. They're trying to cap. Yeah, 4.6. Now that's what I'm saying. IBC, they're in Ruto's pocket. Because what Ruto has been doing is been campaigning. Ruto has been campaigning since 2017, right? So they're coming here to tell other people that they're going to cap their campaign budget, right? When somebody here is being able to get all the media attention to promote his agenda, right? And now they're coming here to tell other people that they need to cap their campaign budget to, I don't know, 4 billion. I always tell people, if you cannot afford 15 billion to run a campaign, you will not become the president, right? But now when they cap it to 4 something, and somebody started campaigning from 2017 and he was able to use government resources to campaign, these other people, they are not in the government. What resources are they going to use? That's why they normally have sponsors, foreign sponsors that can sponsor them. That's why you saw even Ruto, the way he's shaking here, like trying to get. They were trying to launder the money with that guy in Turkey, right? That was money laundering, my friend. They were pretending, he was pretending that he was borrowing loan. Wait, he was pretending that they were borrowing loan, right? So that now they can kick that money back to him. That's what happened. And that's the reason they need such kind of amount of money for the campaign. So you guys, man, this thing of talking without thinking even deep, it's normally like, I don't even know what to say, but it's so laughable. Sometimes I normally laugh when I listen to you guys, even before I enter. So So and Bernard, I think it's Bernard and Wekesa. You say that the campaign has already started, right? So if you guys will come and throw to us something, we'll throw it back to you. You know.
Well, Ben.
Sawa. Now,
Ben, mbona party leader wetu anaitwa TG na unacheka? Ben,
Clinton,
mtu ni
nataka
garanta.
utetee party leader wako. Kabla tusikie Mulumbu.
Unajua huyu Sam
ongea
ametuzoea sana. Sasa kitu iko Ben.
Clinton, stop incitement, please. Stop incitement, Clinton.
Mugambi, we ni Mkikuyu mwenye amegoma kupigia William kura. So, we relax. Sasa, Ben, tuache kuita William terrorist garanta. That was an investor mwenye alidipotiwa. Na huyo investor unajua ilikuwa William miaka mingapi kumtafuta ili akuja invest Kenya. So William means well for our country. But there are some individuals.
Uganda.
No, Mugambi, let's give
Clinton, are you joking, man? Like, are you joking? From
man,
when?
protect me.
From when do you give an investor money?
Sam, hold on, Sam. Ngoja kwanza, let Clinton make his submission, then we can rebuttal.
No, nataka jibu hiyo swali Bernard.
Wakitaka kuniingilia sana pia nitasema tu sentence moja. So Ben, I think we need to understand these issues deeply, yeah. I don't defend my party leader so much on this because I also don't understand it. I thought the government could have arrested the guy alafu apelekwe kortini at least tupate kujua ukweli ulioko pale ndani. Lakini kwa sababu alinaswa tu akarudishwa kwao, sasa hatujui walikuwa wanasema ukweli ama kulikuwa na kitu fiche humo ndani. So Ben, let us just go slow on the issue. Let us judge these leaders on what they have done. Some amesema hapa eti in politics you can say anything to win votes. Lakini vile vile anaona ubaya William Ruto akiita Raila majina. And in politics you can say anything to win votes. So Sam, kama mnatuita majina, sisi pia acha tuwaite majina. It is tit for tat. Alafu Ben, mwisho nikimalizia, nilikuwa nimelala tu hivi, unaona venye nimelala. Kidogo nikaona mko live. Na mimi nimeona niingie niwaambie kwamba ama niwakumbushe tu kwamba Raila will never be the president. That was my submission, Ben.
Rundu kalale.
Thank you, Clinton, and we have never had a problem with that.
Amen, Clinton. Amen.
With questionable character.
Clinton doesn't even believe that. He doesn't believe what he's saying.
Ben, I think you should always protect me from Brother Mugambi because he's always against me, even if I'm saying the truth, you know. Mugambi, Raila will never be the president. Amekuwa akisema. Wajua mimi nakuongelesha kama Ben. Nakuongelesha kama Mjaluo, supporter wa baba.
5 years is so that somebody wins an election, he becomes president.
But I understand Ben.
Presidents with the mind that he has to be a president. Now that is the wrong approach. We go and
so wait.
The vote determines who becomes president, and you cannot rule out who cannot become president until the
But you know what, Ben? You know the reason I'm saying this. I am Baba's supporter more than any of you in this forum. Na vitu tumekuwa tukiambiwa about all these elections from 2007, Baba takes an early lead to Baba cries in the press. Tumeambiwa all these stories na tunazielewa. Sasa kitu iko tumekuwa tukiambiwa tumekuwa tukiibiwa. Na saizi the lion in the house ni huyo mwenye tumekuwa tukimshuku amekuwa kituibia. Sasa ni rahisi. Ndio tutanyang'anywa vizuri kwa upole. In fact, kuna uwezekano tutakuwa number 3 this time round. Ile number 3 ukipewa hata kucomplain unaambiwa kama number 2 amenyamaza. Wewe ni nani ucomplain na wewe ni number 3? So Baba should take great care
about all these people.
I am
Ben,
happy,
nikimalizia ni kwamba
I'm happy that you are leaking out your secret. And on that
let me
matter,
just
we are going to take serious precaution. This time
let
round,
me just
hakuna
take
kunasa, ni kukamata.
let me just leak our secrets kwa sababu haziwahusu nyinyi handshake itawapea president.
By the way, watu wako nyuma ya curtain mnaharibu screen, tafadhali.
Walete sura zao kama mimi hapa
Wewe ni nani ndio tukumark kwa street, ukipita tujue tunajipanga ama tunakupanga.
In fact anaita Ruto TG na hajaonesha sura
No, simekwambia ngo ifanyi
nunua bana, nunua. Kumbe una pesa ya kununua kamera na unaita mtu TG.
Yes. Ambio hiyo TG nipatie loan ni nunue webcam.
Samuel, na hiyo chuki yako hakuna place utaenda.
Sawa. That's enough Clinton. Thank you very much.
Ben, last statement.
Ipi hiyo sema?
Acha niseme kwa Kiswahili ndio naelewa vizuri. Na ndio nataka ndugu yangu Mugambi anielewe vizuri. Unajua Mugambi na mimi itabidi nimnunulie chai ya 10 ndio tuachane. Nilikuwa namaanisha kwamba baba haezi akawa rais Kenya hii. Kwa sababu huwezi tulilia kila siku eti umepigania demokrasia. Kwani ulikuwa peke yako? Wenye ulipigania nao demokrasia wako wapi? Aende nyumbani, relax, enjoy fruits za hizo demokrasia amekuwa akipigania. Tunataka
umelala endelea kuota. Wewe umelala endelea kuota umelala.
Ben, those paid goons should be not allowed, Ben.
Clinton, thank you very much.
Okay, good night, Ben. Yeah.
Let's hear from Bloomberg. Thank you.
Na huyo Sam bana ajichunge.
My friend,
Nini watu wa UDA, tulieni, ball bado. Wacha game to set vizuri. Ukianza
ndio brushman ulale.
Someone nitafute bana, umenipotelea bwana. Anyway, good night ini.
All right. See ya.
Mr. Mulumbu, go ahead please.
Ben, hatuwezi watch screen yenye iko giza. Someone alete sura na huyu Mugambi. Ai.
I'll have to restart my computer for that to work.
Why someone kwanza umeita Ruto terrorist? When ndio terrorist mkubwa?
Please, Nancy and
I
someone
support.
mute your mics. Clinton, mute your mics. Let Mulumbu give his submission.
Nimesema tu I support hiyo statement ya Nancy. Sasa hiyo Mike inaingilia wapi?
Sasa mwende ulale.
Na tunaongeleshwa na giza. Etienda ulale.
Ocha Mlumbu ongea.
Clinton, nitakumute sasa. Unajua nimepewa mamlaka
Si eti unanimute juu ya kelele. Sema tu unanimute juu na support Ruto.
Achana hawa watu. Carry on, sir.
Okay, asante sana. Thank you for giving me this chance to discuss with you guys. Nimekuwa nikisikiliza your comments na submission. It's good. Mkijikanyaga namna ni vizuri tu because the country is ahead of you. Sisi wengine tunaenda karibu. You are the one going far. And if you have ears you can't hear, you have eyes you can't see. If you can't go back to history and read and understand what's the country, where it's leading and where it's coming from, you're going to experience what we experienced 2007, 92 and 97. Because if you have thick brain that's not open, you are educated and you don't see, you're not open, you're gonna get it. Walisema Waswahili wanasema mtoto akililia wembe mpe. And some people like Mercy na wengine ambao nimesikia vile wanavyoongea ni kama wamesahau kilichiki. Ukicheza na wembe ama ukicheza na moto itakuchoma. Lazima icontain. Kwanza I just don't understand. Mtu kama anaweza niambia ati ya kwamba unajua I'm not a Luo, I'm not a Kikuyu, I'm not kutoka Mombasa Uria, but what's the fact remains so that we are Kenyans. And there's nobody who will come from my tribe akuja kuwa president. But if we set a country that has got law and order, and things are being done in order, I know one day my grandson will become president of Kenya. But we have the attitude, na vile zio akina Masi na Clinton na wengine vile wanakaa nazo hizo, there's no day hiyo kitu itafanyika. Just recently Uhuru na Raila walisema this BBI what they are setting, they are not setting for themselves, they are setting for anybody. Where any president comes in to lead will follow. It will not matter ati president mwenye yuko akishakuweko sasa ndio wewe utakula. Aingie asiingie, serikali itaibakia na ile resources zenye nataka kwenda kwa account zitaenda, awe president asiwe president. But you, some of you ambao mmesoma sana, you know more than other people know, mnasema hii ni makosa, hiyo haifai. Mnataka hii endelee, mtu wake akishakuwa pale anakuletea vile Masa anasema akifika pale atamchotea 1,100, sasa ndiye aendeleze biashara kwa sababu anamjua ama anatoka kwa deni yake. To me it doesn't work, because mimi I've been, some of you, most of you mmezaliwa nyuma yangu, some of you ni rika watoto yangu, some of you ni my brothers. So vitu mnasema hizi zote nimeona. I've started seeing this from 1975. Moya amekuja nikiona na macho, amekuwa karibu wewe kupu nikiona na macho, 87 nimeona na macho, 92 nimeona na macho, 97. So you are talking to somebody ambapo alianza akitoka university, ameanza kupigania haki na freedom speech of the people, mpaka amefika sasa anapigania because of his reality haumpatii nafasi. Basi unakam here unasema huyu mtu hana akili, ati alitupa, alimbona aliingia huko. So are you happy when people died in 97, 92, 207? Are you happy? Because he remained far. People died. Do you know how people are going to die in 2017 again? Tayari each a part of the country ilikuwa ishagawanywa. Did you see vile majeshi ilipelekwa huko yenye sijawahi kuona in life? What are they going to do? To fight who? Ni kama angelikata, how many people are going to die? Do you think Raila is a fool? That man, kwa wao wanasiasa unaona, that man is the most bright. Simsafuta is the most brightest man, because akiangalia hapa sema hapa mahali imefikia, nikekanyaga mguu itageuka kuwa kama Uganda ama Rwanda. And that's the good way to go, because already people have shed blood. Let me be mjinga, nirudi chini, tuongee, maisha yaendelee. Angojea na next time. Sasa this guy aliangalia kaona wale wenye alikuwa, yes, a question. Wakati walikuwa Uhuru alienda akawa suoni nini Nyayo Kasarani. Hebu niambie watu walikuwa ni Uhuru Park na wale walikuwa Kasarani kama walikuwa the same. Tuseme Raila alisema from now we are marching to the State House. Uhuru angeua watu wangapi? Haingewezekana, utafikia watu wangefika State House. That's what Nancy na Masa unataka ingekuwa hivyo. You wanted people to die and then you call Raila coward. Atalienda kukula while aliona sasa, kwa sababu Wakenya hawaoni, some of you we don't see. Kitu mngekuwa mna discuss here right now is about the results, the election ya presidency vile zinakuwa manipulated. Hiyo ndio kitu mngekuwa mnaongea juu yake, iwe clean fast. Lakini election inaenda na ile wizi bado yuko, sababu bado hajafunguliwa.
Mulumbu.
Just wakati walikuwa naongea sija kujibu. Just keep quiet.
It is
Then
because you're seeing the speck in our eyes and you don't see the speck in your own eye.
No, just keep
Nancy,
quiet.
And you keep
Listen.
mentioning my name.
Nancy, please,
Listen.
Nancy. Hold on,
Listen.
let him finish your rebuttal. Thank you.
If you want to be a good debater, listen and let me finish na uongee. Ninakupatia kwa sababu naona vile unaangalia ni kama hauoni, macho yako iko glass, you don't see. So, my dear brothers, let's look into this. If you don't look it properly, kaeni mkijua, unajua wanasema nguruwe hujikaanga na mafuta yake, na mtachikaanga vizuri sana. And then you are coming to tell me, mtu ameniambia jana ati ya kwamba investor alikuja, amepiga tu simu kidogo, amechukua bilioni 15, amepeleka Uganda. Na hapa Kenya people are suffering and there is the vice president of the country. Really? Does that make sense? Vice president mzima wa nchi mzima? Then unatoka sneak ukienda nje, hauambii, na ile country unaenda unashirikiana nayo ile president anaua watu kama kuku, anatoa vidole, anatoa yani Uganda there's no democracy. Ukiuawa ni kuku, there's no way it can be taken. This is what we are associating with it. Do you want us to go such a way, guys? That's the way you want us to be ruled? Somebody who does not respect even his own president? Akishika uongozi, how will you be? Utafanya tangwe? Itakuwa kama Uganda. Ukileta ngwe, unachukuliwa na unaenda bus forever. You will never be seen again. And you are questioning nobody. Nobody is responsible. That's the kind of government you want us to be? Ole wenu. Mpigie kura. Sisi mtutalia tu pamoja. Simulibulikata mkapigia Ruto. Sasa mnalia. Raila alisema okay, walimpigia. Let me keep quiet. Why are you crying now? And bado mnataka kurudisha ndani. Guys,
are you not crying with us?
That is yours.
Mimi nililia, unajua niliwaambia mimi 207 niliponea chup. Karibu
na bado tunaendelea kulia.
Karibu nikate kichwa. Kwa hivyo
mwisho,
kama hamtaki kuangalia na mtengeneze,
keep your mics mute. Let Mr. Mulumbu finish his submission.
Wacha endelee. Let me come out.
So, Ben, waweke nyuma ya curtain. Mulumbu cannot keep quiet because of these people. Put them under the curtain, behind the curtain. Aendelee kuongea.
Mulumbu, I have just one question. Please, one. You have talked about what happened if later, if this person don't get this, don't get that, if people die, he could march to State House and so on. Do you want us to vote for him forcefully so that those things could not happen? Thank you.
Hiyo ndio misunderstanding nimewambia mko naye, because you are telling me to vote him forcefully, na voting ni mtu mwenyewe unapenda kuvotia mtu. I'm telling you what he has done. Ruto nikikuuliza what he has done for Kenyans ni corruption all way down. Na anawaambia juzi bilioni sana peleka nje, na wewe hapa njaa inakuua, inflation ya nchi imeingia, and that's the person you want us to vote for. And
why can't you take the evidence you have about the deputy president and his corruption
that's the narrative. That's the narrative ambapo nyinyi watu ambao mnaangalia hamuoni, you don't see.
And them Lombo, like Ruto has had cases in court that has already been decided. Stealing of lands, being told to return. As in, is like what more do people want, really?
Sam, stop lying. He has.
What do you mean stop lying?
No.
These people, they don't listen.
No, hata Raila ni mwizi. Raila ni mwizi. Mudavadi ni mwizi. Kalonzo ni mwizi.
Tufanye hivi. Kama kila mtu anakaa nje ya curtain, basi tufunge program.
Mi siko nje.
Black screen everywhere.
So naona tumebaki wawili. So
yeah,
Ben,
I can't do anything on mine, unfortunately. It's just like
Ben,
Yes.
Ben, mi ningependa kusema hivi Ben, maybe kwa dakika mbili tu, kwamba nimesikia venye
Sema
ndugu
kwa
yangu
dakika mbili. Kuna dakika yako
Yeah.
moja nataka kusikiliza huyu kama kwa wapi?
Nipe tu 1 minute Ben. Sasa tumekaliwa hivi na
Sawa Clinton, endelea. Dakika mbili.
Okay. Nimesikia venye rafiki yangu ameongea na sitaki kumjibu sana, naweza sema ni machungu. Na hata sisi the same machungu ako nayo kwa naibu wa rais, pia tuko nayo kwa hao candidates wake. Pili, naweza sema from the bottom of my heart Ben, ni ukweli tulifinywa kwa historia Aidin sijui Jadin. Uhuru alisemanga statement ingine ile siku alikuwa na address wa Kikuyu eti kuna pesa iliibiwa na we are in the process of getting it back. Na ninashuku bana, ni ukweli walitufinya hapa kwa hii 15 billion. Ukiona machungu yenye party leader wangu anaongea nayo from since hiyo 15 billion bana irudi kwa gava, nashuku tu wenyewe hapa wametumaliza.
Clinton,
Sasa
stop propagating propaganda. Come on.
Clinton is in your side. Adis a senior member here.
No, he's also he cannot make a statement. We are on the same. Clinton is a mole. Clinton does not support the deputy president because aezikuwa akisema vile anasema.
Are you a shareholder into the investigation in Uganda?
Ben, ambia Nancy mimi na attend UDA forums online.
Bernard, how can Clinton say 15 billion from equity has anything to do with the deputy president? Come on.
But the deputy president said he lifted one phone call. And
but even here, I can make a no. Hang on. Good, if you have good credit, if your credit was as a person, I can refer you even to my bank here and get money and I'll be your guarantor. It does not mean I have any interest in the money you get. Nyinyi watu wa kia Mungu. Actually, everything is so bloody political.
If you guarantee me, you be my guarantor for me to get money.
No, but you have to know.
Either I'm your business partner, or I am your brother, or I am your friend. There is no way you will just, recommend somebody to go and collect 15 billion.
Yeah, but you see, the person, Eugene Haron, whatever, he was granted a work permit by your government, Raila Odinga and Uhuru government, and Matiang'i and your lot. Then you come and tell us that
Nancy, which government did you say? Raila Odinga and which?
Raila Odinga is in government now. He sits. Ulimwona kwa gari ya GKB.
What is his role in government?
No, did you see him on a GKB car? What was he doing there on the GKB car?
Raila Odinga is a Kenyan.
No, you can drive
he has a right to ride in government vehicle.
Yeah. Why? You as a Kenyan citizen, can you ride on JKB car?
And that's
yes, I do.
For governor anyway. Like, who their friends anyway, right? Have you ever been driven in a GK vehicle? Because I have. I've got.
You must be a criminal. For you must be a criminal.
Actually, I do.
Insult, and you need to stop your emotions. First of all, listen this. You cannot tell me an equity bank that records net loss can give somebody 15 billion, right? While the stakeholders are hurting. Is that what you're telling me? So they just give 15 billion. The shareholders of that equity bank, they're not even getting any profit. And then they're telling me
Sam wewe GK ulibebwa ni Land Cruiser.
Because the deputy president he has made one phone call. Even we also need to like think.
Watu wa Kenya hawezi borrow pesa because they cannot repay.
Money laundering, and everybody knows that. In fact, the account where they were transferring that money, it was blocked. Did you see that?
Propaganda.
Of money
These are
laundering. Yeah,
propagandists.
you keep on talking that way with your emotions. You're not even making any sense. But listen, you cannot borrow 15 billion from a bank that makes net loss. You can't.
But Equity iko hata Uganda. Sam,
No,
are you informed Equity iko Uganda?
it's the same bank anyway in a record losses, both in Kenya and Uganda. Kwani ya Uganda ndio ina make profit?
Imeanza tu kurecord losses venye DP alimeke call. Ilianza tu kurecord losses immediately.
Okay,
Yes.
and the lack of
Sam, pambana na hali yako. Pambana na hali yako Pennsylvania.
Where do you go pande gani?
Sam, pambana na hali yako Pennsylvania US.
No,
Ben, acha nimalize point yangu.
Let me finish. Kwa hivyo, it's not even talking about at 15 billion at it was made by one phone call, right? It's also your 15 billion. Where is it coming from? It's coming from a bank that they keep on saying they are recording losses. So wanaweza tupatie even to 15 billion.
Where's so much propaganda? Enda ukalale.
Nyamaza. If you don't know anything, just keep quiet. Okay, you need
Sam, ulikuja Kenya mwisho lini? Unatuambia mambo na losses.
Yeah, what are you talking about, Clinton? Does that even question make any sense? Hata ukifikiria.
Unatuambia mambo na losses. Sisi tuko Kenya, we are Equity customers.
And I am a financial analyst and I like looking at data. You understand? So
you looked at Equity data.
Let me tell you something, my friend. We need to stop lying to ourselves and throwing propagandas left, right, center, like the way Nancy over here, she's getting so emotional. And
hata wewe una throw your propaganda bana.
Okay, but me, numbers don't lie. Numbers don't lie. All right, numbers is no propaganda.
Give us the numbers.
Bernard, do you know the reason why they normally throw insult when I talk? Because nimesema point, mpaka they cannot rebut it. So the only thing
you have no point, Sam. Give us your point.
They can do is to insult.
Ben,
if you don't have,
Ben, I think.
Okay, order everybody.
Ben, hiyo point Sam anaongelea. Nimeanza tu kucriticize party leader wangu na wamenikatia katikati. Yeah. So si nimalize hii point yangu na
Sam,
Clinton.
Nancy and Ruben and Mulungu. Wait for
Mugambi akisikia nataka kutoka UDA, ako tayari kunipea time yote.
Mwache Clinton execute point yake amalize ndio tumalizane na huyo party leader wake.
So unajua my party members, my fellow tangatangas walikuwa wanasema mimi ni mole. Na kusema kweli bana, mimi si mole. Ni venye tu nimejaribu kuangalia hii kitu from a different angle. Since Aidin adipotiwe na venye akishika mic my party leader anavyoongea, jana ama leo alijideclare kama rais. So najaribu kuangalia hii kitu in a different angle, my brother Ben, kwamba kama ni ukweli state ili recover hiyo 15 billion, so hapo wameturudisha nyuma bana. Hiyo pesa tungetembea nayo Mount Kenya na huko kwa Kalonzo mpaka tupate kitu nusu milioni votes, na hiyo plan yetu imezama. So kama ni ukweli wametufinya, ama kama hatukuwa tumetoa hiyo pesa pia wao hawajapata kitu, then ni sawa. Lakini kama wametufinya mpaka wakachukua 15 billion, hapo kwa ile 63 ukitoa 15 inabaki ngapi Ben? Wewe ulifanya hesabu. You carry 1 alafu inakuwa 39 hapo. So hiyo 39 bana, ingine tumetumia, unaona tumefinywa. But kama if that's not the case, then I think I'm not happy at all how the guy was handled, because mimi nilikuwa nataka ukweli. Enyewe ningejua ukweli nipate party leader ndio amemisbehave, walai ningeama. But kwa sahi bado niko kwa party. Au wenye unawasikia wakisema eti nimeama, avoid those rumors Ben. But I am seeing something. I don't understand why our senior members like Murkomen, a lawyer, could not go to stand with Aidin. Only Sudi bana, Sudi ndiye alikuwa na lead hiyo team. Hapo pia nimeshindwa kuelewa kiasi.
He was the senior counsel.
Nani amekuuliza? Pambana na hali ya handshake. Pambana na hali ya handshake. So Ben, hiyo pia ni shida kwangu. Why Sudi of all the people? Ben, watanikula kwa comment. Acha tu niachie hapo.
Can I remind you something? You remember the time the 1,000 shilling note was banned?
Yeah.
It was changed abruptly. And it was rumored that some people had containers and containers of 1,000 note. This business of 15 billion has something to do with that. Some people must have carried the money across the sea, and now they want to back.
Akibana, acha propaganda. Tunatuambianga tunaacha propaganda. Oh ye bwana, tupatie evidence, acha propaganda. Na hata wewe molo wa UDA tutakufukuza.
But Ben, yeah. I think nasikia Equity Bank walitoka waka make statement about the same thing. Yes. But if it is true that was their statement, si yako na ya Wekesa kwa group. Juu niliona kwa WhatsApp group mpaka nikaamua kutoka kwa group. Kama hiyo statement si wewe ulimanufacture na Wekesa, then hapo pia bana enyewe DP itabidi tumkataze kwenda hizo ma interview. Juu anatu let down.
No, DP
tunakuja hapa kwa show kukalia kina Mugambi na Wekesa. Yeye kupewa tu hivi mic anatu expose. So I think hapo kwa kuinterviewiwa sana pia tutamwambia apunguze. Imagine the state iko na
kuna zingine tulishikia Busia.
Deep state iko na akili kama 7. Wanashika Aidin leo, wanajua DP ata react, wanamtumia Akikuyu Media House ndiye aende a reveal kila kitu. Hii deep state wanatumia akili gani kufikiria? Enyewe kwa hii story na Aidin nayo mlitunasa, walai, to be sincere. Acha tu my party members wakatae, lakini hii kwanza hapo kwa interview yule mama alikuwa na smile tu pole pole, anaambia tu DP na kusikia tunakuja hapo. Maswali alienda akachukua kwa deep state asubuhi na mapema kabla ya kwenda hiyo interview. Maybe alipelekwa kwa interview na GK Vieko. Hiyo pia tuko karibu find out. Juu yale maswali bana, nilikuwa nasikia akiuliza swali najikuna tu nywele nasema guy. Hapa.
Thank you Clinton. Thank you.
Mugambi, si leo nimeongea kwa watu 10. Nikuone nikikuja nyumbani.
Haina shida.
Haya.
Thank you Clinton. Now let's hear from Kama. Come. Now you've changed your name or what happened?
That's crazy.
Come.
Wait, Kama yuko.
You're on mute.
Unmute, come and talk.
Ben, nataka nisikie huyu deep state kutoka Nyeri. Huyu Mugambi anasema nini? Ndio nilale. Kama mic yake iko na shida. Lakini someone make sure umemnyima nafasi kabisa. Juu ni feelings tu ako nazo.
Huyu ni con, si Kam.
Huyu con anakuanga mtu wetu, haizi to let down.
Nimesikiza Clinton nikacheka sana, lakini enyewe wacha ni reserve comment yangu, lakini Clinton kama anacheza game yake kama yeye.
Bana, mimi nimeishi dunia hii, nimeona mengi. Siku hizi siogopi bana.
Hata kama Clinton ni mole.
Hata kama sitaishi kesho. Nishaambia mamangu bana. Mimi dunia hii
So sijui ni
Wait.
divert kidogo nirudi kwa topic. Nilikuwa nimeona topic inaongelea IBC.
Tushatoka huko bana. Let us digest this thing na tumalize.
No,
Ama
you
ni
just
aje?
continue, just continue. You said you're con or can?
Con. So kitu nilikuwa nataka kuongelea about IBC. Nimeona hizo posts zimepublishiwa na IBC na sijabambika mimi kama hustler. Juu inamaanisha hiyo pesa bwana tunafaa kuraise ni mingi. Mi hata sijui kama nitafikisha nusu, so hizo ishaua nini yangu moral. So mahasla bwana, hakuna venye ninaweza vai any elective seat. But swali nilikuwa najiuliza ni why is it that Kenya election inakuwa expensive hivyo? In fact ukicompare hata na hizi developed countries kuna venye the cost of one person, I mean the cost of one vote is not as much as if you calculate in Kenya. So I think there's something going on, but maybe we need to think about other means of voting in Kenya and IBC. In fact, kwanza hata hiyo figures zimequotiwa na IBC. I think according to constitution, the parliament should approve before they go ahead to publish or releasing to the public. But I don't understand who is confusing who or what's going on until they put something in public kabla ya parliament to approve. But my only appeal, and this does not cut in any or does not favor any party, but maybe we should think of even voting by niliona juzi wameleta hii kitu inaitwa e-citizen. Now you can register a party using e-citizen. Is that right, Bernard?
There is online application and then there is physical follow-up.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so if that is the case, then why they cannot introduce the same so that people can vote using their Huduma numbers, if that can help. Then maybe they can have 3 sections where people can vote through Huduma number via e-citizens. Alafu unajua Kenya tuko bado.
Except you want Itumbi to vote for all Kenyans that night.
Hapana, sasa si
Alafu Kona anajiita hustler and is plotting against hustlers. Eti to vote through Huduma number na wengine hatuna surely.
Hapana, sijasema hiyo ndio iko option peke yake. Nimesema kukuwa na options mingi, umecheki. So hiyo option ya huduma itakuwa hapo kwa wale wenye wanajiweza na watatumia simu zao. Of course simu itakuwa authenticated, so hakuna venye Itumbi atapigia Wakenya wote. Itakuwa authenticated na huduma namba yako na simu yako.
Kama
So
ICC hata ingia IBC.
Sasa unajua ile ilikuwa managed na some people. It is not it is not yes.
Kon, nikuulize we, umesema we ni supporter wa hustler, si ndio?
Hapana, sijasema hivyo.
Umesema we ni hustler, si supporter wake. Okay.
Yeah, mimi nimesema mimi ni hustler.
Sisi supporter wake tunaona shida mahali kwa hii election process. Kila kiongozi akisimama anasema wanataka free and fair election. Mbona tu hii time ya Ruto ndio wanataka free and fair election? Si waache tu tufanye venye watu tunafanya, alafu Ruto akishakuwa rais hivi tuanze kurekebisha hizo shida zenye wamekuwa wakiona kwa election, so that in 2027 tukuwe na free and fair election. Mbona saa hii tu ndio free and fair election inatakikana?
So umeona utashinda, si ndio?
Ben, si umute someone ama umtoe alale. Sam, saa hii ni saa ngapi kwenu ba?
Wewe ndo ulale, huku ni mapema, tuko mchana huku.
Imagine Ben, we kama moderator, hii time tu ndio wanataka free election. Mbona hii time?
Free election tulianza na IBPG in 1997. No reforms, no elections. What are you talking about?
Tuache tufanye tu election venye watu naifanya. Ruto atarekebisha kila kitu akiwa rais. Tafadhali.
Oh, Jesus. No way.
Tafadhali.
Na sipoingia
the same mtalia nyinyi.
No,
huyu Mugambi ni mole. Huyu Mugambi ni mole kwa kampi yenu Bernard. Mkuwe makini. A very serious mole. Nimewaambia
yeah, so nikimalizia point yangu ya kupiga kura. Wale wa kuiba kwa IBC sijui hao watafanywa aje, lakini shida tu ni moja. Shida ya wizi hiyo nayo inafaa kudiliwa kivyake. But kupiga kura ni the same na transaction unafanya kwa M-Pesa na whatever. So if you trust your phone kwa kutransact pesa, mbona usitrust kura yako ukitumia phone kupiga kura? It's the same thing. It is only that kuna wale wakarabati pale kwa IBC wanaweza fanya mambo, and still it will still happen hata tukipitia hiyo process ingine ya kwenda kwa stations na kucast ballot directly. Still it will happen. The only thing that we need is, when umesema, we need to have a gradable IBC, then all these things will be cleared up and we can decide whichever way unataka kupiga kura. Kama unataka kutumia huduma number e-citizen, we can do that. If you want to send your ballot by post,
hiyo baba hizi kubali hiyo method. unataka tupige kura kwa simu na baba alisema hakuna kutumia Safaricom, supporters tukatupa lines. Nataka pate kura ngapi? Usione baba ametulia ukadhani amekosa kitu cha kucomplainia. Jaribu hiyo uone. Siti amekosa vitu za kucomplain against. Leta hiyo ya kupiga kura kwa Safaricom muone baba akikataa. Masupporters, mabilioni ya masupporter tulitupa line na unaambia baba tupige kura kwa line ya Safaricom.
Line itapatikana tu. Kama ni lazima kama baba ndio amesimama tunapiga mpaka kutumia vikombe. Wacha line.
Samiwan. No. Clinton.
Wacha mwingine aendelea bwana.
Niko na swali moja tu.
Kwangu ama kwa someone?
No, kwa Clinton. Clinton have a question.
Na huyo someone atolewe.
When, just listen to the question. When Murathe said that Uhuru will not leave the government to the thieves, Ruto and his people attacking Murathe. When Baba saying that he is going to kill the thieves, Ruto talked bad about Baba. I'm not saying that Ruto is a thief, but why is he always complaining when a thief is mentioned and the consequences?
Okay, the reason as to why my party leader complains much whenever a thief is mentioned ni kwa sababu wale mentionees of the thieves, ama hiyo kizungu haiko sawa, wale wanao mention thieves, employee na employer, mentionee, ama mentioner, yule anayetaja thieves wamekuwa wakisema sana party leader wangu ndio huyo mwizi. Sasa wakisema watajeli mwizi na turi yake, kuna shida kweli? Na mmekuwa mkisema sisi ndio wezi. Sasa mkisema mtatufunga, umekuwa ukiniita mwizi the whole year, useme utafunga mwizi, si lazima nijitetee? Cause ni mimi umekuwa ukirifati.
Ukijitetea si unakubali kwamba wewe ni mwizi? Mbona usikatae?
Kwani sisi ndio tutakuwa wa kwanza kusema ukweli sisi ni wezi? Ruto alitaja Kalonzo juzi eti unaishi kwa shamba ya NYS. Si Kalonzo alienda kujitetea kwa kusema nini? Yeye pia aliiba shamba.
No, lakini si alienda DCI. Si alijipeleka. Kwani Ruto
kitu alisema huko ndio kitu cha maana, kwamba je, aliprove kwamba hiyo shamba ni yake rasmi, ama alienda kujitetea eti huyu anayesema naishi kwa NYS pia aliibanga shamba?
Lakini Clinton
let him clear his name.
Mwizi anawezaje jipeleka police station?
Clinton, Kalonzo went and
na mbona mnataka Ruto ajipeleke ku clear his name? Sisi ni wajinga.
Kalonzo went and cleared his name. The only person remaining to go and clear his name is party leader. And we are sending you from this platform. Please tell him to gather the papers, go and clear his name.
On which corruption allegation? On which corruption allegation?
Kimwarer, Aror.
Kimwarer hata serikali ilisema they cancelled the contract because it was overpriced. Gani ingine tena?
No,
the worst situation we can talk about William Ruto. We are talking about a situation where this person took a land of a displaced person, and when this person was taken to court, his defense was he is not the only William Somai Ruto. Surely a person of this caliber, how do we allow this kind of a person who denies what is in black and white? He even on record to have denied his names, saying that he don't have patent for his names. Surely Kenyans, are we serious?
Ben bana, huyu jamaa umemleta anatufinya sana. Na ni ukweli bana. Darius.
Yes.
Darius, ni ukweli William is not the only Ruto in Kenya.
Nasema ukweli ama amedanganya?
Ikifika place pa kujitetea.
Clinton. Tukubaliane kwamba is not the only William Samoei Ruto. But why
hata huyu mwenye mna mention na ID tunaweza waambia Ruto mwenye alifanya transaction na ID si huyu wetu.
Mbona shamba we uko ndani na majina yako ndio hayo na yanasoma hivyo kwa title deed, alafu wewe unakana?
Bernard, even wasting your time with Clinton. I think Clinton anatuchezea akili.
Sasa Ben, amko fair kabisa. Darius amesema ukweli. William amepelekwa kortini. Imefika wakati wa kujitetea. Nyinyi mlipotupeleka BBI sijui kwa hii koti ya Apex ama yeye nini, venye mlipeleka huko BBI, si mlishindwa kuagi mkaanza kutufundisha nouns na adjectives na proverbs? Hayo nouns na adjectives zilikuwa zinaingiana aje na petition ya Iebc, ya Iebc ya BBI? Mimi naona hiyo argument
in courtroom you'll always come out and explain matters.
I was teaching English. Wait for the ruling. It's just in the
what you always want to hear from the DP is that aongele mambo na mkinichagua I will fight corruption. Mchagueni muone akifight hiyo corruption. Sisi si watu wa kusema sema tu hivi. Sisi ile sera yetu ni kusema na kutenda. Na ni ukweli tutatenda. Watu wametuita wezi hawa. Hiyo day ya swearing in ceremony, wengine wataenda Somali, wengine waende hizo nchi zingine. Juu ile corruption tutafight, Ben. Give us the chance, you will see.
What do you mean? Fight to steal.
I'll give it to you for free.
I would rather say we get serious even in our arguments, because I think different people are watching whatever we are discussing here. So when you come with such jokes, surely, what do you think people will take of you?
Everybody jokes. Kama wewe umetuambia hapa eti William Ruto denied his name na hiyo
But this is
haitafanya
not a joke.
niache party leader wangu.
I was just
denying
quoting
names.
what he did when he was taken to court, and the evidence was there.
But was he cleared?
He was fined, actually.
Was he cleared?
Cleared how?
Well, cleared how? He was told to
Of the
return
mess.
the land.
Mbona yuko jela? Na land alirudisha.
Aliambiwa arudishe shamba.
Alirudisha.
Sasa shida iko wapi hapo? Bado ni land grabber.
Actually, that's a sign of conviction. That's a conviction.
Yeah.
When court rules that you return,
You are
and that
guilty.
land was returned, that's a conviction. That tells this person is corrupt. So if we want this country to move ahead, we cannot come out, we elect such a non-corrupt person who is going around giving back the money that he has stolen from the public, then he is coming to tell us he can lead us. Surely. Let's
so
get
we have to judge him from the previous doings. Kila mtu akona past zake bana.
What are you talking about, man?
Darius, let me give you a story hii yenye imefanyika juzi kwa COVID billionaires. Wakati journalist ali raise that issue, the first person to defend them alikuwa party leader wa Bernard. Akasema ni panganga tu, hakuna pesa imepotea. Kidogo kidogo the president orders those people to do investigation. Huyu mwenye alikuwa anasema pesa haijapotea, si angengojea investigations. Huyu anasaidia rais kufight corruption. Mbona corruption ya Ruto tu ndio tunataka tuone? Hata mimi sasa nimesema the guy is my party leader. Yes,
said very well. He said let's wait for investigations. He never said that there was no money that was lost. Why do you people
then he defended those people? Get your facts right.
No, we at some point we must agree and also disagree. One, when investigations are commenced, you wait until investigations are over, then you'll talk about the credibility of the source of information that was being given. Were there people who were prosecuted, or the COVID billionaires is just a theory and just imaginations by people?
Hakuna watu walikuwa convicted, na huyo party leader si angengojea uchunguzi ufanywe mpaka tuone hakuna wizi. Alafu sasa
we are waiting to see prosecutions. You know, we want to see people.
When na iliisha? When are you waiting na iliisha?
No, Clinton,
labda William akichukua urais ndio tutafuatilia upya.
That means there is no evidence.
Did you take it to court, Clinton? That's what I'm asking.
What are we taking to court na hata investigations hazijatoka?
Because there's none. That's why you're not taking it to court.
Sam, tutatoa wapi evidence na mmekalia?
You see? Kwa hivyo au kuona evidence na utajoje waliiba kama una evidence?
Venye mmetukalia hapa kwa show ndivyo mmetukalia hadi kwa my evidences.
Oh my God. Unaona Clinton yana tuchezea akili. This guy.
Na siku yenu inakuja Ben.
Anajua anatuchezea.
That is enough. That is enough. Thank you so much. Please let's move on. And the day is fast spent, so we should begin to bring the curtains down. Not heard from community and Darius. Let's hear from these two guys and then
we ancestor ni mtu wetu kabisa.
Okay, the ancestor, you have been accepted in the fold. Please give us your submission. Be precise as possible so that tuokoe muda.
Yeah, asante sana kwa nafasi. Yeah, in fact mimi ningependa kuguzia mambo ningependa kuguzia mambo ya Iebc vile walikuwa dealt a blow by the MPs kwa sababu walikuwa wameweka kipengele ya kulimit this member of parliament ama president whosoever who is going for any position kuwa kuna kiwango ya pesa fulani wangetumia. By the way, it was a very good idea, because in fact most of these guys, you find maybe someone he has seen how whosoever, like now a member of parliament or MCA, once he gets into power, how he grows very fast in terms of materialism. So someone, in fact, he goes ahead, even selling his shamba, selling goats and what have you, so that he goes for to look for any position. After that, if he or she is going to lose, most of these people, depression will kill them. At the end of the day, you will hear them. In fact, they have committed suicide. So, in order for these people to be helped, it was a good idea to limit these candidates in terms of spending when it comes to campaigns. Then the other thing is that, in fact, our society, when it is electioneering period, in fact, we always see also the hustlers, the mama bloggers, and also those old babas back at home, who every now and then in the evening they have to take something, they have to take alcohol a little bit during the campaign. In fact, when there is a lot of money, these very people, in fact, they start washing their stomach. Okay, they start washing their stomach because they know that these people will come and rain money. Okay, so that is bribery. So in fact, IBC had a good idea to limit these people. And then the last thing in terms of that very issue is about, in fact, how can we be able to get good leaders? Because in fact, good leaders most of the time are locked out by these so-called pig stomach politicians, who have looted a lot of, who have amassed a lot of money through illegal means, and then when they come to campaigns, they overpower those leaders with good qualities, who are, in fact, if they were having same money, they could have, in fact, served the people well in terms of ensuring that poverty is alleviated from amongst the people whom they serve. And then my last submission is that please, the member of parliament, IBC, I see it is now coming. It will be on your neck. Today, it was your day to celebrate. Okay. Now, because I saw Chepkati, after you did a blow to him in the floor of parliament, or wherever you are, you celebrated that now, in fact, we can rain money during 20 general election without anybody oversighting us. Now, in 2022, if you have got integrity issue, ESCC and this IBC giving you a leeway to run, it will be a big problem. That is what, in fact, I saw after IBC was dealt a big blow. I saw, in fact, even the baldness of Chepkati, in fact, water coming out because he felt so bad. So he will be on the neck of those leaders who are currently serving or who are outside but have got integrity issues. So I rest my case. If there is any question, I'm ready to deal with it circumferentially.
Thank you, ancestor. Clinton, do you have any circumferential question?
Yes, I also want to circumfoniously deal with community ancestor. Community ancestor, anyway, amesema points zingine pregnant sana, points mjamzito. But not that kila kitu amesema I will have to agree nayo, but mostly to my rating, nikiangalia battery percentage yangu ni 73%. Amesema ukweli 73%, but hizo another 27 I reserve my comments on that. So Ben, umesema watu wanafaa kulala, si ni make last comment alafu nilale mimi.
Wewe subiri kwanza, wewe tunafunga na wewe pamoja. Wacha tumsikilize
Okay.
Darius alafu tuanze kufunga. Thank you.
I believe submissions should be short.
Just a moment, Darius. Just a moment, Darius. And Clinton, what do you think about this? There is a guy called Stephen Miriti.
Yeah.
It's like he's either fundraising or...
No, the guy is requesting anyone with the job opportunity. Anasema ni graduate. Maybe angeclick your link akuje atueleze mwenye atawatch hii show kesho anaweza mpea job.
Yeah,
you never know.
What does he do? What did he
Ni graduate haja anataka kazi yoyote, but akisema hapa yeye ni mwalimu. Kuna walimu wanawatch ataitwa aende afundishe kesho. So, banatumia hiyo link ukuje uji-explain kwa screen. Ameweka namba hapo eti mwenye akona job am contact. Any job.
Anafaa kusema ni nini anafanya ndio tujue, right?
Okay. Darius, continue. We'll deal with the Stephen later.
Okay, I've just indicated my submissions will be short. I want only to summarize what you've talked. I've had people talk about the issues of integrity. I've heard people talk about the leadership of this country. I've also heard people talk about the type of leaders we have. I'll start by saying the problem we have in Kenya, actually, it is a problem of our own making. We all know our leaders. Most of us who have been there in Kenya and observing these people, because for the people who are asking and vying for these seats, and especially asking for the top seat in the country come 2022, they are people we know. One, it is incumbent upon us as citizens to ensure that we observe Chapter 6, which we introduced in our Constitution, 2010 Constitution. It is clear if a person has been a thief and you want this person to be elevated to be number one, what do you expect of this country? Secondly, it is very easy to tell how people are campaigning. Look at people's manifestos, and it will be easy to see where our problems are. As Kenyans, we don't need adults. We don't need to even to be employed. Kenyans need empowerment. Kenyans need good economic and political climate. And I know Kenyans are hardworking. They will be able to work on their own. Again, I'll say the buck stops with the citizens. If we wake up at the gang and we go and elect bad leaders, all we know, we should not be heard complaining thereafter. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Darius. Clinton.
Si mimi umesema tunamaliza. Si umesema tunamaliza na wewe juu. Kuna kitu nataka nikuulize wewe na huyu Sam1.
Unajua
ile kitu genuine, yani you speak with me from the bottom of your heart. You maybe the question won't go well with Darius Con ancestor. but kama wako sawa na swali langu then I'll proceed.
Okay, so
No, you should not be ashamed to ask a question that comes to
Uliza
your mind.
swali, wacha
We
story
are
wewe.
liberal.
Okay. Sasa Ben,
Na hii earphone na let down aje. Ben, swali langu ni
venye kwanza nataka niwaambie tukikuja kwa show bana, kila mtu ako na opinion. You never know, maybe huwa una support hapa NASA na maybe kwa ground vitu ni different. Kama mimi nimeamua tu kutoa makucha juu. Watu wamekuwa wakifikiria niko nao, lakini ni venye tu kudefend hiyo side ndio huwa tamu kwangu, you know. But anyway, that one aside, Ben, according to that point I raised about the 15 billion, do you think kuna probability hata half ya ukweli hapo ndani? For the government to just make that swift move to block the account or to siphon the money from the account, alafu wanaachilia tu jamaa, sasa tumemalizana, hata hatutaki kesi, just go. And then they make my party leader very bitter, you know. Why all these reactions? Kama alibaki na pesa yake, jamaa pia akarudishwa kwao, si ile apology alituma imetosha. Mbona sasa matusi yote? Mara mimi ndio nitakuwa rais, mara I'm worried bana. Alafu pia another thing I'm worried about, kama ni ukweli jamaa alikuwa terrorist na alikuja Kenya kupanga hizo vitu zake za uterrorist, na time aliingia tunaambiwa akona sijui rubber stamp ya kuingia, ya kutoka hana, ama akona ya kutoka lakini kuingia hakuna. So hata kama ni deal alikuwa amepanga iivane, bana sio deal inaendelea tu kuiva polepole, itapasuka lini? So those are the things that zinanisumbua sana akili bana mpaka
kwanza unajua what community ancestor alisema ni ukweli, like there's also a possibility like Ruto anaweza kuwa he will not be on the ballot. Let me not lie to you, man. Like there's also, you need to also have an open mind. He need to clear himself with ESCC and with the DCI. But anyway, let me also just make my final submission, and then Stephen Miriti is saying that he's a graduate and that us guys were not talking about him. Of course, I know Kenya there's an issue with the employment and life is difficult. But I think I will try to get hold of you because I do have a program, all right, that I'm also helping some guys in Kenya, and they're really making a lot of money, and they're like they actually so maybe I will introduce you to that to my guys that we are working together with, and then I will see whether you'll be able to do what we do. And then okay, now of course, like I keep on saying this, and of course Bernard, you know that I always like I'm not somebody who is double standard. I say what it is. But what I can say is unajua mimi leo ndio nimejua Clinton like ako on the anatudanganya kwa hiyo side ingine, but deep down we know mtu ana support. You know, tunajua. So now this is what I have to say. Like yeah, I like this forum. I like seeing guys coming here to argue about politics and all those kind of stuff. I was very much interested with politics because I have a history with Ruto himself. He used to visit some of my friends, and I used to meet up with him in that same house. And before even when he used to be the minister of agriculture at that time. And therefore, like, I know his characters, I know some things. I've got even friends who work with him in the office and all those kind of stuff, but I don't support his ideology. I won't lie to you. I think this time is the time for actually Raila to take over, so that we see what he can do. He's getting old. And when this guy disappears later, because of course it will be sooner than we think, trust me, you guys, you're going to come here and say, "Aya, kumbe this girl ilikuwa hivi." I don't know what, you know. The things that have followed what Raila does is actually for the good of the country. Even right now, when somebody, the people, they are bashing him, they're telling him that you know, when he's in the government, they bastardize his decision. When he's out of the government, they bash him again. So until I always wonder, where do they want him to be? So for me, if I'm being told that if actually somebody asks me who is actually better for the country right now, let's bring him, so that he can even at least enjoy one term of presidency, so that we see what is this that he's been fighting for. What is he going to do? And then let Ruto relax for those 5 years, because he's been in government for 9 years, for God's sake, right now. And he and already has shown us that things are not going to be different. So let's try somebody different, because I don't think Raila has been in the government with the power to change the lives of people. So let's give him that power, so that now we can see what he can do. Me, that's all I can say, and I will always stand with that, because that's what I see, and I actually really believe he's going to be the next president. Me, that's what I'm saying. All right. So Clinton,
I think
I
Sam,
hope sasa on Friday utaniambia uko hiyo side ingine 100% wanze kumkampenia, wachapa kujifanya uko na watu
Sam,
wengine.
ni ukweli umesema. Saizi niko Nairobi na life hapa ni ngumu. Alafu kitu ingine pia umesema about Ruto being on the ballot. My friend, hapo nayo umesema uongo. This guy lazima wamwache akuwe kwa ballot, but they have to find a way of seriously beating him with a margin of 3 million plus. Unaelewa? Juu kuna ujinga amekuja nayo hii siku mbili 15 billion. Kuna ujinga amekuja nayo after 15 billion imenaswa eti sitakubali mara votes zangu ziibiwe, vitu kaa hizo. So anafaa, sitaki kusema eti tunafaa kumshinda juu ni party leader wangu. Nasema anafaa kushindwa with a very serious margin. Unaelewa? Watamwacha kwa ballot. Ndio maana unaona wale wanaume wote wameamua to sacrifice their ambitions just to make him not be the president, kwa sababu asira yenye ako nayo sahihi akichukua enyewe wengi wetu tutafinywa. Hiyo ni ukweli. Hatutaachiliwa tu hivi tutembee hivi. Some of us we will have to suffer, because atakuwa anatuambia eti mlisema hivi na hivi na hivi, I want to implement that. Let's say for like now Uhuru resigns, tuseme saa hii Uhuru aseme tu mimi na resign, alafu tuseme deputy ashikilie for that one remaining year. Wajua kitu party leader wangu nashuku anaweza sema, anaweza leta zile clips za Kinatuoli tusogeze election, aseme mlikuwa mnasema tusogeze election, kwa nini? I evaluate hizo reasons, aseme bas the reasons qualify, election tunasogeza. Mlikuwa mnataka mlete BBI, sasa atakuwa anafanya tu vitu hivyo kuonesha watu kwamba yeye ndio rais, unaelewa? But kwa ballot lazima atakuwa for the sake of peace.
Yeah, you're right. I would want that to happen. Wacha kwa ballot.
Kwa ballot hata mimi nataka akue for the sake of peace. But they have to find a way of seriously beating him. Kwa sababu ukimbeat na kura 500,000, obviously atakataa. Naseme no, they have rigged me. Na obviously atakuwa na evidence kwamba amekuwa rigged.
Lakini Clinton, wacha niwaambie my condition, right? Kalonzo, Mudavadi, right? Wanafaa kuacha utoto, my friend. They need to stop being childish, because these guys, if they win, I mean, if they run, they will not win. That is a fact. Lakini wakifanya hivyo, and then now we see they've denied Raila the votes. Ruto ashinde, mi bado sitajali. Nitaambia shauri yenu. You know, you guys, you had all the opportunity to take advantage. Uhuru anataka at least askate the mountain ndio Ruto asipate hiyo 99% yenye walipata before. So what I'm saying is like itakuwa shauri yao. That is my only condition to them. If they want to behave the way they are behaving, let them do it. But
kuna tetesi kwamba
get hard anyway if Ruto become president, right?
Kuna tetesi kwamba Sam, kuna kitu pia auelewi Inasemekana mwenye anaweza akashinda Ruto 2022 ni baba peke yake, mnaelewa?
Yeah, it's
with
true.
the support of the NASA leaders. Na pia kwetu Wajaluo pia tunaambiwa chini ya maji kwamba the head of the system, the president himself, is not supporting Raila's presidency, but ako sure bila Raila kwa hiyo formation ana support adui wake William atakuwa rais, unaelewa? So hata saa hizi hatujambiwa kama ni our party leader baba ndiye atakuwa rais. President pia anatamani tu Raila aseme. So ulikuwa unasikia hapo after handshake walikuwa anasema in 2022 wataleta neutral candidate. So ulisikia tetesika hizo.
Yeah.
With the support of Uhuru and Raila. Na deep down Raila anataka kuwa kwa ballot. Wakarudi wakasema president anajitetea eti mimi na Raila hajawahi niambia mambo na 2022. Lakini deep down baba ana aya hiyo 2022. So kitu maombi yake ni kwamba akalishe baba chini, aambie baba sisi tukae nyuma ya curtain to support mtu amenyane na Ruto. Of which ako sure, ako comfortable na Kalonzo's presidency. Kalonzo can be controlled. Mudavadi's ama Gideon's presidency. Weta naye yuko, Weta ni senator, of which anafaa kupambana na aspirants wa masenate huko kwake. Weta na waste time kupiga mapicha. In fact nitamtweetia nimwambie. So Uhuru doesn't want baba's presidency according to me. Angekuwa amesema tosha kitambo. Kitu bado ana plan, je, huyu atafold ambitions zake tuseme mtu tosha. Of which baba akirealize eti hatapewa hiyo support, atangatuka kama tuoto aseme kule moshi imezidi. Na maybe hiyo ndio kitu William anangojea sana. Then in elections we have to use money. I think hata kitu walisema jana hapo State House Mombasa ishamfikia William juu ya huyu senator wa Bungoma. Yeye ndio alikuwa identified kama mole. Na anakula vizuri.
But
kwa hiyo mole wake.
Does Wetangula have a party?
Party yake imegawanywa mara mbili na mimi na support wale wenye walikimbia na chama.
Now you guys, let us begin to wind up.
All right, guys. I'll see you tomorrow or weekend. Let me go have some dinner, something. We'll talk.
So someone you'll see on how you get Nani's contacts on the comments.
Actually, I got his contact. I will try to contact him maybe tomorrow. Okay.
Reach out to him, and then there is this Francis Mwembezi. Anataka kuniona kwa inbox ipi?
Mwambia click the link, the StreamYard link, and then he will inbox you.
I think he's following from Facebook. He's following from Facebook. Nitamtafuta nikiingia Facebook.
Huyo Francis Mwembezi anakaa mtu wa Uganda. Ukitaja tu hivi Museveni.
He's the guy for yes. Now I get it.
Mnakutana tu na yeye hapo.
Is a Ugandan. All right.
It's an man.
Ben, na Bobby Wine mlimpeleka wapi? Ben, sijasikia Bobby Wine since uchaguzi ifanyike. Ben, wewe ndio unatoka Bungoma karibu na Uganda.
Alifinywa.
Hata kwa address media haezi. Hiyo kifinyo ilikuwa ya hali gani?
Hewa inapimwa.
All right, man. I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Ndio mnaenda huko ku benchmark. You guys.
Hakuna hiyo mambo na ku benchmark mnatuonea. Si Raila aliendanga kwa Museveni. Huko alienda kufanya nini? Kila mtu Kenya amekutana na Museveni. Isipokuwa mimi peke yake.
How can you go to benchmark from Museveni?
Sasa benchmarking Uganda ni mbaya. Maombi yao nayo inafanya.
Maombi tunaweza kwenda lakini benchmarking hapana. there isn't what we can
hata
learn
hata
from
sisi
Uganda.
Kenya tumeona mnatupimia mahewa kwa kijiko, lakini
Hakuna
siku yenu
shida,
itafika.
mtajifunza kuishi Kenya ipasavyo.
So naona
Now, I
mmepimia
will
Nancy supporter
about
wangu hapa hewa mpaka akatoka.
about what you are saying, what you said, the hypothesis of who is best to succeed Uhuru Kenyatta. In fact, we need to get the political contest to the rightful people. This is a race against the Jubilee scorecard, and Uhuru is the sitting president. And so the campaign is supposed to be geared on how to replace Uhuru Kenyatta and not to defeat Ruto or make sure that Ruto doesn't get a seat. No, when we twist it like that, it makes Ruto bigger than life for nothing, in my opinion. And I think the best card that Uhuru needs to use is apply the Kibaki technology. Begin right now with the government of national unity. Then that is going to throw some people under the bus. After hiyo pesa tumechukua na ingine ambaye tumezuia kuingia. Then by March of next year, watu watakuwa wameshape up. Maji yatakuwa yameshika mkondo. And there's no cause for alarm. And beating Ruto with over 3 million is not even 3 million. Ruto is going to be beaten very well. We're going to have a repeat of the 2002 episode where he will be the one calling Iebc to concede. So this is not going to be neck to neck. After we roll out that government of national unity campaign, hii itakuwa tsunami ingine kubwa sana. So I have no doubt that even if he makes it to the ballot, he's not going to have a joyride. These guys, not Harun, there is the other guy, Ruben, the millennial guys who are giving him hope that they will vote for him. They are able to overturn the vote. Those guys will be drunk that morning. They will not even vote. So the serious people, sober, who know what is lying and who is lying and who is telling the truth, the voters are going to vote soberly, not emotionally, like what William Ruto is working so hard to keep. And you know also the people's emotions you can't sustain. Ruto alianza mbio mapema sana, and by the time sasa tunafika mahali ambapo atahitaji every strength he has to produce the last cards that he has, he will be so tired that when this other brigade comes in, it will be very easy to sweep over him.
Ben, but mimi napinga hiyo nini yenu, hiyo lineup yenu, kwa sababu mnatuambia eti baba aende one term aachi Gideon 2027. Surely si hata
sio kwa nini, hizo ni propaganda, but what I'm saying is there is easier succession with baba than any other person. That is going to be a matter to consider.
Than with Ruto. Hapo nayo nimekubali.
Ruto means 10 years. Supporting baba means 5 years. Who do we vote for? It will be easier to replace baba than to replace Ruto when he gets in power. And then what is
kitu.
He wants to be president forever.
Kitu pia Bernard.
Yeah?
Hata mimi ni confess bwana. Unajua sisi ndio wale tuliimba Uhuru Ruto. Tukaenda kwa ballot 5 tena. Sasa mimi ndio hiyo mrengo, tuliimba mara 3 tukarudisha hao kwa kiti, lakini saa hizi ile mashida nimepitia narudi kujutia, lakini sasa tufanye nini? Nikarudi kwa hiyo status yenye Clinton wako, hiyo ya kukua middle. ya kusema okay, labda Ruto hakukuwa president, lakini Uhuru ndiye ana execute kila kitu, labda tumpee tena, atatengeneza maneno ai. Lakini mtu wenyewe nikimsikiza kidogo kidogo, kuna venye naona tena huyu ndiye anaweza haribu zaidi tena. Alafu kuna time ilikuwa mimi ndiye nimesubscribe kwa nini zote media bwana, inaniletea tu notification, okay, Ruto ameenda online anaongea, mimi ndio hiyo nimekimbia kumsikiza. Lakini sasa ameanza kuharibu hadi siku hizi nikatoa hizo notification kwa sababu vitu zenye anaongea sasa ni za upuzi bwana, nimewacha kumsikiza. Sasa napatanga vitu zake tu zikitapatapa huko. Ameenda mpaka yeye amejirudisha chini sasa, level ingine yenye ya kina Sudi, Oscar Sudi bwana. Badala hata awache hii mambo ya kina iodine kina Sudi
Kwanza
wajibu, yeye sasa ndiye anakimbia kujibu.
Murkomen is a mole on our side. The guy hajawahi simama nasi tukiwa na shida kaa hizi, kametulia tu. Huyo tutampea KANU bana, akae huko kwa KANU.
So wametuangusha, lakini sioni kama huyu jamaa atafika mahali. Alafu unajua hiyo self declared president aiendi, angewacha, angejiweka hiyo status ya presidential yeye mwenyewe, alafu watu wamuendorse, watu waseme okay, wewe unafaa kuwa president, alafu hapo ndio atasema okay, kama wamesema naweza, acha niingie. Lakini hii ya kujiself endorse that na ameanza mapema, alianza mapema huko, amerun peke yake. Now what people are just doing is to make him make the blunders, na wanamsoma polepole. Unafikiri kina Raila wamenyamaza nini? Those are the Ingmans, wanajua venye politics inachezwa bwana. Wamenyamaza tu, wanawacha make hizo blanda zote, afanye nini. Wakati wanakuja wametengeneza kitu, wameikuku vizuri itakuwa bushfire. Hao majamaa wataona kitu hapo. Na unaona Unye ananyamaza, Unye anampea tu nafasi afanye hizi vitu zote. Saa hizi ni kama ana run a parallel government. How can he apologize for the government of Kenya? That's like running a parallel government. Na Unye amenyamaza tu, anamwachia afanye hizi vitu zote. In fact, kama mimi ningekuwa Ruto, I should be very scared, because how can you do this and the president is just watching, not showing even sign, not even confronting you in any way? That is what is even making me to be skeptical, and he is not seeing all those. Mimi yani mimi kama mtu wa chini ninaona hiyo vitu, lakini yeye ako pale juu na yeye ni politician, na aoni hiyo kama ni political mistakes zenye ana make, but ni sawa tu.
Yeah, he's been set. He has no, we will not say he has set himself up to fall, but he has been set up to fall, because it is very difficult for him to overturn what has been built for ages by telling them that you're coming for them. Unajua hata vita usemangi mimi nakuja kukubeba. Wewe usha threaten ma dynasties, ukawaambia unakuja unabadilisha mjadala, and then you warned them 3 years ago. I mean, they will not sit and wait for you to come. And so it was a huge blunder, and then it's still like he's not drawing required lessons. And
yeah, by the way, this was the right guy. Angecheza tu chini ya maji, ni yeye angekuja kutumalizia wa dynasty. But sasa ujinga alifanya kitambo, itabidi dynasty wa rule milele.
Ukweli ni kwamba
William Ruto alionyesha makucha kitambo,
ako na nafasi nzuri ya kuongoza Kenya, lakini anasikiliza watu ambao wafai na anajizungusha na watu ambao wafai. There is this guy who was the status controller during Moi's time, is called Bait. Those elders, Henry Kosgei, the elders
The
wale
what?
wa Moi, hao ndio wazee wanajua jinsi ya kuchukua mamlaka na kutawala nchi. Those are the people you surround yourself with as your well and your think tank. But wewe unaenda kuchukua vijana wa millennial wa kuongoze kusaidie na hekima ya kuchukua nchi. Wenyewe hawajui nchi iko na kaunti ngapi, kaunti zinakaaje, map za kaunti
Oscar Sudi anaenda live kila siku kama Clinton. Anytime. Oscar Sudi ako live. eti answering Kalonzo on what? Answering Mudavadi on this. Nani matusi tu.
No, William Ruto made the blunder by overrating himself, and he will have himself to blame. But the goodness is still young. He takes good himself. Let him take good care of himself, healthy wise. He can be
unatuambia hivyo na tumetumia mabilioni kukampeni time yote titungoje next time.
Hiyo mabilioni, hiyo inaitwa mwiba wa kujidunga.
So hiyo pesa tungetunza tungoje 2027.
Okay. Wacha tufunge station. Community ancestor, you have any ancestral anointing for us?
In fact, ningependa kuambia Clinton kuhusu mambo ya Bobi Wine. I hope Francis ananitegea. Mimi damu yangu inakwanga Uganda sana. So in fact, Bobi Wine has been dealt a very huge blow kwa sababu mimi nilifuatilia mambo ya campaigns zilikuwa, jamaa alikuwa amefinywa wakati wa hata kutangaza matokeo. In fact, niliona electoral chairman wa Uganda anakuja na karatasi kama hii. Unaona karatasi kama hii? Anatangaza akiulizwa na hizo figures umetoa wapi? Ajui. Hata sometimes anauliza is this true? Is this true? Nilifuatilia yote. Alafu kutoka hapo ile kitu manze yenye imefuata, kuna gari inaitwa drone manze. Kuna gari inaitwa drone. Wewe kama ni supporter wa Bobi Wine ama moso Bobi Wine, kozia ndio tisho ya Museveni, inakuja inakubeba na jamaa wa black wanaitwa SFC, kuna CMI, unapelekwa maybe Chitalia prisons ama unapelekwa kwa unsafe houses. In fact hata Museveni mwenyewe sasa hivi kuna jamaa anaitwa Lumbuye inasemekana kuwa alisema Museveni is dead. Jamaa wamemtumia drone mpaka Turkey. Baada ya kumtumia drone mpaka Turkey, in fact alienda akakuwa arrested, akafichwa siku 2. Watu ni diaspora wa Uganda wakapiga nduru, jamaa ndio akapeanwa kwenda kwa polisi wa Turkey. Sasa hivi Uganda government inataka arudishwe Uganda, na alikuwa ni activist. So jamaa wameng'ang'ana, wametafuta do, wanataka akue atafutiwe aslam kando na kurudishwa. Yani sasa hivi government ya Uganda imetumia pesa jamaa aletwe akuje kuanza, mbona akasema Museveni is dead. Ushaona sasa? So by the way, ukiangalia the most tweeted person apart from Lukaku, huyu mwenye striker mwenye ameingia Chelsea, Lumbuye, Fred Kajubi ndio amekuwa the second kwa Twitter, amebreak record kwa sababu imekuwa ni diaspora inang'ang'ana na Museveni. So Bobi Wine inabidi acheze chini. Jamaa wake wengi sasa hivi wako Chitaria military prison. So Uganda usicheza na Museveni. Bas mimi namaliza kwa kusema na because Francis nishamwanza. Mimi ninamaliza kwa kusema namna hii. Juzi niliangalia Ndeto wakati aliulizwa, je, ni kitu kipi ambacho kiko kibaya kwa baba? Akashindwa. So vile alishindwa, nami nimekaa chini hivi nikapiga mahesabu yangu nikasema, huyu Raila wanasemanga ni mchawi nini, mbona jamaa asemi kuwa huyu jamaa ni mganga, ni mchawi nini? Niliona vile alitapatapa. So nimekuja kuona huyu baba anaweza komboa Kenya yetu. So baba come 2022 August 9 kura yangu in fact iko kwako. Hiyo nishatangaza officially. Na pande ya Ruto alionyeshana game yake mapema. In fact kucampaign for 8 years, niliona polls zilitoka jana kutoka kwa Hustler Bureau of Statistics, kutoka kwa Itumbi mwenyewe, the man anasema kuwa Ruto ako 49%, kura zikipiwa saa hii. Raila mwenye achatangaza ako 31%. So kama Raila hajasema na kuna 31%, Ruto akuna 49 na already yeye ametumia structure zote zenye ziko within the government, na hakika scoreboard yake sahii ina read 49%. Hii kitu mpaka iwari William Samoei Ruto, kwa sababu mimi najua after tarehe 20 mjadala itabadilika baba. Hii leo ni tarehe 12, mjadala itabadilika. Sasa ndio tutaona sura ya baba ikifanya ikijionyesha vizuri. Kwa sasa tutakuwa tumejua BBI imeenda through ama imeanguka. Then kutoka hapo sasa the rubber itabit the road. Then kutoka hapo sasa mbichi na mbivu itajulikana. Alafu tutasema Chebukati, bring baby come, hiyo ballot papers. Then kutoka hapo sisi kwa sisi tupeleke baba mpaka the house in the hilltop. Alafu kutoka hapo miaka 5, then kutoka hapo tuone nani mwingine atachukua kutoka kwa baba. So that is my submission, na Mungu azidi kuwabariki. Clinton, nimeshukuru sana ndugu yangu kwa angalau kufunguka macho manze, ushaona sasa. So welcome home, welcome kwa baba. Na mimi vile nimekaribia kwa penalty namna hii. Bye bye.
Thank you,
Baba
thank you.
Ikulu,
Clinton.
Baba Ikulu.
Yes,
Tunangojea tu ile tarehe 20 ianze kusema.
Clinton.
Ben, wajua nini Ben?
Yes.
Mimi hiyo story ya nani nimeulizia juu I felt for him. Story ya huyo kijana Bobby Wine. And Bobby Wine was not ripe to be president. Just like my party leader. Let me say so, because watu watanimeza kwa comments, lakini nimezeni tu. Bobby was not ripe, by the way. Angeachiwa Uganda hata saa hizi hange manage. Unaelewa? Na Museveni alisema the guy is not ripe. Na pia tukimpea mtu ripe kama Kiza, anachapa Kiza mpaka Kiza anamka Nairobi hospital. So hatujui anataka nini. Having said that, Ben, mimi niko na historia ndefu sana na Uganda.
Yes.
Na ipo siku in the next 6-7 years, not 6-7, in the next 5 to 6 years, naweza kuwa kiongozi pale. Utaniona kwa bunge yao. Kwa sababu niko na historia pale. Acholi na Lango, sisi huko ndio nyumbani. Lakini tuliama juu ya haya mateso. Na pia naweza nikasema Raila akichukua itabidi turudi nyumbani. Juu Kenya pia itakuwa haikaliki. So mimi Museveni akitoka tu hivi ama kesho, obviously bado tuko na ardhi yetu huko, nitaenda tu nijenge hiyo Lion Kasimba. Na niwaambie mimi ni mtu wa nyumbani bana.
We nikatie tu hiyo ardhi twende hata kesho. Sisi tutajua jinsi ya kudeal na Museveni.
Baki tu
kwenu Western.
Sasa sisi ni watu wa huko. Hata in fact unaona Homa Bay, nikisemanga eti I will one day vie for an MCA, wananiambia a stranger tutakupea kweli. Yani they know you with everything. Wanakwambia wewe si wa hapa, nyinyi ni wakazi tu hapo penye mnakaa, kulikwanga sijui nini story mob. But Museveni akiacha uongozi na kuhakikishia almost 5 of our family members will have to go back to our original home. So Ben, having said all this, the race may be between Baba and William. Na pia ancestor huyu community amesema kwamba hii BBI will determine so many things. I think without BBI hao wanaume sita wameunganishwa na BBI because of the interest. Moja kuwe PM, mwingine kuwe hizo takataka zingine. But without BBI kila mtu ataanza kujitafutia, of which we may see different formations. And that one will play maybe
BBI is in view, yes, but it is not a do and die. I think from what I'm hearing right now, BBI has been moved beyond 2022 in the calculations that are being done. So there is the scenario where if BBI survives, it well and good. If not, we work out, get the government, then now use a new our new status in the new government, and then implement the BBI and now assimilate these other guys. So we will have something like what we had with NAC government in 2002, where while we were voting, tulijua Wamalo Kijana will be vice president, and that's what happened.
So hapo BBI ikishapita after election, sasa mnataka kuassimilate guys. Si mtakumbuka party leader wangu ama sisi tutakaa tu?
Anakuwa official.
Sisi hatuwezi pata hata ka prime minister bana.
I think we are going to balance that because deputy prime minister are supposed to come from the other side. But we will see.
Tutapata kura milioni kama 6 hivi. Au watu milioni 6 pia wapewe kitu bana.
6 mtapata wapi? Kama
anyway,
sita tutawapatia wakati sisi tumepata 16.
Anyway, sisi mimi yeyote akishinda ni sawa.
Tunataka maintain margin ya 10 million strong.
But I will continue googling how the 15 million came about. Kama ni pesa iliibiwa na serikali imechukua, wallahi mimi naama.
No, that thing, there are some videos I'm going to share with you. It has something to do with that money.
Ben, deep state mnaweza jitengenezea hata video mseme ni sisi. Mimi si wa trust. Wajua kwa nini nime left WhatsApp group? Kila nikiamka asubuhi niangalie galari yangu, nakuta mmechukua kichwa cha William mkawekea mwenye anasukuma mkokoteni. Sinibidi niame kwa group. Hizo pictures hazinipendezi.
No, hujaona ile ya poster for vote for a better Uganda 2022. William Ruto.
Nilishatoka kwa hiyo group sasa kuona hizo vitu.
Hebu urudi tafadhali.
Nitamkaje asubuhi nikute William anasukuma mkokoteni. Kuna place mlimtengeza amechoka mpaka amekaa tu chini. Amesukuma hiyo kitu bana. Hiyo ndio ilifanya nika left.
Whatever he's prescribing, let him be the first partaker.
Ngojea baba wakati ataanza kumove around the country akikampeni utasikia munakumbuka 15 billion.
but I don't see myself supporting William come 2022. Wenye Wakikuyu wamemruka, nilikuwa nataka hao Wakikuyu wamsupport 100% ndio tuweze kushindana na baba. Lakini Wakikuyu wameturuka kina Mugambi bana. Hata huyu Kon ni Mkikuyu na umesikia akisema baba asubuhi na mapema. So tutabaki na kina.
Umesikiza Kuria venye ameanza kuongea? Anaanza kujiweka in a position to switch.
Huyo William anichukue kama running mate. Juu running mates pia wamemtoroka. Anichukue kama running mate. Eti Jex ndiye anaingia kwa show Ben. Jex anataka kusema nini sahi? Hebu acha nimweke. Akuje kama amejoin serikali ya handshake tayari. Mbona hajafika? Akuwe amebadilisha msimamo. Yakes. Bana Jakes.
Dr.
Ati
Jakes.
mnasema nini? Unajua
Hata
mkiachwa
mi
peke
nashangaa
yenu,
na hao watu bana,
mkiachwa
wanapinga
peke yenu
rais
mnaongeanga
mtarajiwa
vita
William.
tu, eh?
Tukiachwa peke yetu tunafanya nini tena?
Mnakuwa vibonzo. Ati mumesema
Yaani
nini?
wewe unafika hapa na matusi, sio?
Ni kuuliza tu. Moja vibonzo ndio uburudisha watu na ucheshi. Ati
Ben,
mmetuchekesha aje?
Ben umeambiwa eti hii
Kama ni
videos
aje?
uko nazo ni za deep state.
Ati nini?
Video za kwako si za deep state, achana nazo.
Jakes, huyu Jakes amelala, anatusikiza kweli? Sikia venye anaongea eti
Ninasikiza,
nini.
nawasikiza ni venye sija load what you are saying. Ngoja nimesikia ukisupport handshake ati ni join handshake, so bado najaribu kudigest ati umesema aje, unajua.
Jakes bana, mimi kitu imefanya nivute rioli yangu juu. Naona deep state wametufinyeko. Wewe unaona bana, hao watu 15 bilioni hii pesa bana ingetusaidia kuwin kitu. Tungetumia hata hiyo 15 bilioni kununua Kalonzo. Alafu wanafinyilia hiyo pesa yetu kwa kona bana.
Unajua mi hupenda kusikiza kile ambacho hakikusemwa. Kuna vitu hazijasemwa especially kwa hiyo team handshake. One of the things ni kama they have not yet agreed. And I can tell you for free, yesterday was not the last meeting. Tutaona nyingi kadhaa. Na the good thing about history huwa inatufunza ya kuwa kama hujaisomea ama you have not learned from it, repeating the same mistake is almost obvious. You see, our founding fathers, especially when he wanted to do what Uhuru is doing, he almost allowed everybody into KANU, and the only mistake ilikujia when he was doing his endorsements. So alipoendorse Uhuru, hapo sasa ndio kiliumana, and it was the beginning of the end. So this is history cooking itself so well. Naona wengine wananiambia niko na makasiriko hata sijasema anything, but cha msingi ni hii it is too early to say anything, and drama zitaendelea hata zijaanza. I don't know if you heard what Musalia said today. I don't know what you heard, what people are pushing him to say. One thing I'll tell you for free, you can go research. Western will be the running mates for Ruto. Hiyo haina doubt, na hapo sasa ndio kitaumana vizuri when it is a Ruto Musalia ticket. Hapo itakuwa tamu, itakuwa interesting. Sasa hizo ndio kitajulikana mapema kama handshake kweli inatosha mboga. Unajua handshake imekuwa tu vitisho. Ingekuwa ya maana kama BBI ingepita, lakini since that didn't happen, this one itakuwa classified under types of abortion. Kuna what we call missed abortion. Missed abortion ni kale kamembata huku notice kalikuwa, and then hivyo.
Wewe Jakes, wewe wacha hizo game zako.
No, there are types of abortions. Unajua there's a threatened abortion,
be careful, mind your language. Number one. Number two,
it's medicine. That is deep medicine.
The Western running mate does not guarantee votes.
Believe you me, it changes the matrix.
That is very good imagination, and in fact,
no, it's not about imagination. It changes the matrix.
Because
listen, why does it?
As an indigenous.
Yeah, you're well advised, but I'm telling you about the matrices. One of the matrix that would really be good if everyone sticks to Baba. But if everyone does not do that, it increases the intrigue, given when everyone is with Baba, he has a guaranteed huge majority. But if some people begin to leave, like Kingi, for example, something must give. You know, some of these things we take them for granted. We assume some of these leaders, but I can tell you for free, it is about 50 plus 1. Kingi is one of the 50. So if you cannot be able to maintain your 50 at your corner, my friend, anyone who leaves you is an
au magavana wa Coast. Joho juzi alikuwa ana threaten, ungefikiria kuna chama tayari, na saa hizi ndio ana dance wimbo wa baba sijui kani. Hiyo kitu imefanya namchukia milele. Anaweza tishiaje atakuwa rais alafu anaanza kudance eti baba ndio kila kitu. I hate that guy, man.
There's what we call, do you have the ability to go for the big seat? At the moment, hata ukiangalia ratings, there are only 2 people. Others tu ni maybe next time. This time, hapana. I don't think hawajafika bado kimo. Saa hizi game ni ya wawili. Hao wengine ni wanaitwaje? Wekesa na witanga ashas, ni wa kuonyesha wageni mahali watakaa, wa kusaidia kuokota sadaka hapa kule in terms of kura.
Na huyu party leader wa Bernard venye anapenda pesa.
Kupreach ni mmoja tu,
Na huyu party leader wa Ben venye anapenda pesa. What if tumnunue akuwe running mate? Wajua tunaweza mnunua.
Party leader wa Ben leo nimemsikiza vizuri. I want you to go and look for that clip. He's adamant joining Baba, and he's the only person who said kuna mambo na trust issues. Kalonzo alikuwa 50-50, unajua tu nikigeugeu, na yeye ndo amekuwa kitumwa, lakini when it comes to Musalia, his stand has not been clear. And someone was saying most of his former workers are now working for Ruto. That should even speak something to you. Actually, even most of the leaders wenye ako nao wengi wamekuwa na what do you call him, na Ruto. And then the other guy ni huyu Wetangula person. Even his own MPs wamekuwa kikampenia Ruto. So that speaks something, yeah. And then there's this other propaganda. There's this other propaganda.
It does not change the matrix.
You know, the issue is not changing the matrix. It's called perception. Kidogo tu.
Mudavadi comes from Mululu. Mululu is in Vihiga County.
Let me tell you what I want.
The governor of Vihiga County is ODM. The majority.
Let me tell you what happens.
Yes.
When it is now told that your own is almost there. For example, I want you to remember the marathon. When this guy mwenye alikuwa anakimbia the 1500 meters, he almost won, but alipokuwa number 2, he still celebrated. So what happens to when you see you're almost at the finish line? It creates some people who initially didn't support you or are not backing you to start singing your song. You'll be
Jakes, that one we did in 2002.
And then why do you want to believe this guy has stuck? You know?
No, I'm telling you. The almost there we did in 2002.
Just one moment.
When Mudavadi was made vice president.
Why am I saying so? You remember this guy by the name of Malwa? The reason as to why all of a sudden he became a reckon or someone to reckon with, a big thing, is because alifika level akaonekana ndio atakuwa number 2, of which he became, and akakaa ni kama yeye ameunganisha lawyers. So who would inherit him? It is that one person who would seem as if atakaribia hiyo kiti. You see, the only difference between Raila and Musalia at that time, they might not be sure Baba will make it. But if they have their number 2 son there, and he has potential ya kufika easily than Baba, believe you me, that one changes the matrix. And then the other card is this other person.
What people are drawing, it will not change.
No, anything. It's called analyzing. An analysis
If you
analysis
tell
is
me
lawful. Let me
that
finish.
William Ruto will support my DVD to be the president, then you will change something. But giving him the second fiddle, no lawyer is going to follow Mudavadi. Even when
But
Mudavadi ran on his own.
You see,
but
Bernard,
huwa mnatuambia
there's
baba
what we call
akichukua running mate Mount Kenya, the matrix
analysis.
will change.
Analysis means it is not exactly what will happen. It's just what we call it, like a prediction, like what different playouts. So the other prediction that may be interesting is who is Baba's running mate. You see, for example, at the moment there are so many cards on the table. Na kila mtu ana, as Bernard you always say, kila mwamba ngoma huvuta pande yake. That's what you always say. They are retiring governors. And then there is this new face by the name Gidi. Initially, Gidi never wanted anything. Alikuwa anataka ka senator, sio? Now he has gone to, what do you call it, the national politics. So national politics ina create divergency of needs. For example, before it used to be few. It used to be Kalonzo, Musalia. You could tell them, you could mention them. But now kuna an increase. Now it creates a dilemma for Baba, because either way, if he chooses if he wants to beat Ruto, he can choose a Kale. If he wants to get central votes, he can choose a running mate from central. If he wants to retain the eastern vote, he can choose anyone. Now he has even the option of this governor from Machakos is called who?
Tua.
Yeah, Mutua. So he has options, but each option has a consequence. Then and then the sweet one would be if he chooses so someone kwa group la kusema Gideon Moi. That one I can tell you for free, that one cannot happen. Why? It can be more of his falling than his making. Why? Because I don't see how influential Moi is. Si ati ninamdismiss, but at the moment hajatosha mboga, hajajijenga. So there is this other person, someone is saying Munya. So he has his work cut out for him. So itakuwa an interesting thing, because as one good political analyst was saying, the running mate will also make someone or destroy someone. Ruto also has a challenge. If he chooses from central, that one becomes what will pin him down. Why? People will say itakuwa ping pong between two tribes. If he doesn't choose from central as well might say ojeka mtu wetu. So it is a mountain to climb. It would really need convincing for the leader to convince the running mate and the people who support him why he has chosen that running mate. So it will be an interesting twist in the near future. But all the same, this is what I would say. It is not easy for either side. Neither is it for Ruto or is it for the handshake side. Why? You see, there's always the challenge of the incumbent president. Watu kuna wenye wanakuwa na frustrations zake, kuna wase wanakuanga wana kisasi, yeah, especially the people of the mountain at the moment wako na kisasi na uhunye. So chances za kuvote to punish him ziko high sana, chances za kuvote kuprotest ziko juu sana. All the same, kuna pia madiehards, kuna wase lazima tu mahali atasema twende kama bendera watafuata upepo. So it will be an interesting time. Isipokuwa ni COVID, I would really have wanted to see how campaigns would have rolled out. And then it will also be interesting if, for example, for the first time, tukidhani baba atasimama aseme, for example, Kalonzo tosha. That can also be interesting. Yeah. So that is my summary. Paul, I was busy somewhere. I've not slept. So see, actually, I'm not anywhere near a bed. So, but I've been busy following huku nyuma. Alafu, of course, huko mbele iko interesting place ya pesa na IEBC, hiyo tunaachia wenyewe.
Sawa sawa, thank you Clinton. Sema neno la mwisho tunafunga.
Mimi
Unaonaje
sasa
hii
niko na
maneno?
maneno kweli. Ben, I think unakataa kitu ambacho Jex anasema, but kuna ukweli kivyake. Ruto akichukua Mudavadi kama running mate na kwa kampe ya Raila, Mudavadi amekuwa offered number 3. Obviously watu wa Western wataona place tuko number 2. Hapo ndipo. Na pia Mudavadi ana play safe kwa sababu William can be a kingmaker.
Kidogo tu nikukate kidogo tu, alafu sisahau kuna hii story imekuwa ikianza kucheza chini ya maji. After the handshake, it's like Team Western ilisaulika kidogo. In fact, they were saying, if you listen to Savula and most of the Western guys, they were saying that bibi alipoingia kwa serikali kila kitu ilipelekwa kwao. So kutakuwa na siasa ya kukashifu handshake. So even if kutakuwa na team handshake, the places that didn't directly benefit from handshake, yeah, like for example coasts, if wanaweza sema kuna challenge walipata, for example like Kilifi, of course Mombasa ili enjoy na Lamu, but kuna some places like Tana River wanaweza come out and say they never benefited from handshake. So handshake pia ina advantage na disadvantage, so itakuwa interesting time ahead. Ile yenye nitaenjoy kuona ni matunda ya the fallout, kwa sababu mkiwa watu wengi mnatafuta viti mbili, eventually hakutakosa casualties ambao watatoroka nje. And you see, for example, if you remember 202 waliotoka nje walikuwa wengi. You remember kulikuwa na Saitoti, kulikuwa na Kalonzo, kulikuwa na Raila. They were all from KANU. So because of the factor Uhuru who was chosen, they had all to go out. And since when they went out, hawakuwa na time ya kujibuild. Who was out? It was Kibaki with this lady, Kibaki with Ngilu and Wamalwa. So it was now easy for them to say Kibaki tosha because they didn't have time. By the time I got talking, they didn't have time. So I hope they have not wasted so much time with BBI and all, because Ruto amekuwa huku nje. So it will be interesting. It will be interesting. And I really hope, because in the next, is it 10 days, tutajua if BBI will make it or not, because if it doesn't, hapo ndipo ngoma itaanza.
In my opinion, the Luya vote.
Wait. Jex aliniomba dakika moja.
Secure where it is.
Ben.
Kina Savula and Malala and the rest. Hao ni Make Masenda aswa. Let
me say something.
Goja. They are looking for how to survive.
Kuna kitu moja unataka.
They are looking for how to survive. And the only way for them to survive is to appear to be supporting
kidogo tu. Kumbuka baba wa 1997 na baba wa 207. Those are two different people. The 97, listen, kidogo tu. You know, you're judging him from the previous what do you call it, performance. But I can tell you for free, he might not have garnered, what do you call it, millions of votes, but perception. You know, politics at times also perception.
It is not that way, Jex. You are wrong in your analysis.
No, I am not wrong.
That you want to make a difference out of what you are imagining.
It's not even the imagination. Remember this, 205, it's what built even Baba stronger than any other election. Why? He was able to defeat the president in the constitution, yeah? And that created a momentum. It created what others may describe as euphoria. And because of that, ODM was birthed. Now, what happened in 205? 205, it created a person who was able to stand against, and he had a backing, and he has not lost most of the backing that he got from 205. Now, what happened after that? From there, he realized, kumbe, I can be able to marshal up, right? And come 207, he had created a movement. And now this movement, over the years, it has suffered some injuries. Some diehard leaders like Akinandwale and Ruto left. It has been suffering some casualties over time. And as wisdom will tell you, constant puncturing of a ship eventually, in one way or another, as much as it might not really sink, it is not as strong as it used to be. Now, what happened to Musalia? Musalia has lost over time. That I agree. That one I agree, I know. But what has built him over the days? He has been consistent behind Baba. So he can also, what you were describing the other day, creating sympathy. He can create a sympathetic moment for himself by describing of how he has been neglected and how, that's why I'm telling you, don't despise him and don't dismiss him quickly.
Mimi nimekuambia achana na
Kidogo tu, you know you are in Nairobi. I'm
achana
telling
maneno
you
ya
from someone I had who ametoka
if
mashamba
there is
juzi.
anything about Mudavadi's loyalty to Baba is good, but Mudavadi's unmaking is when he's influenced
Can
to
I
walk
ask you a
away
question?
from Baba.
Can I
He
ask you a
did
question?
that in
Over
2013.
the same.
He suffered.
Can I ask you the same question?
Yes.
Why do you think Ruto is meeting the Kakamega governor?
Oparanya.
Yeah.
Because Ruto is a schemer. He wants to
Very
make
good.
inroads, and he has
Good.
been going there every day. He's not making inroads using Kinahalwale and the rest. So he's trying to use ODM, or rather reduce ODM, so that he can add to himself. But what he doesn't realize is that
what comes to my mind, what comes to my mind is that
listen to wacha nimalize. What he does not realize is that it is possible for him to get Oparanya on his side, but it is very difficult for Oparanya to carry the votes with him to Ruto's place. The Luya vote is not like the central vote. The Luya vote is not like the Nyanza vote. You can get the leaders.
Now I want you to look at this scenario and then answer me.
To get is those leaders.
Now check his scenario. He's able to get let's say Oparanya, Musalia, and who is this other guy? What do you call this guy? I'm forgetting his name. This Bungoma leader. And Weta the guy. So he's able to have them. So don't you think, in a sense, is that not creating a degree of the elusive unity? Eventually,
no, he will not.
Eventually, not getting so much, but at least
remember
wow.
In Kibra they campaigned together.
In Kibra, there was Owalo and there was this guy Mariga.
There was Owalo
and Mariga.
There was Mariga.
Yeah.
And then all of them were footing for Mariga.
No, all of them. Each person, as is normally say, alikuwa navuta pande yake.
They were sponsored so that they can scatter the Luya vote in Kibra. Listen, scatter the Luya vote in Kibra and reduce the chances of the ODM guy to win. But what happened? They got 200 votes. They had less votes than their returning officer, wherever they are, the agent.
Small votes hadi kuliko spoiled votes.
Lakini Bernard.
Yes.
Bernard.
Yes, Clinton.
The reason as to why, acha leo nifunguke tu. Wajua kwa nini nimekuwa nikisupport William? I am comfortable with Musalia's presidency than Baba's. Kwa sababu naona Musalia ana play cards zake vizuri. Ndio Ruto akifinywa sana. Ruto pia ni skema. He may decide who becomes the next president come next year. either by sacrificing himself eti sitaki, na kama hataki haizi akasema Kalonzo tosha. Obviously atakuja huku kwa Mudavadi maybe to punish Raila, na Mudavadi with the support of Ruto, obviously hata Uhuru atamsupport chini ya maji, na Mount Kenya voters pia wako comfortable na Mudavadi's presidency.
Yes, that was my
so obviously
point.
hapo baba ataona kiti view sasa, na William Ruto atakuwa safe kwa sababu amemake nani kuwa king. Na hata wewe mwenye unafuata baba eti unamfuata tu juu Mudavadi hayuko strong, utaona hii kitu inakuja nyumbani. Omundu muloasi.
Itakuwa that one will be the correct derby. Nitango mashemeji derby. It will be now the Gore versus AFC Leopards. And let me tell you for free, when it is at that level, ndio uta realize when now chickens are coming to hatch home. After the guys who have not seriously campaigned for Ruto, you'll be shocked. They'll come out clean. Now, kuna so many people who we don't know where they stand. We are not really sure if they are pro handshake, pro Ruto. They are just there, especially most governors. Now, why do you think they are silent? Because they know either way, it is either Ruto side or Raila side. Now, what creates the demarcation? It is the influence of the running mate. And I can tell you for free, both Raila and Ruto, if there is a difficult exam they're having at the moment, it is who becomes the running mate. Now, for Baba, the issue is, how do I finally get a convincing 50+1? And at a kiibu it is 50+1. That is the first mathematics. Number two, how do I get a running mate who does not have my previous history? Why? Kalonzo has already ashachafua maji. He said the other day, I'll be stupid. So if he dares go for a running mate, tutamwita he's already so Kalonzo has already destroyed the waters. Musalia as well has already destroyed the waters. What has he said? There are mistrusts. So those two watoe kwa kadi. Hata kama watakuwa, unless wa promise either they'll be the speaker or serious cabinet ministers or whatever, but running mate positions, hiyo wasahau. Why? I think Baba this time will choose keenly and carefully, and above all, he will not just choose. In the past, he was just choosing. Why? He's a serious kingpin, and they were the available ones. But at the moment, he has a pool to choose from. But whoever he chooses, it is not an easy pick. And you'll take this to the nearest posho mill that whoever will be picked, atasiagwa kamili. Whoever he picks, atasiagwa vizuri. And you know, some of us have some DNA ya Oluya. We shall eat them like mahindi ama njugu karanga. Seriously.
But Jakes,
the mathematics of
it's not
Ruto throwing it to Madividi, that
of
can
course he
do
can't.
some magic.
That one
It
can't
can do
because
some magic.
Ruto can't be a running mate. That's the only
That's what I'm saying. He must shelf this ambition for presidency completely and declare that Mudavadi.
But why? But why?
If he does that, then he can change the game.
But Jakes, I think Ruto pia akisupport Mudavadi, it will make his chances in 2027 very high. Hata kama Mudavadi hajapata, atakuwa na guts za kwenda Western na kusema I supported your guy the other time.
Actually, itajenga,
but hakuwa serious na hii kitu.
If Mudavadi anaweza kubali kuwa running mate, atapata hata za Rift Valley easily next time.
No, Madividi as running mate, then he will get Rift Valley, he will get part of Central and Nini, but the Luya vote as running mate. No.
Jakes, Ruto akichukua urais nataka afanye milele.
Wacha niulize swali leo Bernard Kabila, Why is it that it is difficult for a lawyer to support a lawyer? Paul, I have never wanted to be a tribal person. Shida iko
It
wapi?
is not difficult for a lawyer to support a lawyer.
So what's the problem?
It is difficult for a lawyer to support a lawyer because he is a lawyer.
Why?
No, you must give us reasons. You must convince us why we should support you by proving yourself.
And the way you guys are many, I wish you knew the numbers you
Prove
had.
yourself. Show yourself a man. Not for you to go, you cause us embarrassment. We have this heroic kind of blood. We want to see a hero and follow him, not just a shenyu. No.
If only you knew what you guys carry. You guys are like the people from Turukana. Wakona dhahabu chini ya maji, chini yao in form of. I was told it is a huge lake, beneath underground, but unfortunately they will be dying of drought and famine and all. Yet beneath them there is a lake. Beneath them there is petrol. So I'm like, honestly, you guys muko na dhahabu kwa mikono, but kabla mjue mko na nini, tutazidi tu kujinice na Mount Kenya.
We are the custodian of this nation.
I think the only guy who knew the secret was
a great deal. I don't think there is a community that has done much
Wamalwa knew the
even
secret.
Running the affairs of this country like the Luya community.
I think the only person who understood that secret was Wamalwa, and I think it's because by then he was in Fort Kenya.
No. Wamalwa is junior. The really man was Masinde Muliro. That's why he was assassinated.
Yes, Masinde Muliro, but who took over in a smart strategy? It was more of Wamalwa, because it is only then that I think you guys were more
Wamalwa
united.
Kijana came in the shadow of Masinde Muliro. It was that time. And that is what he managed. He dived in. But the time of Masinde Muliro, and we had another guy called Elijah Mwangale. Those were the strong guys during Moi's time.
So what happened, honestly? Because you guys, if there were guys who were almost there, it is you. Almost. Achana hata na Baba and these other characters. You guys were all, yani mapua yenyu ilikuwa ishanusia. Ni kuingia tu.
We will get there, but not now.
You see how Moses was shown kwa mountain that ile ndio place watu wako watapele.
Bana, hata usinikumbushe story na Moses. Baba amejiita majina mara Musa, Joshua, hajafika Kana.
Sasa next
atakuwa Yesu sasa.
But hata huyu Mkamba bana, huyu Mkamba Steve pia anaweza kuwa rais mzuri. I used to love him akiwa vice.
No, the problem with him, I don't like his how do I put it? Ni jamaa kigeugeu in his speech. One moment he will say this, tomorrow he will forget what he has said, and then
anaweza geukia hata speech alitoa kwa holiday.
No, Kalonzo he has his.
Mimi nilimpenda kama vice bana. Kwanza kizungu yake ilikuanga inani nice hizo enzi. I could use them in writing composition.
Yule jamaa sijajua shida ilikujia wapi ni Tuju. I have never understood even today. That guy used to be good. I remember when I was young, tulikuwa tunaletea clips zenye amefanya za HIV. And I used to like the person, you know, that guy was good. Angebonga kizungu seme, man, when I grow up, I want to speak such.
Man, Tuju ndio kila government ikiingia inafaa kumfinya. Tuju ametumiwa kufinya watu. Sana wanasiasa.
When we finally clinch power, you'll understand why birds fly. Na si ati niko ubaya.
So venye mnanasa pesa zetu bana.
You Uda guys, you should advise Ruto well. If he shelves his ambition for 2022.
One thing I know about Ruto, and I can tell you for free, that guy is smart, and I think it is one of the reasons why the president really knows that he has potential, and he's advising this other team that if you guys don't watch carefully, he will surprise you with a move you didn't anticipate. You see, the president has been with him over the 9 years, and he knows him to be a great player who does his moves with a lot of tact, and he's able to pull out a surprise that might catch you unaware. You see, for example, while the president was busy building the nation, this guy was seriously busy stealing his bedroom. Saizi ameponyoka na kitanda plus duvet, mattress. Ni room tu prezo ameachiwa ya Sagana. So he can only gather few people at Sagana Resort, but the entire bedroom inachezewa na mtu mwingine. And I think it is a
Wewe
sad
Jakes,
story.
wachana na hizo.
It is a sad story because
Nimekuambia wachana na hizo. Kama kuna political strategist, Ruto is smart, yes. He's
yeah, he is.
brilliant, yes. But when
He
it
has
comes
learned
to
he has
political
learned from
schemes,
Baba. He has learned
political
from
scheming,
Baba very well.
political scheming, so far, he's not scoring at all. Because in politics, number one rule is that you must never be seen coming.
Alafu kwa hiyo BBI yenu mweke
kuna kitu Bernard unasahau. We are yet kidogo tu Bernard. Kidogo we are yet to see him. You know why am I saying so? Hajacheza kwa league kubwa. Huyu mwenye amekuwa akicheza
what he has done for the past 4 years. He has exhausted everything. That is why when the really campaign begin, don't be surprised when we end up with what we had with the BBI.
There's something that Collins always says,
at the county level.
Collins Onyuka kuna kitu anasema, at times listen to the unsaid. Kuna kitu sometimes Ruto anasema, there are people meeting me behind the scenes who don't want to be seen. Now, the other thing that we have not yet seen.
That is a political statement.
No, but a valid one.
It's the same thing we have been told that many people in Central are waiting to join UDA.
That is
what
true.
What is the situation right now?
No, tell me for free, Bernard.
Yes.
For free. Ile watu ile ya kusupport either side. Do you think kuna any inroads by anyone else at the moment in let's begin with Central? Do you think Baba has made significant inroads in Central at the moment?
Baba has not started to go to Central, but he has
what informs your argument?
Baba is the only one who garners votes from Central. Of all people who have gone for presidents, Baba leads in getting more votes from Central than any other outsider. So he's not a stranger in Central. 1. 2, with the changing of the dynamics, in fact, one of the things that is it's counterproductive for DP is his old Kanu book of rules that is trying to implement now, of zoning regions and making them my zones. That used to work during those dark days when there was no mobile phone, when there was no internet, and so Moi would control zones. But now it is becoming obvious. It's very difficult to do that. This thing with the Kiunjuri and Moses Kuria, don't underestimate it.
Actually, do you know what is happening between? Let me explain what is happening between Kuria and Kionjori. Kidogo tu. Kionjori and Kuria, they are, and I think that is where we are making the mistake. Kuna vitu mbili yenye tunashindwa kudifferentiate. These two people, I listened to Moses Kuria and actually I replayed the clip. This is what he said. Not that they have a problem with who becomes the president. hapo in fact alisema hapo hatutabishania, but ile tutabishania ni chama. Why? That he said that Alice Wahome alinyimwa nafasi na the others were given simply because they come from different party and all. I don't know why he was making such an argument. So according to me, these guys are not fighting for who becomes president. That's not top on the list. Top on the list, they know that one they will not go for, but they would want a bargaining party. You see, you remember the bus this guy called who? The bus ilikuwa
Mbas. I know Mbas
you remember Mbas? Yeah,
yes,
you remember Mbas, PNU, all those were parties, eh? So they're looking at Jubilee. I can tell you for free, come 2022, it will not really be the chama ya Central. This Kanini Kega and the guys, achana wow, those ones are hot air. So they are looking for a party that will like signify Central, or rather, they want to create themselves as the formidable kingpins. You see, Uhuru before hata awe president alikuwa ashaanza kujitokeza kama kingpin. Of course, the endorsement by Mishuki and other guys ilimsaidia. Now with his exit, hakuna like a spokesperson. Wachana na hao wameenda kichaka kujifungia siku 7. Wanapoteza hadi bibi siku 7. Achana na wao. Serious guys, serious guys have not yet come out. So so there is also unaona akina Kabogo, akina this forest guy is called who? We Clinton hujamwa kichaka anaitwa aje?
Eti pia amepata nguvu ya kutusi Ruto.
No.
I hate him.
Achana, no, our leaders are not.
Who speaker?
Yeah, the speaker guy. The speaker guy went to the bush. You know, our leaders, yes, our leaders are not born in the bush. So
alafu siku hizi ana attend kila matanga
na kila church. Those are not how. That is not how you become a president. He's losing it.
No, you know, you people are losing the point.
No,
what is simple about Central is as long as UDA,
I have not finished.
Hold on. As long as UDA does not get MPs from Central, okay, their numbers in parliament will be affected.
Not really. You see,
it will.
And not then, really. You see, the issue is, the issue is, kidogo tu, because I hadn't finished.
The Jubilee cannot be ruled out from Central, and now we have Moses Kuria party, then we have Kiunjuri party, the Mbas is being revived. So we're going to have several small parties within Central that are going to have individual MPs.
Yes. They are all welcome. The issue is,
so UDA will also add to it. So we are talking about at least 5 parties fighting
in 2013. In 2013, we had two parties, URP and TNA. TNA was more of a what do you call it? Of a central party, while URP was more of a what do you call it? Of a Rift Valley and other regions party. Now, according to me, and this is not that what will happen, UDA might not always have many guys from the Central. Actually, will have many from the Rift Valley, but lazima wata create a party, or people would want to associate with a party that has more of a central touch, hata kama haitakuwa UDA, but their presidential candidate, just like I can say Collins, Maendeleo Chap fielded candidates from governors to every other place. But when it came to the president, I think Collins, I don't know, I think you supported Uhuru. I can't remember. I think so. Yeah. So same to 2022. They will have parties. That one is not a doubt. But who is their presidential candidate? That is where the tire meets the road. Hapo ndio kutakuwa na difference, na hapo ndio utashangaa that many will go to different chamas, but when you come to the president, they might many link to one person. That is the truth.
Exactly what I am saying is those pushing for Ruto's presidency will still vote for Ruto, but they want to retain their local party. Then that retaining of local party is going to interfere with the majority party in the parliament. DP Ruto's projection is for him to get the majority of the votes and the majority of the MPs.
That is true. Of course, hakuna president anataka kuingia asafe what Kibaki suffered. You know, getting like 40 MPs, my friend.
That's exactly what's going to happen, and
mswada
I'm
ya
likely
kahawa ama kuongezwa kwa mandazi kwa bunge itakuwa ngumu. Mswada tu simple kama ya mandazi itakuwa ngumu. So the more the merrier. So he will work hard, but eventually a lot will be seen come
Jakes.
from now. Yes,
Jakes.
sir.
Tusaidie kina Ben baba kuwe rais tumwimpeach
Fanya
in
hivi,
2 months
fanya hivi.
time.
Fanya
Aende
hivi, karibu
nyumbani.
Collins.
Acha tupe Collins kidogo.
Clinton.
Yes.
Si niwachie wewe utafunga.
But mimi I only have like 30 minutes. Nataka kuingia nioge. Lazima nipande train ya 4 am. So I won't be here.
Dakika tu tano alafu tumumalize.
Okay, niko na 30 minutes niingie bafu.
Pea Collins.
So,
okay Ben, kama umechoka lala bana na ufikirie kurudi kwa pati ya Waluya. Kila mtu ajenge kwao kwanza.
No, hiyo story ya Malala tumekataa kabisa.
Ndio tukuje kwa table.
Yeye akitaka kuwa governor atafute tu governor yake. Aache story ya kulazimisha Mudavadi asisikilize mtu yeyote.
Wajua sisi Milton Obote alishakuwa rais huko kwetu.
Na kuna chama ya Kiluya. Na Mluya wa kwanza anaitwa Raila Amolo Odinga.
Lakini Weta anatusaidia. Weta anatupea information bana. Huyo mtu
Weta ndio mall wetu.
Abarikiwe bana.
Weta ni mall.
Hata useneta amenyimwa, hata
ugavana. Tutampea kiti ya CS.
Muombeeni tafadhali.
Tutampea kiti ya CS.
No problem. I think we'll draw the cabinet before we go for the vote. So itakuwa poa.
Collins,
thank you guys. Let's link up again some other time.
Sawa, tusikize Collins kidogo.
Mimi leo, by the way, I was sleeping. I didn't know mlikuwa na meeting.
Hata mimi nimeingia few minutes jaka.
I was sleeping. Sasa sijui nini imeniamsha kwa kuamka hivi. Naona kama nini inaonyesha. I think Bernard amekimbia before ni muonyeshe something. But here's the thing. Lawyers kama tuko kwa business ya kuweka communities, lawyers can be president hata kesho. Any election they can be president kila siku.
Yeah, that is true.
Najua wako wengi
sana. Naambia Bernard.
Sahi Duale leo ameongea mpaka nikachoka na Duale. I thought Duale is a scorer, but Duale has done a lot.
I know why unasema hivyo. For the first time leo nimechukia JKL for not kumchukia. I didn't like the show. He was biased. He was a biased moderator.
But I think
Jamiwan would have done a better job.
But I think Nani Jakes.
Yes, sir.
If at all I can advise this team of Tanga, hii team ya Ruto, they should choose who to talk on their behalf. Hao watu wanawauza. The people they are taking to the media ndio anawauza kabisa. You know, Duale has talked 3 things yenye kama watu walikuwa wanamsikiza vizuri, watamwambia is contradicting what Ruto is saying every day.
Definitely.
Because Duale himself anaulizwa a simple question, and Duale today has said that in 2000 Raila lose uchaguzi 2007, 2012, 2013 and 2017. Okay? Alafu at the same time anasema wakati uchaguzi iliibiwa sisi ndio tulipigania kama watu wa ODM. Sasa Mbadi akamuuliza, so does it mean that Raila lost election? At the same time anasema among all the tribal candidates, Raila is the best person with the good credentials that they can compete with. Unaelewa?
Ukisikiza hata ile kitu nimepost kwa WhatsApp, umeisikiza?
Sijaona.
Hebu
So
utaangalia what Martha Karua said.
in that small statement peke yake, ashajiuza, because he's saying that this is the guy that has the credentials that can lead. Na alafu anasema it is only us in UDA that we are talking about economics. Raila has been talking about very many things. He's talking about devolution. He's talking about fighting corruption. He's talking about kuna kitu tena, social justice. He's talking about fighting tribalism, vitu kama hizo. But we are the only people who have come with economics, because economics is dying, and that's what we want to see. Unajua yeye ameuza the other guy. He's not selling his like he's promoting the other guy unknowingly. Those two things itamuuza the other guy. Alafu hii mambo ya Aidin ni kama hakuna mtu anamuelewa huu Aidin ni nani. Kwa hiyo URP, kwa hiyo UDA yote.
Hata sisi mimi na wewe hakuna mtu anajua huyu jamaa.
Yeah, it's like, and they are just defending him in the name of amehusishwa na deputy president. Any other thing about that nobody knows, even wenye wametembea na yeye. And then kitu inafanyika hapa, Duale has not been in this UDA thing for full. Amekuwa kwa fence sana. Now he's just joining. Na umesikia Duale akisema something. Mbadi amemwambia, I'm the only MP who has been elected 3 times in the same party. And then unasikia Duale anakuambia, because you are the party is out after Raila. Now tomorrow, even mimi nikienda, if I can come back to ODM today back, I can be elected in any party, even if it's coming back to ODM, I will still be elected in North Hall.
Hapo aliongea na kiburi.
Umeona? He can come back and still be elected in ODM in North Hall, where he is, because he knows. Alafu nakuambia, everybody, even in North Hall, even in Laisamis, even in these other areas, anytime wanapigwa, wanafanyiwa injustice and exclusion by the government, they always look at Raila.
Hapo alikuwa anasema aje?
And it's the handshake.
Hapo alikuwa anasema aje? Ati zamani, okay, alisema zamani.
Yeah, because of he was demystifying the handshake.
Kukiwa na challenge, the person they would have trusted and gone too easily was Baba. So he was trying to conclude, it's like Baba was diluted by handshake.
By handshake, unaona?
Yeah.
Anasema Raila has been good until the handshake.
Yeah.
Raila has just been good until the handshake. If he has been good, why are you not supporting him?
So he was saying, there was something used to stand for, or rather there were, what do you call it? Kulikuwa na vitu zinaweza mdefine. So it's like he's saying at the moment there is nothing that defines him, or rather he has lost diehard supporters, most of the supporters who used to see him as someone who believes in something. So probably they now see as if there is nothing he stands for.
Yeah. The next thing that you ulisikia Duale akisema that I also looked at and I said, this guy should not, I think they should allow Kimani Chungwa to defend them in every time of the media, because Kimani understands what he's talking about. They should give Barack Muluka full time to defend them, because Barack Muluka knows what he's talking about and when to keep quiet. Another person they can give that chance is Isaac, Aaron Cheruiyot. Anytime Aaron Cheruiyot goes to the TV, I always like it, because he's defending something he understands.
But akitaka kukwambia ukweli, sasa anakuambia ile unafeel hata ni madharau.
Isaac Cheruiyot, Aaron Cheruiyot will, you take somebody like huyu jamaa wa senator wa Nandi, Cherargei, hiyo ni ujinga.
No, Cherargei is just a joker.
You take Cherargei. No, apart from being a joker, he's kind of the way he discusses.
He has not been seasoned enough.
Yeah, he is not a politician.
bado
atakuja na politics zile anatoa kwa baiskeli bodaboda show, bodaboda nini, bodaboda shades. Aya, yeye na Alice Wahome at the same WhatsApp group. Alice Wahome naye ni kidogo sana. Alice Wahome is like I'm not going to say somebody, but
Alice Wahome
but Collins, hiyo story na Alice nashuku Alice alipewa pesa kwenda kutuaibisha kwa TV ba.
Hapana. Look at the day when
Alice is a mole, man. Alice is a mole.
Look at the day when alislap mtu kwa constituency yake during the election.
Yeah, that was 2017.
Aya, then the day she was called to the media after that period. Ataka usikie hiyo interview yake venye aliongea. Yaani hanaga content. Aya.
Sio yeye tu.
Na huyo ndio nilikuwa na consider kama running mate wetu.
Wao unachuchomea huyo hawezi.
Alice Wahome akiwekwa running mate, ujue Ruto ni president akiwa peke yake. Is the scorer, is the anaitwa nani, is the scorer, is the midfielder.
Lose the elections. Hiyo hata sio nini. We will lose it. We will definitely lose it.
Another thing that people may be there's somebody called Stephen Muriti.
Kuna kitu kingine ulisema Collins, if you remember. A running mate should be able to attract votes to you, you know, a charismatic person.
Correct.
For example, what you said, Uhuru might not have been an eloquent speaker who articulated its point in the previous elections, but because of a strong running mate in the name Ruto, it attracted more, because hata zile clips was natafutwa sana ni what Ruto said, not what Uhuru said, because Ruto was
remember Uhuru is not presidential. Hata kesho, hata
charismatic. He really can't really pull a crowd, but if you pull a crowd for him, he can try to speak kidogo. But ukiangalia hata ule mse alikuwa anaitwa like the hype man, the person who would speak kwanza kucharge the crowd. I think Ruto was doing a good job.
Do you know that's why it's not easy for Ruto to see who running mate is. Alafu hii shida yenye iko central inaleta shida. I said it here, lakini bado naona kama bado iko. In central they're not fighting for who is going to be president. Hapana.
Yeah, that's true.
Wao wana fight on who, nani kusema.
Central. Yeah, the kingpin.
Nani kusema. Na hii nani kusema, they want to put themselves. Unajua Moses Kuria is doing something.
Yeah.
Anataka ameshaona pesa kwa having members of parliament. Kuna pesa pale. Oh, kuna wabunge wangapi? And kuna wabunge 10, niko wabunge 15. And that is what he's looking at.
It is a strategy ya CCM. Nitangwaje chama cha mashinani. Sinaona watapewa 3 million.
If he is not handled well, if Moses Kuria is not handled well, then tunaitaga aje, he can turn around. Naseme, sasa wacha nipate wabunge wangu, mimi as long as mkipea Ruto, mwenye mtapea rais nyinyi ndio mnajua. Akisema something like that, mwenye mkipea rais nyinyi ndio mnajua. Mimi mnipee wabunge wangu. Akifanya kitu kama hiyo, ameumiza. You know, that's what Kanu was doing. Kanu wanted to get MPs. So when they were supporting Uhuru, they were not supporting Uhuru so that they could get MPs. They could get the leadership. Wao walikuwa wanataka wabunge because they knew they are getting some money from it. Hata sahi Kanu is going to get MPs. Even today, this election, Kanu will get MPs.
From where? From which part? Rift Valley, Central, Eastern?
Kanu kupata MPs inakuwa hapo Rift Valley na huko juu, Northeastern.
Labda Northeastern. Rift Valley itakuwa ngumu.
Alfred Keter will still be elected.
Yes, but not with ulimsikia juzi he was more and I think he's the one mwenye anachangia hii cabinet reshuffle yenye na room he kind of spoke ni kama ana support Ruto. Na unasikia kuna reshuffle, I'm sure he'll be on the chopping board.
No, not Keter, ule mwingine. The cabinet. Alfred Keter. Alfred Keter huyu kijana mdogo.
Yes,
MP. He is still going to be the MP.
But not using. You remember last time what he did? last time before 2017 alikashifu Ruto. In fact alikuwa nadhani ataenda na chama maybe akina chama cha mashinani.
No, si ako KANU.
But tulipokaribia
Jubilee. Jamaa ako Jubilee.
Ako Jubilee.
Ayuko KANU?
Tulipokaribia elections alichange tune.
Hata sahi amesha change tune, but he is so much friendly to Moi family.
But you remember before elections ya 2017 vile alikuwa na kashifu Ruto. So he's like Kutuni.
Yeah, he's still going to be MP. Hata kama hata akienda, as long as yuko kwa ODM, he's still going to be MP because that guy is strong in Nandi. He's very strong.
Alfred Keter walikuwa na Johana Ngeno na Oscar Sudi.
Yeah.
Walitishia kusupport Raila. Ruto akawaambia kujeni bana. Hii kitu tunaunda kama watu wa nyumbani.
Yeah, but
na Johana Ngeno alienda wapi bana? Ile kufinywa alifinywa ya mwisho na wale polisi pale Narok. Hajaionekana bana.
Siku hizi yako rafiki ya Ruto. Alikuwa anatusi Ruto, unajua? Alikuwa anatusi Ruto, but when he started kutusi
Johana Ngeno amenyamaza sana.
Na tangu aoe siku hizi hayuko so active kwa siasa. Unajua
alioa juzi after amefinywa.
Alioa kwa second term.
Second term ni hii inaendelea ama hii ni third yake?
Hii ni second yenye inaendelea.
Lakini aliingia na KANU
Yeah, aliingia na KANU. Alikuwa anatusi Ruto.
Ruto. Sasa Ruto alichukua kina Oscar wakamwacha.
Yeah, upasa. Alafu hii second term
nani amebaki KANU because hata Nyangapo alisema ata support UDA.
But Margaret Kamari is headed to KANU.
Lenyangapuo is not going to support UDA. Lenyangapuo atakuwa na party yake.
But
everybody is supporting Ruto, including Keter.
But Nani will not. Kamar will not come back. That lady,
Kamar is not coming back. Kamar
she even knows.
Bana, huyu Kamar ndio jina yake ingine ni Lina JB ama ni watu wengine tofauti.
Lina JB
walikuwa famous enzi za Kibaki mara
Kamar alikuwa assistant minister. Unajua Kamar ni bibi ya Biwot.
Yeah. The third wife, right?
Yeah, professor is ni bibi ya Biwot. So Lina JB anatoka huko Pokot West huko.
But she's now nominated.
Mbona watu wa Pokot hawataki Ruto?
She's a CAS wa FGM.
Yeah, amesimamia hizo vitu za FGM. Lina was very
kuna position inaitwa FGM, Jake.
Okay, sijui ni nini lakini yeye ana deal na hizo mambo za FGM.
Anafanyaga hizo vitu za gender but mostly instead anaangalia mambo ya gender na youth but pia aliangalia kwa
Jake sio mama akikusikia eti CS wa FGM.
Unamwonanga kwa hizo ama unamwonanga?
Aya, Kiunjuri said something.
Lena JB Kilimo ni CS wa agriculture. Hiyo kilimo jinake hiyo.
Anapigania vitu za FGM kila saa. Women wamedhulumiwa.
Alafu kuna huyu yaliondwele sipite. Ako active kwa internet. Anapiga mapicha kwa ports. Kwani ako na cheo gani?
Si ni CS.
Ni CS.
And you know she still wants to be Machakos governor. Unajua huyu mama alishinda nani? Huyu mama unajua alishinda
Mutua.
Yeah, unajua huyu mama alishinda chapchap.
Chapchap.
Na mbona hakupewa?
Ati leader wa huyu jamaa kona ukatun tu.
No, huyo mama alishinda chapchap. Hii kitu tunaita 54%. Ndio ilimtoa nje.
Oh, okay.
Kama sio hii 54, Mutua ni wale wa computer wa 2013. They are the same guys.
Computer era,
wale wa computer.
Okay.
That lady alishinda huyu jamaa.
Hizo computer si wanikumbukie William.
Na unajua she's having her party hakuwa kwa wiper.
Wavinya alikuanga na party.
Yeah,
ilikuwa inaitwa si tip. Iko na jina ingine tamu, Uzalendo. ama Mzalendo Party.
Haikuwa inaitwa, acha nikuangalie, but haikuwa inaitwa hivyo.
Kwa Vinya Ndeti as a party. Alafu nani, unajua Kivutha Kibwana pia alikuwa na party yake.
Na sikulikuanga na governor Eastern Province alikuwa anaitwa Malombe. Ama Malombe ni Mkikuyu.
Malombe was there. Malombe si ndio Ngilu alitoa?
Somebody doctor. Ngilu alitoa. Ngilu alitoa Mukisa Kitui.
Wewe utachapwa.
Ngilu
alitoa Malombe.
Ngilu ndo alitoa Malombe.
Na nani alitoa Musila bana? Musila ndiye alitolewa na Ngilu.
Alikuwa senator ama alikuwa nini?
Musila was a senator.
Alafu ameisha bana na bado anataka kiti.
Huyo hawezi.
Kenya kuna watu hata wakikuwa old kama Nugu.
Unajua Collins, I think hawa ni wale watu, unajua kabla tujue vile constitution ilikuwa inaenda, hawa ni the first guys when wali benefit na our ignorance, because we didn't know the role of an MCA, we didn't know the role of a senator. So some of these people, they benefited from our lack of not knowing.
Do you know people who could have gone to governorship? Why hawakujua? That's why they gave Ranguma and Rasanga governorship. You know, these people didn't know what the governor was doing, how much the governor was handling. Then that's why nobody wanted to be a governor in Siaya. Hakuna mtu alikuwa anataka, because the person mwenye aliwin Siaya governorship hakuwa Rasanga.
Kwa Rasanga si second term.
The first term, when people were going for first term, Rasanga aliletwa. Unajua Oburu Odinga was vying for being a governor. Watu wali deny. And then Oburu competed with somebody. I think Oduwele.
William, yeah.
And then
William
they could not
Oduwele.
give him. Then there was somebody called William Akongo, somebody Akongo, who was supposed to be the governor. Huyo jamaa alikataa. And then Rasanga kapigiwa simu. And he always says
Obama. Si hata the Obama's family alikuwa kwa
no, Malik ni joker. Malik is a joker. Clinton, you can't be a brother who doesn't want good for another brother because the brother belongs to another mother. That's nonsense. Unajua Malik came here na alikuwa na kampeni ya Trump. That's a joker. Ile utoto ya nyumbani ya mtoto wa mama wa kambo, unaona unapita mpaka border ndio uende ucampaign the other side. That is not the best. Allow your brother to do what he is doing. That's why I like Dr. Uma. The first time people didn't know what the governor was doing. That's why
umetambuliwa.
Ati Jex kina Murkomen na Aaron Cheriano wamekutambua.
Umewatetea sana. Maybe kesho mpesa yako titi. Physical meeting ndio usiende. Meet tu kwa mpesa.
Hao watu wachana.
Nani huyo amesema umetambulika? Nimesikia.
Anajiita the workshop, but maybe ni hao wakubwa walikuwa na watch Jex aki make points zake maybe.
By the way, do you know ile point tulikuwa tuna discuss juzi ya the Embu guys, niliona nani akifuatilia leo, and he was so passionate about it, and it is like a week past Matiang'i. And he said some points niko na watu they have a way of seeing this show in one way or another. Wanaonanga chini ya maji.
People do look at what is going on in the social media, who is discussing what. That's why saa zingine nilikuwa nawaambia, if anybody is repeating anything about 2007 election, then inaniuma. Because some things can make somebody say something mpaka usikie kama sasa leo umepita sana. Meanwhile, Clinton anaenda kazi. Mimi niliona Kiunjuri. I've been watching Kiunjuri talking like this week. I've been free doing nothing. So, tazama siasa za Kenya.
I'm yet to follow Kiunjuri, but I'll follow.
Kiunjuri said anaenda na party yake mpaka mwisho. Hii mambo ya kuambiwa waachane na hizo parties atawajoin party moja is nothing. He doesn't want to understand it.
Sasa Kiunjuri anaweza pata gavana kweli?
Sasa sijui Kiunjuri anataka kuwe na wabunge wangapi. Hiyo party yake haiwezi kuwa na wabunge. Nani atamtoa?
Na yeye mwenyewe anataka nini?
Kinjuri anataka kuwa deputy president.
I
Bwana
listened to
deputy
him.
president tunakatia Mudavadi. Huyo ndio msichana tunaona.
We can only have
Huyo ndio
one
demu
running
wetu.
mate.
But
Na
I think
sisi
Mudavadi mulisema is a tribal chief.
But akona nini mob, akona kura mob bana.
Si
We jamaa
mulisema Mudavadi, Kalonzo, Raila au ni tribal chiefs.
lakini wakikuja kwetu they
Sasa
become
wanaacha hiyo title.
tunawatoa hiyo title.
Duale alisema
Lakini
au ni tribal chiefs.
wakitukataa
Alafu bado wanasema wanataka kuwa na running mate.
Unasahau, you remember ile time people are saying Ruto might work with Baba. Do you remember akina Edwin Sifuna were talking nice about Ruto, even if it was for 1 week?
Siasa inakaa rahisi. Look at the wave.
Yes. So at the moment, if he comes to our side, believe me, atakuwa mweupe kama pamba. Tutamsafisha, tutamvisha, atajua kuvaa vizuri. You'll be surprised the transformation he will undergo.
Kabla hujalala, kuna hii constituency yetu ya Muhoroni. Huyo speaker anataka kuwa MP mwenye anapiga koyo kila mahali. Mbona simtambui bana? Na mimi ni mzaliwa wa Muhoroni, sijaimsikia.
Speaker mgani?
Huyu speaker mwenye alifanya watu wakadungana visu Muhoroni.
No,
the fight between the speaker and the area MP.
The fight between the speaker and the area MP ni ujinga ya area MP wetu.
Koyo hajai kuwa mjinga. Huyo ni system wa Muhoroni.
No, I'm with him and I'm in his team. But ni ujinga yenye walifanya. Naona? Matanga ya county government yenye wao ndio wa kusema, you don't insist that you want to talk last.
Sasa matanga MP. Pia devolve matanga siku hizi. Kuna ya county na international.
No, this is a member of the county assembly. Unajua mwenye alikufa Obera is a nini? County assembly clerk. Sasa hiyo matanga ilikuwa inaendeshwa na watu wa county. The assembly, not the county, yes, the government, the assembly. Sasa wewe mbunge ukiitwa, ilikuwa akaribisha wabunge wenye wamekuwa and then atoke aachie hao waendelee. But the problem is because speaker ndio the immediate the boss, yeye ndiye angeongea last kama mkubwa wa ujamaa. Hata leo if anything happens at our home, we expect mzee ndiye aongee mwisho, sio? But hii mbunge wetu ana insist ati protocol, yeye anataka kuongea mwisho hata kama ni matanga ya kwenu, he still wants to talk the last. Unajua they are still following the protocol. Hapo naye and again ni ujinga ya ule kijana. Huyo kijana mwingine mwenye I would say the two of them. Unaenda kwa matanga, kwa nini mnabebana na nini? Na hizi silaha?
But you protect yourself, man.
And then now look at
Muhoroni kuna miwa kila mahali.
Look at them. Elisha Oraro does not want to be an MP. Okay? Yeye hataki kuwa MP. Muhoroni kuna watu wanataka kuwa wabunge. One of them lives here in Maryland, anaitwa Omulo Okoa. And the other one is Onyango Koyo, who is the MP. And I believe bado ni kama narudi. Sioni akitolewa. And then the other one is Onyango Ng'ou.
Na professor ameacha kabisa.
Professor ametoka kwa hiyo race, anaenda huko juu. Now the thing that is going on with the race ya Muhoroni is that they are seeing that the county government is supporting nani? Ng'ou. And is not supporting Koyo. Koyo does not talk good about the governor. He does not talk good about the county. None. Haongei mzuri kuhusu county na haongei mzuri kuhusu governor. So and then Ong'ou works for the governor. Is the liaison officer of the Kisumu County, the governor. So anytime he talks, anakujaga na maneno ya nimetoka kwa governor, alafu ndiye anasema zake. So people think the people in the constituency, not the CDF, but the people who are close to the MP, they think that this guy is using the office kumkandamiza huko kichini chini. But all in all, Muhoroni kuna watu wengi, kuna Omulo Kal na kuna Omulo Koa pia bado wanataka kusimama, kuna Onyango Ng'oo na kuna Onyango Koyo. So wacha wang'ang'ane huko, hatuna shida na hawa. We are very busy with who wants to become. If you want to be a good person, be very busy with who is going to be your senate, your governor, who is going to be your
Wait, Jakes.
Yes, sir.
Jakes, huyu party leader wangu anasema Susan Kihika ndiye atakuwa governor Nakuru. Si tutashindwa asubuhi na mapema chameni.
Oh, I can tell you for me, I live in Nakuru. Kinyanjui. That guy akifikisha half of what he got last time,
next governor alipata kimakosa.
Atakuwa ameiba. This time round we have a
venye naona ako strong man.
Na Kihika mkiweka governor Kihika
is the next governor. That one is sure.
Jakes hii nakwambia tu kwa upole. Mkiweka Kihika as the governor, mtalia kwa choo.
Hata mimi naona hivyo na mimi si mkazi.
Ni sawa tu juu huyu mwenye tuko na yeye tumelia everywhere si peke yake.
Sasa mko tayari kuendelea kulia.
At least huyu atatufanya tulie place moja. Huyu mwenye tuko na yeye tumelia everywhere. He's the worst.
Bana hiyo reasoning bana.
Kihika mkiweka governor mtalia kwa choo. But unfortunately
umerecognize ni ukweli mtalia.
Lakini atakuwa reduce.
And look at them, they are fighting the dynasties. They are fighting the dynasties and Susan Kihika ni mtoto wa Kihika Kimani.
Kihika Kimani hakuwa rais.
No, but alikuwa mbunge.
Sasa kuwa mbunge ni dynasty.
Hiyo ni dynasty.
Sasa
hiyo dynasty tuliweka juu tulikuwa tunaona Raila anaweza chukua Gideon kama running mate. So akimchukua
if it's not a dynasty, then Kalonzo is not a dynasty.
Man, Steve ana qualify kwa sababu anatembea nao.
Amekuwa TP so long baka unaona kama yeye tayari ni mmoja wao.
Hiyo ni generation, no? Amekuwa generation yeye pia.
Bana Steve ameteseka hapa nje, niko sure akipewa hata speaker of the senate atachukua.
Hata akipewa MCA atatofurahi. Amesota bwana.
Kama kuna mtu ameteseka hapo nje ni Mudavadi. Alionja, akaona uzuri alafu akatolewa.
60 days bwana. Hata hizi pewa retirement benefit.
But Moi was fair. Moi hata mimi niko sure ningekuwa MP hizo enzi, bana ningekuwa naibu wa rais.
But I think
Moi could give you a position when you don't expect it.
We still have a lot of problems with our tribalism. Because leo KTN, somebody was in KTN, that group. Nikaona kama
Haman, no, not Haman. Naitwa aje huyu guy. Not Haman Manyora. Haman who?
They were in KTN and niliona kama we still have a lot because
there was Didi Nyoro and this other guy, Haman something. Mwenye alihamia Wiper, naitwa Haman nani?
Me, I don't know, but I know the meeting. I think ni last year.
He was strong in what do you call it?
Wachana na Norman Magaya.
Norman, not Haman. Norman Magaya.
Wachana Norman Magaya. I watched something, but it's in the YouTube on it's a clip kwa YouTube. I think ni ya jana ama ni ya juzi. Sophia Wanuna was there and also I think James Matter. Whatever those guys were speaking, it's on a crossfire. Yeah, last week I think. Whatever those guys were speaking was nice, but a guy came there, is very strong, is a lawyer, is a political analyst. Kitu alisema haikunifurahisha that we are not lumping Mount Kenya the way it should be Mount Kenya. No, Mount Kenya, we have the Mbere, we have the Meru, we have the Kikuyus.
No, and that was on Monday. It was this guy from the husband to CS Juma Netangwaje Kagwanja.
Ati we have Mbere, we have Mbere, we have Meru, we have Embu, and when we are dividing the positions, we must look into that in dividing. Unajua hiyo sasa unampea William a lot of problem.
Of course that will be part of the bargaining chip.
Yeah, wangesema tu Mount Kenya tunapata nini? Haya.
But wajua Collins, Mount Kenya bado watalia, hata Raila akichukua. Baba lazima atapunguza the number of these people up there. Kwa sababu unakuta wameweka IG of police another tribe, lakini hapo chini yake anayemsaidia anatoka pale. So mtu akianza kureplace hizo positions, wataona we are being targeted. Hii kilio wakale wamelia hii.
Whatever Moi
kwa
did,
mlango.
whatever Moi did is the same thing that Uhuru has been doing. Akiweka any leader of a parastatal or nini pale juu, anahakikisha on any tribe pale juu, anahakikisha mwenye anamfuata ni Mkikuyu, mwenye anamfuata immediately, so that anything ikifanya ule mkubwa wa huko, the next in line anatoka.
You know, I was analyzing some of those appointments you're talking of, Collins. Unakuta mtu, for example, brother ya CS Kagwe ndio mkubwa wa Kenya Posta. Unakuta bibi ya huyo Kagwanja ndio CS Monica Juma. So na huyo Kagwanja ni best friend ya Uhuru's cousin. So unakuta all his appointments, you can almost trace them to his contact when yako kwa phone book wake.
That is what is going on. Yani Uhuru amehakikisha kama kuna tribe ingine iko juu, then mwenye anafuata immediately anatoka huko. Kama kuna mtu juu, mwenye anafuata aya, na kama kuna Mkikuyu juu.
Ebo even go for ambassadors. Akina Muthaura. Muthaura is still in government. You remember Muthaura?
Nilisikia Muthaura is still here. Yeah.
Yes, ni ambassador.
Amejificha wapi? Amejificha wapi na sisi?
Ni ambassador wa Njagani sahi.
Now, unasikia hao watu, these people don't retire.
Saizi yeye ni chairman to the board of Kenya Revenue Authority.
That's what these people are trying to do.
And that's a very serious position, man.
Uhuru made sure that any position yenye anaweka another tribe, nyuma yake kuna Mkikuyu, so that ukishikwa na shida, ukisikia mtu amekuwa na corruption nini, step aside. Ukistep aside, the next person anachukua kama acting, anakaa acting for a whole period.
He has been serving in government positions for over 40 years.
Makina Muthaura amekuwa 92 bado
yeye. Kuna hii position kidogo Wajaluo tulikuwa nayo ya Auditor General. Hiyo pia kina Jakes walitunyang'anya jamii. Na huyo ndio the most ranked Luo that we had in government. Hiyo pia mlichukua.
Uhuru alimuuliza swali, mnaniambia corruption, mnataka nifanye nini? Unajua, as in he kinda alimbust mbele ya watu. That day I think he was, I don't know, I think hakuwa poa.
Nani huko time yake.
Kumbuki what Uhuru told him in public.
Yeah, huko time yake iliisha, so he had to retire. I see, when you look at politics, Owino mwenye amekuwa kichapa
watu hiyo position.
Owino mwenye amekuwa kichapa watu police spokesman, sasa anataka kuwa governor Siaya. Na sasa
Natembea guy anataka kuwa wa Trans Nzoia.
Na sasa unasikia for the first time he's now talking good about Baba. All through Baba has never been good to Owino.
Collins but jamaa amerealize ata lose. Siku hizi yako rude sana. Anasema mimi ndio police. Sijui ODM hawawezi wakanirig. Kanajipiga kifua sana.
Nani?
Unatembea
huyo polisi.
Owino si ameretire, si ametoka kwa polisi sasa yako nje.
Hapana, amepunguziwa cheo. Bado ako kwa polisi.
Sasa anataka kuwa governor Siaya. Now you look at
ni kwa bullets ama kwa ballistics, neto ballistics. Zinataka waje.
Kama kwa bullets then kwa ballistics.
Ballistics.
And armory.
The minimal position. Walisema the least position in the rankings.
But he was just a spokesman.
Ndiye amepelekwa.
So you'll be told like when you want to be somebody.
Natembea ndo Wamalwa.
Wamalwa UP Chris ama Wamalwa senior, Wamalwa CS.
Wamalwa soft face.
Soft face.
Na hao Wamalwa wote ni ma relatives.
Hapana. Wamalwa sharp voice ni wa amani.
Sijui ku
But
differentiate
Wamalwa
juu
soft face. Mimi huyu wa soft
Jex.
face ni
Jex, Wamalwa powerful minister enzi za Kibaki, minister wa law sijui and what. Not devolution. Enzi za Kibaki hakukuwa na devolution. Law
si
minister
alikuwa
for
constitution.
justice and reconciliation.
Ndio anaitwa Wamalwa soft face.
Huyo anaitwa Wamalwa mama.
Wamalwa soft face. Alafu mwingine wa nani anakuwa sharp voice.
Huyu wa Weta ndio sasa sharp voice.
Anaongea na kasauti karibu soprano. Huyo ndio sharp voice.
Huyo daktari.
Kuna clip alikuwa anaonya polisi kwa kupiga bodaboda. Lakini nilicheka.
But natembea kuna watu wenye hata ukiwapea leadership you don't know what they're going to do with it. Giving Natembea to be a governor is a hell. If he wants to be a governor is another. That's hell. That man is a dictator.
And why do people go for those big seats? They should even begin hapo chini na an MP seat kwanza or something.
Nilisema nataka kuwa MCA mkaniambia nini? Endea MP direct. Nyinyi ndio mliniambia hapa.
Unajua saa zingine tena tunaangalia uzito.
Mimi sina uzito.
Unaweza jiweka level moja na Sudi. Yes.
Kuna huyu gavana wa Kiambu. Atavai kweli.
Tuko na Themba hapa.
Themba ni aje, pole tu, umetukuta tukichapa udaku. Huyu wa Kiambu, unajua wa Kiambu ni ni governor wa boardroom So governor wa boardroom kama huyu wa Nairobi itakuwa tricky.
Hawa hawezi simama tena, hutamuona tena akisimama.
Kama hizo by elections bana, amekuwa na hasira mingi.
Collins, what of a ticket between Sakaja and this lady Margaret Kenyatta whatever Bishop Wanjiru, nani awe running mate wake? Inaweza kuaje? Sakaja awe running mate?
Sakaja can't be a running mate to Wanjiru.
No, just for example.
If he is a running mate, then wako party gani? Unajua, that's where the problem is.
See, by the way, running mate si lazima wawe same party. Running mate si must.
No.
Jex bana ni must.
Wewe ulisoma hii siasa wapi? The running mate must belong to the party.
Yes.
And remember when Kibaki, when Sonko was impeached, what did ODM say? They wanted either wapewe the governor or the running mate.
Sasa hiyo ni confused government ya handshake, but
again you must know kisheria they could not. Again, something is when Jubilee took Nairobi, when nani Kidero took Nairobi, you know Mweke was not in ODM.
Yeah.
Mweke was a Wiper person, so walichukua kama coalition. So as at now, hata sahi, nani cannot, number one, Bishop Wanjiru cannot be a running mate. Nani, Wanjiru can be a running mate to Sakaja, but Sakaja cannot be a running mate to Wanjiru. Naona shida hapo.
Why? Si Wanjiru to be running mate ata defect aende kwa chama cha Sakaja. Sakaja to be a running mate atakuja kwa Wanjiru.
Wanjiru can be a running mate to Sakaja because they need the votes. We don't have a duty for the deputy, for this running mate, deputy governor.
But huyo Sakaja hivi karibuni ametusi party leader wangu. Nataka hata hiyo senator kose. Wana Nairobi, punish him for me.
If Nairobi could not elect Miguna with all the thinking system, then they will never get a good governor.
But tulimuona kama joka. Siku hizi ndio tunamtamani.
If Nairobi could not elect Miguna, then they cannot get any good governor. Themba?
Nanisikia?
Nakusikia.
Mmepiga uhondo mpaka yani mnasahau niko hapa.
Tunakuona tu.
Jex.
Yes sir. By then nimesoma constitution, si lazima wawe place moja. Google uone.
Jex bana.
Yes Demba.
Hapana, hiyo bado tuna disagree.
Go fanya research uone. Enda hata iko online.
Oh, Hezron Kajungu Kijagulu anasema I'm wrong. Collins, you're wrong. Uhuru and Kibaki walikuwa wanaweka Kikuyus everywhere, but Moi balance with the senior position. Okay, I've not said that the thing here is Uhuru and Kibaki kitu wamefanya. Hata wakiweka another tribe, the second person in command always was a Kikuyu from Central. So
kama mi yenye
Moi,
inaniuma sana ni Deputy Inspector General of
Moi
Police.
alikuwa anaweka akiweka Mkalenjin, ameweka Mkalenjin na unajua ameweka Mkalenjin. But Moi was trying to balance. Wakati wa Moi pia hii tribalism haikuwa sana. Kitu imeleta hii tribalism ni time ya coalition. Ndio watu walijua kumbe tribe iko na uzito.
Collins.
Yeah.
Nataka kusaidia Jex kidogo. Jex, constitution inasema president wanachaguliwa na running mate. Haiko explicit on the party ya running mate. And I say ya kwamba they must be in the same party. Lakini it is silent. The assumption is that president atachagua mtu ambaye wanasikizana na yeye kumdeputize na wanachaguliwa pamoja. So the idea of our party ndio unakuta the Nairobi thing was a special case. Unajua already there was an arrangement between ODM and Jubilee. So
walikuwa Demba 2013 the first time ilikuwa URP na TNA, president TNA, running mate URP.
But they were having a coalition. They were elected under coalition.
Yeah, coalition ya JAP, but each person had this party.
Kuna pre-election coalition and post-election coalition pacts, okay?
Yes,
so they deposit their coalition documents with the register of political parties. Yeah.
Huyo registrar pia ni
Demba, the reason as why nimesema hivyo, nimesema hivyo nikisema aje, what if Ruto and Musalia decide to unite? They already will have formed a coalition, what do you call it? A coalition pact.
You're right.
So it is possible for having a compromised governor and a running mate from two parties.
Right. Yeah, that's correct.
That's what I meant.
Oh, that's correct.
That's correct. You're very right there.
Yes, but ODM going it alone for Nairobi governorship, lazima governor na running mate watoke ODM kama wanaenda peke yao.
Yeah, even if UDA is going alone, then UDA must be alone.
Like I remember when my party leader was to be impeached, they wanted the Kuria guy to take over because the Kuria guy was an ODM.
You see,
was an ODM member by then.
What I can advise them this early is kama ni Mombasa, place yenye ODM ni strong, they look for two people, one to be the governor, the other one to be deputized. That would help them much. But if they just go selfishly as a party, wataanguka.
Wait, Jama, unaenda kazi? Can we remind you that unaenda job?
Jake, na position ya kuwa deputy governor ni tamu sana. Mungu anaweza kukubless.
Uwe kama Kiambu.
We, Dan Rai alipotea wapi kwa hii forum?
Dan Rai ana campaign Siaya bana.
Oh,
Demba was talking we. What Demba malizie lafu.
Wait, Temba, una support hiyo point, si ndio?
Clinton, nini watu inafaa mulani kutulia kidogo.
Temba, ukiambiwa uchague governorship position ama deputy.
Ngoja niambie Jex kitu, alafu mimi nimerusha tu mawe, lakini nasema kidogo tulia niambie. Kuna kitu Jex amesema hapo. Jex, there's something you said ambao naona iko na umuhimu saizi. Ambao maybe it's a question we need to ask. Ni nini ambao ni muhimu sana? Is it post or pre-election coalitions? Unaona kwa pre-election coalitions unakuwa na shida especially kwa nomination, kwa sababu unaona kama sasa UDA itasema kwamba iko strong inside, yani kila mtu anakuja anataka tiketi yake na candidates watakuwa na identify nayo, lakini sasa kuna parties zingine ambazo ziko huko pia zitakuwa zinataka ubabe.
unaona. Sasa the thing that I'm asking myself, maybe kama wachanganuzi wa kisiasa, whichever side you are in, which one works better? Is it post or pre-election coalitions?
The one that works better, and it has been proven, it is what happened during JAP. You remember JAP 2013? Yenye mna agree before tuende kwa meza, before tupate kiti, lakini yenye mna agree after mmepata kiti inakuwa na kaujanje. See what happened to baba. Baba anasemanga ati hawa jamaa walikataa kuattend swearing in. You see, because of that hata pesa ilikuwa tricky kuwapatia. So after elections, a lot of things happen. But if you have all things prepared before election, including hata mkilose, what happens? I think itakuwa poa. And then the other thing is kuwe na clear sharing. What happened to JAP? Mnasema tagawana 50-50. So wenyewe utaamua kugawa 50 zako, shauri yako, but it is 50-50. Lakini yenye mnasema ati ukishinda next time hautakuwa ni mwingine, hiyo agreement ni mchezo tu.
Lakini si unajua ya JAP, hata Kalembe Ndile alikufa akisema hawajawahi lipwa.
Alikufa akisema hawajawahi lipwa, lakini kuna benefits walienjoy. Unlike, unaona hii kwa mfano yenye unasema ati one term presidency alafu next time ni mtu mwingine. Kama mko watu 4, hiyo inamaanisha 20 years, si ndio? 20 years, a lot of shit will happen. So you can imagine miaka 4 tu, and the amount of drama tumeona ni kibao sana. So even if Raila was the president, do you think angekubali kuwa one time president?
Yeah, that's another question.
Unaelewa? Do you think angekuwa one time president? I don't think so. What happened to Kibaki? Kibaki si alikuwa one time president? I'm not sure, but I think that's what people say. Sio? Ukishakali hiyo kiti ni tamu, my friend. Kuamukia hapo ni ngoma. Yes sir.
Collins ana complain network imemrusha nje. Mwambie arudi Wekesa ako hapo chini add.
Wekesa ako?
Naona Wekesa ako hapa chini. Maybe amelala but ako.
Ni kulala amelala, wewe ndio unaweza muadd.
Acha nimweke kwa screen ndio.
Jex unasema nini?
Okay.
Nawasikiza tu na udaku yenu.
Sawa. We hata umelala vile umeweka black screen. Unaongea mtu ako ndani ya duvet. Yes, Themba.
Na kuna jambo mtu alisema vile umesema sasa pre-election coalitions. Political parties kuna mtu alisema hapo they are business tools. Yani mtu anakuja kama saizi kuna political parties kibao. Now history has taught people that
hata hazijaisha. Kuna mtu alikuwa anasema kuna 14 zinakuja by next month, kutakuwa na 14 new parties.
Sasa kuna lessons ambazo wamejifunza kutokana na history. Kama saizi hii serikali ambayo imepita, unakuta Jubilee hawakuweza kupatia kila party ambayo ilikuwa ime fold up ikaingia huko pesa zao. The same story ikatokea kwa NASA. So how easy do you think it will be to convince, na umesikia Moses Kuria vile aliongea, how easy do you think it will be to convince these people to fold their parties so that they wafanye nomination na chama moja alafu wapate viti? Unasikia? They fold up considering the situation at the moment. Kuna chama NASA the same challenge iko kwa Jubilee party. How do you think, how easy is it going to be to fold and have pre-election coalitions?
The sad part about our nation ni kuunda tu vyama twa viosk. That is the sad part. Why am I saying so? Other nations, I don't know if they have entrenched it in their constitution. They don't have so many. So wanasemanga wapishi wakiwa wengi huwa wanaharibu mchuzi. So siasa ya vyama imeharibiwa na kuwa na vyama vingi. The other thing is some of these vyama zingine si ati zinakuja kuwin any election, zinakuja kutafuta hii do yenye unaongelelea, but lucky for the law, kuna threshold they must meet for them to begin to enjoy this money. Number two, the more these parties are, the more zina create issues with democracy. Yes, Clinton. You are too
Eti
confident.
Collins is too confident hata kama anasema uongo. Lakini Sam Collins,
so most
Yes.
of these parties, the only easiest solution ni we create some laws. So to create some laws na kuwe na serious party discipline that ukichaguliwa na chama fulani, hiyo ni chama yako, na hizi chama ziwe strong kama venye tunajua Democrat na Republican what they stand for. I think that one can help our nation. So but at the moment hizi parties zinakuwa based on selfish interest, and they are to attain one objective, to win an election, and that is it. They are not driven by manifesto ideologies or anything beneficial to the ordinary mwananchi.
Yeah, that's a very very important note, by the way. And do you think we will get there? Because most of the things that are happening right now with our parties, they are formed. The parties we have, they are not driven. They are not historical. They do not have a history to form from the ground. I want to give you a case. Babu na Mwamba alipokosana na ODM, alienda akanunua chama ya Julio Jambo. Unalikumbuka?
Yeah, but I'm forgetting the name of the party.
Ilikuwa inaitwa kuna hiyo chama ya Julio Jambo alinunua.
I remember, but I'm forgetting the name. Yeah, I remember it.
And immediately do that party akaenda akaingia nao, akaipeleka akaenda nayo kwa Jubilee.
Yeah.
Now our tragedy of our political environment is that tukikosana na wewe, I look for a house I can control. You get? And it is the same thing that is happening right now, even with UDA. See? Ruto alipokosana na wale akaenda kutafuta nyumba ambayo anaweza control. Right now kusikia Turi akiongea anasema yeye pia alienda kwa party yake PDP, ana form ya nyumba anaweza control, and actually made it clear that if you do not have a party that you can control, your issue will be attained. How do you think that can be solved if, in the same vein, these are the people who are socializing the next generation of politicians? You know, you are saying that when we get to a point like Democrats but the young people are being socialized into that culture. That the best,
as I've said, I think the easiest way it is to cap it in law. You see, Sharia is good. When it is capped in law, it is easy to tame, because most of these politicians, they are a breed of misbehavior. They are holding, they don't have what we call party discipline. Mtu anakuwa kwa party because of interest. Interest ikiisha, win election, they move as easy as possible. And then some of these parties, at times, you can't really trace what they stand for. If I ask you for free, what does Jubilee stand for? Then what does ODM stand for? What does Wiper stand for? The people in ODM, do they support Raila or they support the party? For example, if tomorrow morning Raila moves to Kanu and Ruto moves to Wiper, do members of UDA support Ruto still? Ama they will support UDA? Do members of ODM support ODM? Ama they will support Baba? So is it the individual or the party? So kupata hiyo that small demarcation could differentiate between a person and a party, ndio challenge. because most of these parties ni kama your wallet. Venye tu unajua ile thao uko nayo kwa hiyo wallet, the 50 uko nayo kwa hiyo wallet because it is yours. It is the same how people know some of these parties because it is they fund the parties, they control the parties, they are the say of the parties. In fact, whatever they say is law. Yeah. So until we come off that and maybe we create parties that are enshrined in the constitution, hii kasumba itaendelea tu. Sam, tuambie mbio mbio tunapomalizia. Sam, are you there? Sami. Huyu amepotea. Wekesa.
Nika watu wako Kenya wamelala.
Huyu ni Sam. Sam yuko Kenya. Actually kwenye yako juu imewaka kali sana. Ni sawa. Wekesa, you have something to say as we wind up?
Muite Dynasty Wekesa.
Unajua Wekesa aliniambia pia.
What are you discussing?
You're not discussing. You want it to summarize.
I'm just hearing your noise. I don't know whether you are discussing anything.
Wewe umelala tu. Unangoja uite. Unangoja tu jina yako ikifika tu ndo una nini. I think you're asleep.
Anyway, I'm hearing you. I don't know whether you are accurate to tell us that the coalition of NASA was a post-election coalition.
Now I've said that because the question was kama post ama pre ndio tamu, nikasema at times I think some of these things nafaa ziandikwe mapema na ziwe na even when we lose this is what happens. So that's why I gave the example of NASA, nikauliza do you think Baba would have gone for one term kama angekuwa president? I don't know. I don't know, but I don't think so.
But even Kibaki didn't go for one term and he was supposed to go for one term.
That's what I'm saying. You cannot trust most of these things that people claim that was agreed upon. That's what Demba had asked. Maybe hapo ndo ulinikuta nikisema kitu kaya.
Yeah, these coalitions, most people are never honest. They just want to use it to get power, but in terms of implementation, they go completely opposite of what they want. For example, even it was argued when Wamalwa died.
Jaber, mimi
the closest person.
Nizime light ama nikae na mama yangu.
Wekesa atatuzimia.
Nizime.
Which light?
Okay.
Clinton, unaongea na Jabel ama unaongea na sisi?
Oh, nilikuwa nadhani nimetoka kwenu bana. Poleni.
Kwa hivyo uko na mtoto mahali ni sawa. Wekesa, endelea.
Kwa hivyo huko nyumbani ati ninaenda nisime light ama nini?
Ako mahali.
Ndio. Toka tu nisime light.
Ambieni serikali iwape kazi. Mimi naenda kazini. Yes. Bye for now.
Aya, salamia Jabel.
Aya.
I hope I was trying to say that
kidogo Wekesa. Clinton, I hope hujaangalia simu, kuna ka video labda alichukua.
Mimi si Kitui bana.
Unajua siku hizi Muisa Kitui ndo anavuma. Chungo square next.
I don't want to be famous.
Ulihakikisha hajaingia na simu kwa room?
Kabisa.
Aya, sawa. Wekesa, go ahead.
Yeah, nilikuwa nasema kama hiyo time when Wamalwa pastor, one would have expected maybe the replacement would have come from his party. Unakumbuka when Muskari Kombo was giving eulogy, he behind the scene, he thought like Kibaki will replace Wamalwa with him.
Si alipea
Only,
Mutiawari.
as in Mudiawari now was in a different party, was in LDP.
Aha.
So he realized, okay, now it was no longer about the party that the leader came from. Then he went for another person. And people argued that the reason Kibaki went for Mudiawari and not Kombo or Muhiza Kitui, he wanted somebody who atamsumbua with that, unaona, alikuwa already step out,
But
hatamsumbua
Mutiawari did so
about the,
well. Naona vile
unajua,
alitransform the prisons.
yes. Yeah, in terms of leadership, he chose the right person.
Yeah,
But
he
in
was
terms
good.
of hizo coalition pacts, unajua angechukua those young men wangemsumbua wa pursue that, wasema our party was promised this.
That reminds
Unaona?
me, Wekesa, so between Wamalwa and Raila, who was to be next?
Raila was promised to be a prime minister, but Wamalwa was promised to be president.
So Wamalwa was next.
Yes, it was not Raila.
Okay.
Yeah. So Raila was promised to be a prime minister, and the MOU stipulated that there will be changes, and then those changes will lead to some constitutional changes, which will lead to creating a post of the prime minister. Just as in NASA, where Mudavadi was promised to be chief minister or what?
Yeah, I remember those.
Yeah, although the Mudavadi one could have been achieved because chief minister didn't need an election, constitutional changes.
It is what Nani is Matiang'i.
Yeah, you just
like
create,
a super CS, eh?
Yeah, like a super CS. But the other one, it was lazima referendum ingefanyika, of which Kibaki didn't see it as a priority. Yeah.
So that's what we are saying, eh? What would be the correct cue? Kwa sababu
there's something Deba anauliza ama?
Hiyo ndio swali alikuwa anauliza. Yes sir.
Yes, kuna kitu nasema hapo, and I think it's time, guys. There was a heated argument a while ago about the issue of super CS, which has been used, and Wekesa made it clear. It is a media creation. It is nowhere in the constitution.
No, it was an executive order number 1 of 19th January 2019, where he was assigned. It is an assigned role by the president. It is not really in the constitution. It is just what the president can choose. Like, for example, the CAS, are they in the constitution?
Hold on, Jax.
Yes, sir.
It doesn't create any position called super CS.
Super CS is a term coined by the media, just like super senator.
So
super
this
senator
is
Sakaja super senator, he's not. But
let's agree. Let's agree.
Kuongeza madoido ama flowers to somebody.
So let's agree. Let's agree for purposes of information and maybe for purposes of this.
Yeah, for information, it's not there. For interpretation, it's there. And people interpret the roles given to you and they say you are a super CS, but it's not like that position is called super CS. It's not.
The reason I'm saying that, Wekesa, is this. Some people have said, how does Uhuru create an illegal position called the super CS? You realize we had a heated argument on that. So for purposes of information, there's no position that was created called a super CS. Uhuru assigned a cabinet secretary.
He was given this according to the report. he was to chair, or rather he was to be in charge of all the ministers or the CS. Yeye ndio alikuwa mkubwa wao.
So that chairing is just chairing, not necessarily mkubwa wao, but he reports on the chair whatever goes on after that to the president. You see, that is allowed in law, isn't it?
Yeah.
So once you say that Uhuru did not break any law by doing that, I think that is the information. The other interpretation is, I'm sure, comes in when now we start giving it political connotations, depending on who is reading it. But for purposes of information, that was legal. Everything he did was legal. But
you see,
yeah.
The constitution is clear that the role of the DP is assigned duties, and it is kwa hiari ya president. It is on his own prerogative to choose what the DP should do. So if he decides, even if he decided a PS, not even a whatever he chooses, because that is his role, aki delegate his power to anyone else, it is his right. So he was not breaking any law, and that's why Ruto could not challenge his decision, because there was no law he was breaking.
Yeah, I think the former Nini was a little bit fair, where the vice president used to be given a ministry.
Yes, alikuwa na nini, was it Home Affairs?
Home Affairs.
Yeah.
I think if the DP was also given a ministry, could have been better, such that if the president doesn't assign him anything else, he just focuses on the ministry that is assigned to him. It could have been fair that way.
So do you guys think therefore we have a constitutional maybe gap? The constitution did not envisage our situation right now. What do you think?
There's a lot that this constitution didn't envisage. For example, what Sonko did, the constitution did not envisage would have a rogue governor who would joke around with nominating a DP. Actually, if there's one person who tested the constitution to the limit, it is Sonko.
Yeah.
So there are some holes. There are some holes, or rather, there are some areas where we really need to improve our constitution. And also Parliament on its own has some big shoes to fill. For example, here story are 2/3 and all. So there are so many things ukienda kwa constitution to realize we have some silence. For example, what you are saying, that the DP, the constitution is not clear kama wanafaa watoke the same party. Unaget, ni running mate, but should they come from the same party? Unaget. So some of these things kuna kazi nafaa ifanywe, and I'm sure, as someone said, BBI still was an amendment, but it is not the cure it all. Kuna more that needs to be done. A lot. A lot. Like kama hiyo ya role ya president akona role kwa appointment of judges. So when the president kazi yake ni kusign. So when the president decided to act on intelligence, was he still breaking the law? So such things, as much as tunapewa directives, bado kuna loopholes hazikosekangi. So we need kuna kazi mob.
You see, like in the US, the deputy wake is the president of the Senate. That's a role given by the constitution.
Alafu huku kwetu, the Senate is not even the upper house. Huko US, Senate is the upper house, right?
Yeah.
So when we look at such, unakuta inawe kuna time hata Senate ilikuwa inakaa kama it is a weak assembly. Actually, someone was even saying it should be abolished, including his seat ya women rep. You remember Wekesa?
Yeah, yes.
Kuna time they were saying those seats, or rather those two representatives are not as important, because we kind of copy pasted the US Constitution, but we didn't really look at some of the things and what would have been the impact to our nation. Those are some of the challenges. Like for example, unakuta governor anashtakiwa kwa sababu ya embezzlement, but akifika kwa kujitetea anasema sio yeye ana control pesa directly, una get. So such things I think we really need to how do I put it, to polish the document.
Yeah, we need to polish. We need to polish the document, and you see now those gaps, those people who can take advantage of them do that. No, Nakama Stonko took advantage of that. He stayed without a deputy for whatever time. You know,
yeah.
Since there was a gap in
like also hata hii advisory ya nani, hii advisory ya Maraga ya kuvunja bunge.
Yes.
It tells the CJ to advise the president kuvunja bunge kama haijafikisha 2/3, but bado haijasema president ataivunja what time. It is silent.
It's
Is
silent
it the
on that.
following morning? Is it 1 year later? Is it 2 years later? What happens if the next coming parliament, if it still has the same weakness? What happens? Unaget, tutaishingi uchaguzi.
I think ingekuwa specific such that if the CJ has asked the president to really to dissolve parliament, maybe we say that if the order stays for 60 days and the president has not acted, it comes into effect. You see, those are some of the things that needs to be fine-tuned such that the president does not give an endless wait where he may or may not act. The same way, even in appointments, if they send like appointments to the president and it stays, let's say, for 60 days or 90 days, and the president is not acting, it is deemed that he has appointed them. You see, that puts the pressure to the president to act within that period. But if we just left like that, that's why we can tell like 2 years later, the judges who had been appointed had not been confirmed by the president.
And you see now the president thinks he's doing the people a favor by appointing those judges. And now the other thing, the CSS were declared to have been illegal, but the constitution does not say they are still in office. They are signing documents. They are doing certain things. I mean, the CAS, all right? They are declared to be legal position.
They are called the CAS.
Yes. So, and they are still in office. So the constitution is what happens after that? Whatever they sign, is it to be legal?
Some of these things, as much as Uhuru would say they are executive orders, and he would cite some nini from the constitution, I tend also to think we really need to analyze some of these things. Like for example, someone the other day was asking, we have replicated roles in the counties that are still served in the national government. For example, tuko na CAS, minister or whatever, cabinet secretary wa agriculture Nairobi. Tuko na, for example, cabinet secretary wa justice, let's say place kama Turukana. So you end up asking yourself, what are some of these roles? I think as much as to devolve zingine, I really don't see the importance. Hence unakuta tuko na so many workers, of which of course sisemi ati watu wafutwe job, but some of the expenses that the governments and the county governments go to do is to pay most of these people. And some of them, kwa hiyo miaka 5 ukitafuta ile kazi alifanya, you can take it home. Hakuna. Why? It is already covered by the what do you call it? By the by the national government. So I tend to think as much as we devolved, I think we really need to do like, is it called piloting amele map benchmarking? Tungehitaji tusome kwanza kidogo before we nini. Maybe tulikuwa na
Now,
pupa.
Jex, do you see the important point you are bringing up?
Mm-hmm.
Our constitutional changes are always marked with politics. You see, 2010 there was politics, so they didn't have enough time to harmonize everything. I think they compromised and underheated debate. So some things they could not look into. And even this, if this BBI could have been divorced from politics, there was actually need to fine tune our document.
Yeah, actually,
But the
PBI,
challenge,
it is a good thing because it was an amendment. The only mistake that it suffered, it was politicized.
Yeah,
and
that's why I'm saying if we divorce
if
it
hata
from
inaweza pewa time,
politics,
even if it is inaweza kuwa nullified, sikatai. If we can say even after general election 2022, we bring it back, but sit down and analyze our pitfalls and those two loopholes in the constitution. I think it is a good thing.
And focus on areas where they call it lacuna, the lacunas in the laws.
Yes, very
good.
good.
You know something, Jex, huh?
Yes, sir.
Constitution making the world over, constitutions are not made in times of peace. There's no time you'll find the people have relaxed, then they're thinking, let's amend this part. They think through. Normally, constitutions are amended within a certain environment, an environment that is filled with a certain level of tension. And constitution amendment is normally a cure to that particular malaise that people are seeing. That you see now, I think we need to change the governance structure, and we need to go back to the document that
very
help us.
Important. Very
so
important.
One thing that I think the idea of needing to refine, what I wish to note though, is that our application of devolution is, like I should say, going through certain stages. So what happened when we came with devolution? Already we had the other constitution, and we had the civil service that we already picked from the other government. So as we go on, people note this, like what you're saying, you know, the burden of implementation, the multiplication of roles, how can we separate them? So you see, those are learning points that, in my view, as we keep refining and as we keep growing, as we keep picking those things, then we can introduce, in my view, those amendments, all right, to say, okay, fine. The next one, like amendment like what had happened, we see now how does it work. We still have devolution. We implement, we implement it. We keep growing because, as they say, constitution is a living document. It's not static.
Yeah, it is.
As soon as you implement it, you realize there's another area you need to amend. Like for me right now, our major problem, I think, even to the point that we are at UDA, Jubilee fights, and NASA issues, is the constitution did not envisage that you can actually have a deputy, a president and a deputy who are not in tandem. You realize the first term of Governor Mutua was very, very shaky because he didn't agree with his deputy, Mr. Kiala. He tried everything, you know, to even in Embu, I think Embu, Governor Wambora was impeached, I don't know how many times, you know, instigated by the deputy. Yeah. So you see, when the constitution does not envisage certain things, when they happen now, they become a reality. And we are not able to We get now all of us.
Of course, we might have a strong constitution, but there are also other amendments. You see, like sasa hizo zenye una describe, I think they lie in political act. I don't know if I'm correct Wekesa. Hizo ziko mambo na political act and all. There's such, and there is even a whole nini that deals with that. So that's why I'm saying some of these things. If we were to seriously clean up our nation, kuna places nyingi sana we really need to clean up. For example, when we say that tutachagua cabinet secretaries who will not be involved in politics, right? Then we ask ourselves, is it possible to have someone who has no feelings for politics? Not possible. That's why you find a super CS will have an inclination. A health minister will have an inclination. It might favor some, it might not favor some, but the constitution says they will not be. Actually, kuna name, there's a name walikuwa anakuwa described. They will be, was it technocrats? Ilikuwa inaitwa aje hiyo kesa? They will not be politicians, yeah. So unakuta, in fact, they were saying they will employ experts. That's what they were saying when they were campaigning, that it will be experts who will be experts in a given field. And I remember even the first appointments, nakumbuka Uhuru hakuwa anachagua tu when they were doing the mashati and red ties, angekuja leo aseme watu watano, akuja aseme leo watu watatu. And when Ngilu's name showed up and Balala's name, you remember what the amount of ninit it raised? Was it Ngilu and Balala? Do you remember that
And
time?
Eugene, and also Eugene.
And Eugene, because people were like, oh, these are politicians. These ones are...
and Keter.
And Keter. So it is one thing to state something in the constitution.
By the way, Keter was so vocal, we didn't know that he would keep quiet. And he really managed. He was so vocal.
Even Balala has kept quiet. Balala literally kept quiet. But of course, others haven't kept quiet. So what I'm trying to bring home, we can have a perfect constitution, but now the implementers wawe ndio kisirani. So tunaweza kuwa na yes.
You're right, Jex. There's constitution and constitutionalism.
Yes,
there's having constitution and now having the will to implement the constitution.
Yes. Like for example, I remember kuna time ukitajwa tu na skando ulikuwa unatoka nje unangoja uchunguzi ikishamalizika unarudi, si ndio? I don't know if it was in law or it was in practice. I don't know what it was. But at the moment, has that been happening? No, it hasn't. So we can have good laws, but kuzifuatilia. So at times, I might contradict myself by saying at times the problem is not the constitution, the problem is us. We know what is good, but do we follow it? No. We only follow it when it favors us.
The idea of constitution and constitutionalism is another thing, because I get there's a point you said there. I want to say I want to not let it go. There's this thing that they keep telling us that we want people will not engage in politics. You know, politics is basically, as someone defined it, is resources and who owns it and distributes it. Now, the moment you get there and then you start telling us that we are not going to engage in politics, already the act of seeking position is politics. The act of even government, all that is politics. The act of even giving us, that is part of politics. So sometimes I find it funny that we agree with the statement that we don't want people to engage in politics. We want them to focus on leadership. Yet that leadership is within a political system.
Correct.
So politics is basically a way of how we have these resources, who owns it, who is distributing it to who, and that brings out the competition that comes later into active. The process of like what you're engaging right now, like campaigns and all, is just a process of getting leaders. Politics is a whole lot of process from the time you have these leaders, they bring our resources, we complain about it. That is politics. So politics is continuously ongoing. And even when they come and say they are going to give us technocrats and not necessarily people who are not politicians, that is also not true. Because you are not going to bring a technocrat who is not aligned to what you believe in.
And then kitu fani Themba inakuwa kama this is becomes their breeding ground. Wakishajiunda, they go now for the political seats. You remember was it Lelenko? Anaitwa Lelenko ama I'm forgetting.
Lelenko, the governor of Kajiado.
Yes, he was he not a CS?
Yeah,
this lady from Kirinyaga, she was for the revolution. So inakuwa they build themselves kwanza. They amassed some money, whether in a good or a bad way, whatever way they do it. Sasa akishajiunda, now they go to what wenye alikuwa ameambiwa asiende. Hata utakuta kwa hii coming 2022 kuna several CS they will not go back to being CS. They want to be governors. Actually, most will want to be governors. I'm not sure, but I know that will happen.
Yeah, Demba, maybe the focus when we talk about politics is like when you look at the current democracies, I think they have what we call issue-based politics.
Yeah.
Where you don't just, sometimes the problem with the Kenya and Africa is sometimes we can even do empty politics for the sake of politics.
Very true.
But issue-based politics is where you focus on something that is of importance to the nation or to wananchi. But when an issue comes up, people want to look at it critically, whether is it beneficial or not.
Correct.
But most of the time we do is we do politics to preserve our own, or we do future politics, where right now we concentrate so much on what you see. Most nations actually they only do politics of succession within the time frame of campaign. Then when it's done, they focus on if it's development, they focus on development, and then the succession it will come in at that time. So we need to grow that such that you can still be a politician, yes, but you change politicking based on the season. But for us, we have made it a culture that we can even do it continuously.
Okay, so another problem that I see in us is we have attached a lot of premium to the position of the politician.
Yeah. That is correct.
In the US, for example, here we have, like, for example, the city, you have a city manager, and who is not a politician, who is a technocrat. They manage everything within the city. So it doesn't matter which politician will come in. The development of the city, the infrastructure, water, and everything else, the roads are managed by someone who is a professional. It's not attached to which politician will come in. So you'll get your services because of the taxes you pay. So according to different counties and different places, whatever tax you pay will make your city develop. You see. So for example, if you go to Kenya, in Kenya we have different counties. Say Turkana or even Kajiado. What is the source of their income? Now they utilize whatever resource they have, pay their taxes to their county government. They have a different kind of system that employs probably county managers and those kind of people who now pump back that particular tax and make the roads of that place. That's why you can hear there are states that are richer than others, But it doesn't matter who comes in as a governor or as a president. So the moment we will kind of, you see, even right now, the way we are talking, we have attached a lot of premium on the politician who is going to pick the position. so that I know if Jake comes in, I know I will have my roads will be made because of Jake's. We don't have a system that is outside this political competition, so that every 5 years we are waiting for someone else to come in so that we get roads, and yet we are paying taxes right now. We have resources. Yeah.
Themba, ile kitu inaniuma kabisa kabisa ni you elect someone, they promise to do ABCD, which is okay. They are called promises. But by the end of the day, that's why we elect them, because we want them to kind of propagate developments, But now, after the development comes, this becomes it's like, how do I put it? For example, let's say how Kibaki did the Thika superhighway. It is our right to enjoy good roads. It's not a privilege. But when the leader speaks to us, they speak to us as if they were doing us a favor. It's like us voting for them. I don't know what was to be their role, but now when they do some duties or perform or achieve some expected goals, it's like they were doing us a favor. In fact, hata ni kama lazima tuwapongeze sana, ni kama lazima sasa tuwape more seats because they were doing us a service. And I think it is one of the problem that us kama wananchi huwa tunakosea. Mwanasiasa akikupea CDF sio inaitwaje, wekeza which word is good, sio akufanyii favor. How do I put it? It is your right. It is your money.
It's your right. It's not a favor. It's not.
Tutasema aje? Because mimi kama mwananchi haki yangu nitumikiwe na serikali. It is my I'm not
constitutional right.
Yeah, it is my constitutional right. That is why I voted for them. As much as they speak,
not even voted for them, even if you did not vote for them.
Yes, I'm supposed
to deserve their service.
I'm supposed to be served. But when they do it, they speak.
And that's why you find like this back and forth. President hajatufanyia hii ni nini? It's like we voted for him. It's not about your vote. It is about the office he occupies. The moment you say I'm president, you are the president of the republic.
For example, you remember what Nyanza said the other day, that some of the things they have witnessed have never happened ever since independence because they have never been in government. Then I'm like, honestly, it should not be like that. As long as we have a president, they deserve all the opportunities that this nation can give.
Yeah, but you see, we have grown a bad culture where we say it's our time to eat. It's our time to sit on the table. Oh, you see, every Kenyan needs to be on the table. As long as the president is there, Jake should be confident he will be served. Eric should be confident I will be served. If we grow up to that level, Jake, I will tell you the truth. You'll never bother whether who will be elected as the president. You just wait that day, you go and vote, and then life goes on. But this idea of
it is our socialization over time, like Jex is saying. We have because we lacked, because you are lacking, until we have grown to imagine that when someone makes a road or gives us water, they are actually we have been used to not having, to the extent that when you give it to me, I think it is not mine. I think you have actually done for me a good favor.
A favor, yeah.
To get me that thing. And that's
like, okay. Yesterday, there's something Nani was talking like, but I didn't want to interject. But he was saying like, if Raila is given presidency, it will just take a few years and it will be taken away. And I'm looking like, okay, are we trying to make like this seat, it must be under certain parameters or under certain cycles. So if we do that, then we will just, that's why the strife will never end. I think we need to grow in a way that such that even for now, Jex is supporting, let's say, William Ruto, I'm supporting Raila. But after election, I impress whoever wins. If it's Ruto, I just congratulations, and I'm happy that whichever side won, we still will be served as Kenyans. So that one will eliminate even this what we call, and that's why we have by the post-election tension, because it seems like the other side, which is not governing, is a losing side, and the side that is governing is a gaining side. So we have created that rift, and that is what creates tension in our nation. But if we understood that whichever side, it's only the policies which will be different, but in terms of distribution of the government, maybe resources or government projects or implementation of their manifesto, it will not affect the people who never voted for the president. Nobody will go to the streets to fight. They fight for what now?
And you know, Wekesa, one of the things that in a far any Kenyan is any leader who sends anyone to the streets or who uses anyone for personal gain. You see, for example, look at this. A politician ako well vaccinated, but atamobilize watu wakusanyike anajua very well these people hata kupata hiyo mask ni challenge. Some of these people hata kupata food, wacha hata mask, kupata food ni drama. But now he will create something. Come tell us of tomorrow, yet today is wanting. Today we are suffering. Today we lack. But he will give a promise of kesho, will speak of kesho, will tell us of tomorrow, will tell us of the weakness of the other guy. And then you almost ask yourself, now when I get corona, for example, where will you be? He will be flying to abroad. He will be having private doctors. He will be treated at the comfort of his home. But me, at the NHIF, ni tricky. So at times, if tunaweza fika mtu kwanza ajililie yeye, juu hata huyo mwanasiasa anajililia yeye kwanza. Mimi nipate hiyo presidency, mimi nipate hiyo UMP, mimi niingie kwanza kwa ofisi, alafu nikishaingia ndio nitaanzana na wewe. Unaget? So if tunaweza kuwa na ile mentality, tuanzange kwanza na sisi, mimi kama raia, mimi kama mpiga kura, kwanza mimi kabla niongee kuhusu kiongozi, because most of the time we begin with them, yet even the Bible says it well that love your neighbor as. So the as means you have already begun with you, right? So wewe kama mpiga kura jipende, wewe kama mpiga kura jitunze kwanza. But I think tumefunzwa, and I think that's why politics imekuwa like a disease in our nation. Tumefunzwa ku almost worship them, right? That even when they are caught with corruption charges, you'll find us in the streets to demand their release. Imagine someone has stolen from you your money. Actually, it is your money, right? But akipelekwa mbele, I'll be outside there saying mtu wetu ameshikwa, ameekelewa, na sasa hizo pesa zenye amechukua ni pesa zako.
That you're even saying that, let me give a rejoinder to what you're saying, Jex. You know, you have said something very interesting. We need to introspect as citizens, to listen. What is it that we want from our politics? Because if that politician comes and calls us and we don't go, he will not have anybody to address. Secondly, kuna kitu umesema hapa ambao ni very interesting, that he will be called ameshikwa na corruption. The like wale wako na yeye, the next day, even that day, wataenda kumvisit kwa jela.
Correct.
Wewe ambaye unaitwa ya kwamba sisi tuko na wewe, ukishikwa na kitu kidogo umelala cell too many days, hata MP wako
wacha nini, umeshikwa na kafyu, sio kuiba, umechelewa tu kidogo.
Hakuna MP amekuja hapo kusema kwamba watu wa MP So you see, what has happened with Jex is they have impoverished us. Yani we tumekuwa poor kiasi cha kwamba we think
link.
Yeah. And it's telling me there is a problem in streaming on Facebook, so we can conclude it's only streaming on
YouTube. Yeah, unajua Facebook inakuwa na timeline
Oh, so we need to finish. Okay.
YouTube haina timeline, Facebook ina timeline.
But Jex, unaona sasa kama vile umesema people need civic education. Unaona kama saizi politicians watakuja Jex, utaona wakituambia nini? Niliwajengea hii barabara, niliwapatia hii people should start saying, man, what else were you going there to do? I mean, the fact that we didn't have doesn't mean you did us a favor.
We didn't choose you to be a choir master or a parrot in parliament. We chose you to represent us.
In fact, these are things we should have
to work.
We should have had this thing. Okay, fine. So people imagine. Now, what else have you done? Because Maji is our right. Good roads is our right.
Good health.
Yeah, good health is our right. So sikuje kutuambia tuliwapatia maji, tuliwapatia stima, pana hiyo ni tax yetu.
The fact that you did, it's okay to tell us what you did, but it's not a guarantee that we need to give you another term or elect you because of what you did. Because what you did was a contract between us and you in the term that you finished.
And it is the reason why we voted for you, so that you can do what you have done. And that you have done it, it is not an entitlement that because you did it, we must give you. In any case, some of these things you do.
How comes? In fact, and it's not a guarantee that you do well because you did well. You see, some of these people like Kina Robert, the late Mugabe, they were freedom fighters, yes? But the fact that they were freedom fighters, they ended up being dictators. That's why it's not a guarantee that because the first period you did well, the second period you can do well. In fact, people take advantage.
There's a time I was saying, just like we have a capping for the presidency. Me, I think this capping should go down all the way to the MCA. Why? Some of these MPs have been there for 4 or 5 terms. Mtu capitalize on watu wake, anajuanga what to do, anajua when elections nakaribia. Like I remember there was a place I used to stay huko Masaini. Elections zikikaribia, that guy would find shoes, some certain shoes naitwa akala. You know them Wekesa?
Yes.
You know akala, and then anatafuta mashuka, and then he would preach fear. Anasema if mtachagua fulani wa fulani ataleta lami ambayo wezi watatumia kuiba ng'ombe zenyu. And such propaganda people believed. And to date hakuna lami. And then in fact one time he said ataunda barabara ng'ombe zikikwama. And you know ng'ombe haiwezi kwama kwa matope, it doesn't how. So unakuta he would create some fear, he would create some funny slogans, and we would vote for such leaders. So in short, what I'm saying is some of these leaders, they know how to manipulate the common mwananchi. They know that how to get the votes from the women, they know what to do. How to get the votes from the youth, they know how to do. And eventually they stay in parliament. Not that they have brought tangible development in where they come from. No. They know how to survive the system. They know how to survive the politics. So eventually, what do we have? We have a crop of leaders who, behind them, there is a huge number of people who are wallowing in poverty, diseases, and serious life issues, because we have a rogue leader. And then Nakuta, if that MP probably either dies or something happens, the parliamentary guy who comes, the next MP who comes, brings serious changes that were like, what was happening, the same money that they were being given, huyu ndio bado tu anapata, but akikuja, you see aka school is coming up, aka dispensary is coming up, aka chief post is coming up. Then you ask yourself, kwani huyu mwingine, what was the problem?
Yes.
Some of those people wananisinya ile hujaiona.
No, you're right. You're right, Jex. And you see, when you lack, and that's what you're saying. When you don't know what your right is, when someone gives it to you, and you think they have done a really big thing, and you're like, huyu MP amefanya kazi sana, unaona alituletea shule. No, you have a right to education. You should not be walking far to go to school. You should be having a school at least a certain meters where you stay. But now unasikia huyu alitujengea shule, huyo ndiye amefanya kazi. You have a right to good education, good roads.
Some of these MPs, they even don't do tangible development. I remember kuna mwingine when we were in high school, alikuwa atafuta, actually hakuwa MP, alikuwa atafuta hiyo kiti. So akasema, akaunda a very big function. I remember kulichinjwa mambuzi kadhaa na ng'ombe, I think like 2 ng'ombes, because the entire community was invited, because he was bringing the first computers in the school I was. It was a Kafani school. So kusikika that this guy is bringing computers, you know. So and people came. Na tukaletewa ma desktop wewe, my friend. It was a serious mega project. Only for this person to leave. And funny enough, the school haikuwa na stima, we were using generator back then. So I remember when he left, sasa tumeachio hizi desktops, ma monitor, ma CPU and all. Sasa ni kuziconnect. In fact, we didn't even have they're called technicians. We didn't have a nice technician. So akajamaa tu mwenye alikuwa anajua electronics kidogo ndo alikuja kutushikanishia. It was then that we realized some of the CPUs hazikuwa na the correct hard drives, some of the monitors hazikuwa zinaona, some of the mouse zilikuwa zimekatika, but the amount that was used to launch the computers, my friend, hata angenunua laptops mbili tu, it was enough. It was better than launching, unaonanga the scraps zenye unaweza enda ununue kwa
It was a dumping place.
So I'm like, that is how some of our politicians utubeba. You remember huyu mwingine wa this Indian MP alikuwa na launch a 43-inch television. Then you're like, launching a TV, honestly. And we create a function, we create a party, we create how do I put it? We make it so grand that it is...
Unaona ule mtu ali create hiyo function, alilipwa, alikuwa maybe function plan.
Unaweza kuta labda mtu kama Wekesa alienda kaunda deco, mwingine akapeleka transport.
Now, there's another
and again, when we have if we have confidence in our institutions, like for now, we will not be having problems, maybe arguing that anybody is being targeted. For example, if somebody is taken to court, we just know that the court will be fair to him. Kama Nikitri is being accused, they'll find that this was just false allegations. But we have met our institutions so weak such that we use them either to pin people down or we use them to do malicious acts. If we had confidence in all our institutions, nobody will be ganging up maybe to support a politician when it's being
added hapo nyuma.
Is Jonas, huh?
Yeah.
You know that thing of taking politicians to court. The idea is, I think, like Wekesa is saying, is much more about the timing than the politician going to account for what. I mean, the law is clear. Kenya is a constitutional democracy. If if you have the one who alleges has to prove. So if you have been found to have had anything, let it go to court. Let the process continue. But you see, the environment in which that is happening right now gives suspicion. You know,
you see, remember, it is what Wekesa said. We weaponize. We don't even use the institution the way they are supposed to be used. That because I support you as Demba, I'm safe. But because Jones supports Wekesa, for example, Jones is a criminal. Or for example, because you ukiiba unanichotea, you are safe. But because Jones akiiba hata juangi amepeleka wapi, he is not safe. Or
or you have created even a commission of vetting, isn't it?
Yes.
And it's like Jex knows the candidate who will win. And we are vetting.
Even before the process begins.
Jex knows that certain candidates will win. And us, we are just there and we know that our
we are
person
here, we don't know.
But Jex, I think you can agree with us that the bad manners of Jubilee has gotten us to where we are.
It is not just Jubilee. This rot is not in
from subsequent regimes.
This rot has been carried forward because of two things. Number one, they only changed the colors and the namings of the political parties. You see, when we were
Jex, ukimaliza Jones aongee kidogo because we are winding up. So, thank you.
So ukiangalia for example, tulikuwa na Jubilee ambayo ilikuwa red. Sasa hizi tuko na UDA ambayo ni yellow. ODM imeishi kwa kipindi kidogo imekuwa orange. Wiper has been blue. But you remember Wiper before was ODM. Was it ODM Kenya? I'm forgetting. When it was Kalonzo and this lady.
ODM Kenya. It's still even, in fact, it's only the W is the what was changed. It's WDMK. So it was ODMK.
These are Moi's grandchildren. And these grandchildren borrowed from Atasi Moi, Atasi Kenyatta, from the colonial leaders. Some of their behaviors ni za wakoloni zinarudi huko mbali. Why?
Old culture.
Vitu zingine ni barbaric. They are not even, they don't need even to be described in any other way. They are barbaric in the sense that as much as we even have a very beautiful constitution in most part of the world, we still behave as though we are in the old regime. We still don't trust our institutions. We still don't do the correct thing. And when we behave, I don't want to say mannerless, we behave in ways that it's not humanly defined. And that's why our politicians, each electioneering time, they know when to move, how to move, who to move with. Why? Why is UDA still in government? They know when to move, how to move, and they know who they will be moving with. Same to NASA, they knew when to break it, how to break it, and who they will move with. So unakuta utu ni tu mambo ambayo tulijifunza ya kuharibingi chama au kuharibu chama, kuunda chama ingine na kubadilisha rangi, kuunda a new slogan akina unbogable na TBM na Hasla na nini. But by the end of the day, it is the same nyani, msitu tu ndio watu nahama.
I agree with you.
Jonas? Okay.
Actually, I don't mean to take you guys like to take you guys back to a conversation that you already had, but I wanted to revisit that question. Jakes was talking about revenue, and what I wanted possibly to ask Jakes, the different counties contribute different amounts of revenue to the national cake, let's say.
Correct.
So then if you contribute more, should you then get more, and the counties that contribute less to get less in proportion to your contribution?
Not really, because eventually it will create marginalization and it will create a regional imbalance. Like, let me ask you for example, Narok and Marsabit. Narok has Masai Mara, right?
Mm-hmm.
But Marsabit has not so much of things they may say nikitego chumi, no. So if we were to give them, if we were to cut their cloth according to their, hiyo inaendaje Wekesa nimesahau, to make their coat according to their cloth, we will end up marginalizing most people, and eventually, and that was the problem with the previous constitution, unakuta because of hakukuwa na devolution, kuna sehemu nyingi hazikuendelea for a very long time, but thanks to devolution, at least what do you call it, development as much as si sana, but kuna maeneo yenye walikuwa nasema Kenya si Kenya, at least sasa waliona lami for the first time, so revenue allocation, I think it should be fair. It should, of course, there are so many parameters they look at: land size, G populations, G per capita, bado kuna equalization fund and all. So all those are requirement for revenue. So I think kwa revenue, shida hata si revenue. I think my problem would be, how do we spend? The spending.
But in the end, if you're taxed more, right, you should expect more.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if a particular region is being taxed more than another region, I would imagine that they should see more of those tax shillings coming back to their county. Because, there was somebody here who talked about the way the government revenue is distributed in the United States. So you see, they have different levels of taxation.
Yeah.
They have the federal tax, which everybody pays, and then they have state tax, which if you live in that state, you pay a particular tax to that particular state, and then that state uses that tax money, that state tax, to provide you with services. And if you live in a particular city, again, the city that you live in also has a tax. So if you decide to live in that city, you pay taxes to the city. Say, like now, for example, if you live in Nairobi, you'll be paying taxes to the county of Nairobi, in addition to your national taxes. And then this way, Nairobi is able to provide you with the services that they are supposed to provide, as opposed to because this thing of bottom up, and that's why the bottom up thing cannot work, because the people at the bottom don't have revenue. The revenue all this revenue goes to the top and then has to come down. But if the counties are able to collect their own revenue at the bottom, then there's a possibility of having the bottom up thing working, because the counties collect their own revenue and then they spend it as they wish.
But
I wanted to respond to this person first. Let me just respond to this person first. You see, and this is what we are trying to deal with. When Hezron thinks that Sakia's comments are the one being highlighted, and he's the only person who has been commenting, the rest of people are asleep, and he thinks it's by tribe. Now, even if you are an expert, the name Sergio means which tribe? I don't know. So if somebody thinks we are highlighting his comments because he belongs to a particular tribe, then that is the greatest disservice we are doing to this nation, actually. I have even no idea that even the tribe of Themba, I have no idea the tribe of Jones.
I feel
So,
you, my brother.
yeah, Kenyans have a problem, actually.
You know, as it's what you have said, kila mwamba ngoma lazima avute pande yake, na kama pande yake anaona umemvurutia sana, lazima atateta. So labda amecomment sana, lakini haujavuta ngoma pande ya kwake. So anyway, to be fair, at times we forget tumeweka hiyo message hapa. At times we forget, honestly.
In fact, tunawekanga tu moja na tunasahau, si ati
Yeah, at
tunawekanga
times we forget tumeweka, and we continue because at times after you read it, you move on. So it's not, yes, sir.
There's something
So,
Jonas
said,
there's something Jonas has said that I want you to comment on. That is the idea of which is what we were discussing in terms
bottom
of
up,
yeah, not necessarily bottom up. I really don't want to go that line because bottom up is an interesting political slogan.
It is.
Yeah. What I think he's trying to allude to, which I think we need to push for in terms of strengthening the institutions, strengthening the constitutional work. If all the counties would strengthen their revenue collection, well, they have those ones they send to the national government, but then the ones that they pick by themselves, they make it to give the service to the people. I think
my thinking, I think it's slightly different. The problem, as much as it's collection, at times also the problem is how we spend it and how we prioritize the money.
Yeah.
Spending,
Jakes, if
to be honest, spending in this sense, we steal it. Yani inakuwa, the inlet maybe is one, the outlet is so many that we even can't trace the inlet. For example, inakuwa ni mkoba ambao iko na mashimo nyingi ambao zingine si necessary. Unakuta, let's say for example, let's even talk of the COVID money. County imepewa 5 billion ifanye miradi, inaamua itafanya vitu zitaonekana juu, inunue tu tanks tuwili tunini vitu, hata ukikaa chini haziwezi maliza 100,000. But after a few days, the 5 billion is nowhere to be traced. The channel was clear, the 5 billion from the national government, for example, if that's the source of their revenue. But the outlets ni nyingi to the level that end up into someone's pocket. An individual, money meant for the public ends up to be privatized. And that basically is the hallmark of our problems. Why am I saying so? Is that we have a rich nation. Actually, if we were prudent in how we spend our resources, tungekuwa far. But we have made corruption so strong that we weaken ourselves. These governors, MPs, MCAs, any tender, they'll be quick to get them. Any supplies, they would wish to supply it. And when they supply, they give their commodities and their services at exorbitant prices. Ni price zenye hata ziko huku. Wakati Wekesa ananunua huku nje mask shilingi 5, the government itanunua mask kwa 200 shillings. Same mask, same manufacturer, same thing, everything. So revenue inaweza kuwa sio issue, but the spending. And then the other thing, prioritization. At times tuna prioritize vitu zingine zenye si necessary at the moment. Ni vitu zineza, they are good, yes, but are they necessary? I doubt. So priority, we prioritize on some things that are not really, like mtu kununua wheelbarrow ya several 100,000 simply because iko na this term non-carcinogenic.
So Jakes, what I was going to say is that we don't have any.
You remember Wekesa non-carcinogenic wheelbarrows, eh?
Bungoma.
There's no incentive for the counties to improve their economy. because at the end of the day, they're just going to sit back and wait for money from the national government. And I think that when there's a competition between the counties, then you're going to get then even good leadership is going to emerge. Because if you live in that particular county and you can see that your governor is not doing the things that he's supposed to be doing to improve the economy of your county, to attract investors, to attract jobs into your county. Because, if somebody comes to say to Kenya, they have all these counties to choose from as far as to where they should go and set up their business. And I think if the county is getting those tax dollars or those tax shillings when that investor comes in, then they have an incentive to say, hey, by the way, us guys want this industry in our county. We're gonna give you 100 acres, set up this business, and when this business sets up, we're going to be able to collect taxes, and then we'll be able to provide services to our people. But when all these governors are just sitting around waiting, because right now they're all just waiting, they just sit back and wait. Nobody sits back and does any sort of a budget. They just do all their budget and then they wait for the money from the national government. What are they doing on the ground about getting their own money? Why should they even be getting money from the national government? Then, because how can you devolve how can you devolve services? Because we talk about devolution, right? And the county wants the money for devolution, but they don't produce their own money. They should produce their own money, build their own hospitals, build their own schools. It doesn't have to come from the national government.
But as much as it can come at a national government, Jonas, at times
it doesn't have to. The national government should just be adding icing.
Yeah. It should be a top up.
They're adding icing on the cake, not the main thing.
But look at this, yeah. They get the funds. Like I don't know if you remember the saga that was in Masai Mara. Kwa gate, an officer alikutwa na several million. Si za county, zake za kando. Okay, so you remember that story? I don't know if you guys remember. There was that scandal that kwa gate ya kuingia Masai Mara, someone had millions. Ameji, I don't know if it was 4 million or 5 million. Amedhokoma or ame-earn outside, or rather chini ya maji, away from. So you end up finding that counties can make money, but are they? It is not well accounted for.
But you see, you're confusing the question of corruption. You're confusing the question of corruption and theft.
Yeah. No, I'm saying the funds are there, but mali zinapotelea ni kwingi that by the time inafika huko kwa ofisi hazitoshi, ni kidogo sana to do anything substantial.
So as a result, if the people in that county screw around and elect a government in their county who will be stealing their money, then that's their problem.
The problem is this.
That's their problem. Those voters,
for example, budget
should have consequences. Those voters should have consequences even down at the bottom. If you elect an MPA who steals from you, you should see those
accountability. Accountability is widespread. For example, tulisomewa, what do you call it? The budget. Atupeangi follow up that we assigned 2 billion for a road. So far, from the 2 billion, 800,000 has been used for ABCD. And if you go to the ground, you're able to locate the 800,000. And the remaining 1 point or something billion is going to be funded from ABC. And this is the duration it will take. But
Jakes, like, let me give you a good example. Let me give you a good example. Like, now during this pandemic, right? The federal government, right, gave a stimulus money to all citizens in the United States, a certain amount of money. But in addition to that, each individual state governor then went back into his state pocket and said, in addition, you're going to be getting this from the government, from the federal government. But in addition to that, the state is also going to give you this much. So people are getting money from in some states, they were getting money from the federal government, and they were also getting money from the state government. This way, you're able to see which governor is really a responsible governor. You're able to see what's going on. But now, when everybody just sits back and blames national government for everything, let these people handle their money, and then we'll be able to see who's doing what. And then maybe the politics will change, and people will stop blaming national government for things that really these county guys should be handling themselves.
That is true.
Jex.
Yes, sir.
There's something you actually saying. I don't think we should refuse to embrace. You've said it's possible for counties to make their own money. The next thing we should do is, what are the ways that we can make sure that whatever resources that are coming from the county benefit the people? So the next conversation beyond that, because like what Jonas is saying, if each county would use its resources, can you imagine you are living in Kiambu County? There's electricity in every village, the roads, because of the resources that you have gotten within there. But when you get to the next county, there's a problem. You see, people will be attracted to come and probably invest in your county. And the other county will have demands for its own governors. Now we need to,
Exactly. That's exactly right. That competition will create a very huge demand on your governor. Because if you're in Kisumu and the other guys in Kakamega, and they're looking at Kisumu and they're wondering, what the hell is our governor doing? What the hell's going on? How come we don't have this? How come we don't have that? Then it's not even about the national government. You take your governor and you fire him. What the hell? Like this governor in New York just got sacked. Governor Cuomo.
We'll start recalling governors. We'll start recalling even MPs. We'll start recalling MCS, because there'll be that inter-county competition. And then
but let me tell you, even the Mwananchi at times, and I speak this from the ground, that at times we don't know the roles of these guys. We vote for them, yes, but I can tell you for free, utakuta, we blame the senator for not having roads. We blame, yet we don't know that some of these roles are not even played by the senator. They're not even played by the MCA. So we don't know their roles. We don't know their functions. We just vote for them, because Gina too. So what you're saying is correct, but does the Mwananchi know what the governor should do for them? They don't. And that's why we end up blaming the national government.
The same way countries are competing. The same way countries compete. You look at another country and you're wondering, how come these guys are doing so well and us guys are just screwing around? The same way countries are competing. You look around the world and you see this is happening in their country, this is happening in this country, what's happening in ours? And then you start saying, and then you start looking, and when you look closely, you start seeing that it's your leadership which is the problem. It's because the countries have some sort of a competition going on. If you have this also sort of contest also within the counties, right? You're going to see I think that can and I don't know whether that's what Ruto is talking about. I think he's trying to formulate bottoms up, but he's not properly formulating it. He's not getting to the bottom
the
of
challenge of bottom up and all the models that they are talking about.
Because that's a bottom up. And then I'm not suggesting that some places should be completely left behind. There should be some affirmative action, resources, where you say that we have people in this region who are, because of the history or whatever is going on, they're very marginalized. So we're gonna top off what's going on in that particular county. But in general, some of these counties should not be receiving any money from the national government. They should not be receiving. They should not even. They should not be receiving anything. And a lot of times, even when the states receive money, they have to go to the Senate and Congress and convince the other senators. And a lot of times, what happens is that they usually tell, okay, if you guys invest $100 million in your roads, we're gonna give you 100 million. You know, we're gonna double what you put on the table, but you don't come with zero, and then you get 100%.
You
And
know,
what happens when the state of say Texas wants money to do a project, they go to the Senate, and the senator goes there and he debates when they're having whatever they're having when they're having a when they're doing their budget, and he says these are the needs of my county, of my state. We want to do this project, this project, this project, that project, and we are asking to be added. You know, this project is 1 billion. We're asking to be, we're going to fund it 500 million. We're asking for the federal government to fund this project another 500 billion. And then they also show reason. They tell the federal government, if you fund this project, when the taxes come, right, this is the tax distribution which is going to be going on. It benefits the state and it benefits the national government. And then the money is funded. But you can't just be getting money for nothing. What are you getting money for?
You see, I agree with you, and I know
And that's why they're stealing.
we are a young democracy, and we are work in progress. But the other
Unfortunately, Jake, we
times,
copied the US Constitution without even understanding the economics.
Correct.
You cannot
You
just
see,
take a constitution.
we borrowed
we have all
something.
we have all these governors who have no work.
What we did, we borrowed a matured and a polished work in a place that we are yet to make any baby steps, let alone any step at all. So we copy paste.
Just make your final submission, and then Jonas, your final submission. Then final submission, kindly.
For me, I'm done. I'm done. I'm not gonna speak again. So
Thank you.
I yield
me,
my time.
I would say, I would summarize like this. I would pray that we grow from letting our politicians believe that they speak for us in the level that minus them we cannot survive, minus them we cannot get development, minus them the world stops. That it is our right, it's not a privilege to get services. It is us who put them in office. It is not this is not a question of chicken and egg which came first. It is us who they came to, campaigned, and we gave them the mandate to lead, and we entrusted them with the roles that they serve. Then they should serve us. They are our employees. It's not vice versa. It is us who need those services. It is us who need good health care. It is us who need good education. It is us who need to be served. They should not service their homes, their wallets, their families, and forget us and leave us in the poverty and all because they just went and fed their own bellies. They should remember the Mwananchi who took them there. You and I are the reason some of them drive big cars, have hefty salaries, crazy allowances. They travel all over. They go to serious serious trips for whatever reason, benchmarking. They go to another country to do an online course. For all the reasons they do what they do, they should remember we are the people, we chose them. So even as we continue to engage in Mutembei family and Mutembei TV, we call upon them. The oath they took in the office to serve, they should remember their calling is to the Mwananchi, the people of Kenya. And even those nations we aspire to be, they all began by doing the correct thing in the right way, in the best possible way. God bless Kenya.
Well, I think, Jakes, I agree with everything that you have said, except we're asking for too much from these people that we call leaders. People are not good naturally. You have to put them in a box and force them to be good. If you go to any of these developed countries, that people really believe that they have a very that they have rule of law. They have rule of law because if you break the law, you go to jail. If you remove those policemen from the streets, people will steal and they'll do whatever they need to do to get ahead of the next person. And that's just how people are. So the only way to change all those things that you're talking about, we cannot just be wishing them. Wishing is not gonna do anything. It has to just be a complete fundamental overhaul. The whole thing just has to change. These people have to be forced into a corner. And the only way to do that, the minority has to be hungry. So hungry that they're ready to do what it takes to change everything. But we can't wish it away. There's nothing like we cannot wish that we're going to have a good president. You know, I mean, once somebody gets into power, the power corrupts them, and that's just the nature of human beings. You know, they go in there, they get corrupted. It doesn't matter who you take. You take a good person, you put him in there, give him. But all these presidents were good. Museveni was a good guy when he came in. This guy in Rwanda was a good guy when he came in. I'm sure Gaddafi was a good guy when he went in. Saddam was also considered a hero when he went in. What happens? They're just human beings. You know, same thing happens. Ruto, if you give him 5 years, he may start well. If you give him now, he keeps going. They just get worse. Uh, unless we, unless these people are really boxed, you know, like and I don't know what that box is gonna be, and I haven't seen that anybody, ODM or Baba or UD. I mean, UDA is trying to come up with something unique. They haven't properly framed it, and their motivation for what they're talking about is what is not might not be sincere. But if they were to actually have a sincere motivation for what they are trying to suggest, I mean that could be something. But just being that it's not a sincere, it's not being driven by. I don't think that the motivation is sincere. So I hope one day we're able to put these guys in a box. I don't know. I mean, in me, I don't honestly expect much, even in the next 10 years, regardless of who is elected president. And that's I mean, that's horrible. And I'm sure most Kenyans may be in the same position, and they don't expect really that because I mean, do you, Jakes, expect that corruption is going to end in the next 10 years? If we elect, who's your candidate?
Mine.
Yeah.
I am a UDA.
Okay, fine. So
But
are you expecting that if UDA gets into government, are they gonna deal with corruption?
Not in a million years.
Yeah, see, you don't expect, yeah. So, and by the way, I think this idea of allowing these people to target one another, I think if Kieleweke wants to target the corrupt members of Tanga Tanga, they should go ahead and target them. And then Tanga Tanga should also turn around and target Kieleweke. In the process, maybe we can catch a few of these corrupt people and get rid of them. That's my final comment.
Wow, awesome.
Thank you so much, guys, for translating and sharing information and having conversations that lead to the building of our nation. You know, when we began this process, we began most of the time it was a shouting match, but where it's leading to is it will create meaningful conversations that will be helpful to our viewers and anybody who is interested in the ideas that build this nation. And that is where we intend to go so that we bridge the gap between in our political environment. We don't need to operate in an environment where we work like we are enemies. No, we are just here. Like the good book says that just as iron sharpens another one, so does man learn from each other. When we come in a forum like this, open-minded, there's always something that God has deposited in each one of us, that if we open our mind, we can, and listen keenly, we can learn something. And you go back, I think, well knowledge than you first came. So this interaction of ideas creates knowledge, and the pool of knowledge is the gift God has given us as Kenyans, and we need to cherish that. So God bless you so much. Because the day has begun, we want to catch up with the chores of the day. Just have a wonderful day. The things we haven't maybe discussed, we will have another forum for that. Okay, have a wonderful day. For our viewers, God bless you. You have engaged us, and we like even your comments, the positive and even negative criticism. All of them build us. We love you. God bless you. Have a wonderful day.
By
Thank
the
you.
way, Wekesa, did the ancestor change his position?
In terms of?
I heard him saying that now he's now UDA, or he's Raila.
I haven't got that. I haven't got that.
Community ancestor. Ama.
Yeah.
He has.
He was not decided. The last I checked.
He was not very decided where he falls. So
I think today he made a statement suggesting that. Actually, I think he made almost an announcement.
maybe I had slept. I was not there.
Oh, okay. All right.
What did he say?
I think he was talking about that he was listening to Ndeto, and when Ndeto was asked why he doesn't like Raila, that Ndeto had no responses. So even he went home, and after he thought about it, he found that he also doesn't have anything against Raila.
Okay.
So today,
the idea is this: there are actually Kenyans who you're not sure whether they fall on each side. So if we have a meaningful conversation, then it will help them to decide. If it remains a shouting match, it will even piss them off. It will make them not even to decide anything.
Yeah.
And that's why we say, going forward, let's have a meaningful conversation. There are actually people who want to get direction, and that's our objective.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much.
I have a wonderful day.
Thanks.
Bye bye, everyone.
Bye too.